Morning, Mr. Sabi. Sorry we were a little late starting, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Sabi.
Good morning, sir. Our first witness today is Golbahar Jalilova, who will be giving evidence in person here. Ms. Jalilova, please take the seat. Golbahar Jalilova was born in Almaty in 1964 as a Kazakh citizen by birth. She's a businesswoman and she was working in clothing business. She had commercial relations with firms in China and in particular in Urumqi. She traveled to Urumqi and in May 2017 and is arrested on the charges of terrorism and sending funds to terrorist organization in Turkey. She's then arrested and moved from detention center to detention center and held until September 2018. During this time, she was held shackled in overcrowded prisons with other Uyghur women. She had been victim of cruel and degrading and inhuman treatment. She's been tortured, raped, and many times ended in hospital. Eventually, she was released because of her foreign citizenship. Ms. Jalilova, you were born in Kazakhstan and you are a Kazakh citizen by birth.
Kazakhstan garajdani. Shunaqmi?
Assalamu alaykum. Hurmatli xonimlar, apandimlar. Men bugungi sotqa o'zimniki dalil isbotlarimni olib keldim. Shuni bir tarjima qildim. Men Kazakhstonda tug'ilib o'sdim.
Yes, I was born and brought up in Kazakhstan, and dear ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased to have this opportunity to give my testimony today in this Uyghur Tribunal.
Thank you. Ms. Jalilova, when you went to Urumqi in May 2017, policemen came to your hotel and arrested you.
Siz 2017 yılı 5. ayda Urumqiga kelgandan keyin saqchilar sizni qo'lga oldi.
To'g'ri, yataqdan oteldan 2017 5. ayning 22-si tutildi.
Yes, correct. On the 22nd of May, I was arrested from the hotel room.
Can you explain what happened to your passport and were you given Chinese identity cards?
Özünüzninki şu pasportunuz doğruluq və Xitayla şu kimlik, sizge kimlik bergen şu jargonni tushundirib beramiz.
Tushundirib berayim. Meni tutgan vaqtda meni Qozoq pasportim bor edi, ular oldi. Turmaga apag'an vaqtda, 3-turma Sankanga apag'an vaqtda ular menga yag'an kimlik berib, Gulbahor Jilili deb shifrli nomer berdi, qog'ozga yozib berdi.
Yes, when they arrested me, I had my Kazakhstan passport. After I was taken to number 3 detention center, and they took away my passport and replaced with a Chinese ID card, and they even changed my name to Golbahar Jalil.
One of the first things they did to you, they did a medical examination. You say that one of them was for pregnancy test.
Doktordan ötüş jarayonida eng muhimi shu qo'ziq hamilda bo'lgan bo'lmaganligini tekshiraydi debsiz. Yes, correct.
You say that if you were pregnant, they would have forced you to abort the baby there and then.
Eğer ular şu yerdə sizinki hamilda bolğanlığınızı eğer də bilib qalsa şu yerdə qozaqdan balını ev tutu dəpsiz.
Nə? Evet dedi.
Yes, correct. That's true.
And you say you saw this happen to many people. Can you elaborate on that? When and how did you see that?
Siz bunun başqalarının beşidən ötkenligini gördüm dəpsiz. Bunu qandaq köydünüzmüşünü bir düşündürüp bərsiniz.
Ular kirgan vaqtda asl tarafdan qanjiq aqatdi. Ham talab o'tiradi. Doktorlar kepla ishqitaldi, dori beradi, dori ishganniki ularniki odatlari hammaning to'xtab qoladi.
When they entered the cell, they were bleeding, heavily bleeding, and they had sweat all the time, and the doctors would come and gave them 2 pills. After that, bleeding stopped.
You were taken to 3 different detention centers during your detention. Can you very briefly explain to the tribunal the condition of these 3 detention centers? The tribunal has read your wonderful report completely and they know all about it. But please give a short explanation.
Siz 3 oxşamagan tutkun yerdə tutulubsuz. Muşu üşeninki içindeki bir şaraitlerini kısqıça konuşturup bergen bolsunuz. Çünkü sizin bütün bayanatınızı biz okuduk. Nayt təfsili yazılgan. Şunun için sizin təfsili deyişinizden heç qanday hacet yok. Faqatlam kısqıça düşündürüp bergen bolsunuz.
Oxşaşlar men Senken deyen 3. türmede yattım. Arken deyen 3. türmede yattım. Mana men internetten taptım, oxşaşlar.
I was in number 3 and number 2 detention centers, and I found this picture on Googling. It's exactly same cell.
To the microphone, I'm doing as close as that, and then you can hear, and you can be heard. Sorry not to have noticed.
Endi mana dəpədiniz, yəni qaytarma şu türmədəki cəriyandakı şu şəraitlər, əşəninki şərait qandaq deşini qısqaça düşündürüb bərsiniz, mən tərcümə qılaram.
Mana şu kögəndək oxşaş meşədə bir 40 adam biz yatımız. Bunu axırqısı eynek oboruna. Həmmimiz eşə qarayımız. Oturup tuğalı həminim köründü.
The cell was exactly like this. About 40 of us slept, and we had to face on that wall, and that place was a toilet, a glass wall, so we have to face the toilet with glass wall.
Men özüňle kögändeki ya yotqa yok, ya teki yok. Maşdaq daxyada biz 2 saat kitse 2 saat uxlatdık.
As you can see, there is no bedding there, and it was just concrete floor. We had to sleep on the concrete floor only 2 hours a night.
Juyunduğan yelem yok. Bir aygacha bizni hammamizning beshlarimiz pishtinib ketdi. Bizni ruxsatimsiz bizni hammamizni chashlarimizni ivetdi.
As there is no cleaning facilities, no water to wash, within 1 month it developed the lice, and without our consent, our hair was shaved off.
10 günde bir kirib 10 saqchidak ayollar kirdi. 2 harbiy qurollar bilan ishni oldi turdi. Bizni hammamizni qip yalang'och qilib, beshimizni tutqizib, 3 qitim o't ag'izib tug'izdi.
Once every 10 days, a mix of male and female police came to the cell, and 2 armed guards stood on both sides of the cell door, and we were stripped naked. We had to place our hands behind our head, and we had to do sit-ups, 3 sit-ups.
Mana bunu ishikdan kichkina mundaq to'shik bor. Ishikningda ash to'shikdan bizga labadılar, peydo turunlar deydi. Peydo turgan vaqtda hammamiz qo'limizni chiqarimiz 2 tal haftada 2 taldan dori berdi. 10 kunda bir qitim jig'ni soladi. U nima biz bilmaymiz.
the cell door has a food slot, and we would be called from there, and they ask us to stretch our hands out from that slot, and then they would give us 2 pills. We must take that pills once every week.
Bir haftada bir dar berdi şıktalları. Hem biz hem de sezdik, kızlarning eşada qog'oz ishim bermagandan kızlarning odatlari hammasini to'xtab qoldi. Hem qo'saq ochsaqmi, bizni so'roqdan keyin ursimi, biz hech nimani sezmaydigan bo'ldik.
Gradually, all the women stopped their periods, and also after a while, even after we were beaten up, we couldn't feel anything anymore.
Ms. Jalilova, you were taken 4 times to hospital for a total of 40 days. Are you prepared to discuss the reasons for being taken to hospital here?
Siz şu jarayonda 4 qitim doktorxonaga apiribdi sizni. Mana shu doktorxonaga apag'an jarayonini biroz tushuntirib bera olamsiz?
Doktorxonaga apag'an vaqtda meni yalnız uzun saqchilarning töme mashinasi o'tag'izdi. Har qitim o'tag'izgan vaqtda beshimizga talaga chiqqan vaqtda so'roqqa beshimizga qor xalta kiydiratdi, qo'limizga qo'ysa 5 kiloluk kishanni men geçmedi, 1 yıl 3 ay 10 gün şu butunki 5 kilo kişem bilen jüdüm. Maşını otağızıp ola 40 minut bir uzak yerge badi. Apadı keyin qarsam doktorxonaga. Doktorxona bir qavatlik doktorxona.
I was taken to a police van, a black hood over my head. I was handcuffed and shackled. The shackle was about 5 kilograms. Since I was taken inside up until I left, 1 year, 3 months, 10 days, I was in that shackle. And so I believe approximately 40 minutes drive I was in hospital. It was just a 1-floor building.
Bek korkunçluk, ona doktorxonama demedi. Şu meneki yüreğim qozg'ilib, hoshimni ketgan vaqtda şu doktorxonaga apag'an vaqtda bijo'ga tushadi. Bijo'ga tushirib, keyin aşı doktorxonada meni qog'oz qo'ydi, saqchilar. Eşaqda 10 kun turdim, 10 kun turgan vaqtda bek o'sha doktorxona bek korkunçluk, nurg'un narsalarni yashadi ko'rdim.
It was terrifying. My experience even in the hospital, the so-called hospital, was terrifying. The police left me there, and I was there for 10 days. And they did ultrasound. The reason I was taken there because I had heart problem, and also I was collapsed. That's why they took me there.
Şu doktorxonada жүзүмажа kiygan qizlar o'tiribdi. Men uni bilmadim. Eşetki naqshi Xitoyning 5 kiyimini naqshini uyadim o'rganish kerak. Shu o'rgangan vaqtda, itgan vaqtda eşetki qizlar kashtib asta pes ovozda detdi. Ammo uni жүзүмажа kiyganlar jig'ni serib, xultib o'ltirdi degan qizlarni men ko'rdim.
I saw some ladies wore orange color vest. And we also had to sing 5 red songs in that hospital as well. And at night, some girls quietly told me that those who wore orange vest will put to death by injection.
Yana bir qizni ko'rdim. Aşağıda börügünü aptike, salapan sülük halta. İs koyuptu bir börügünü evetken kızlar yanımda otadı. Doktorxonada ko'rdim.
I saw a young lady who sat next to me who had an operation. I could see the bag hanging over her side, and I learned that she had her kidney removed.
You have been taken to the dark room a number of times. Can you explain what the dark room is?
Siz qarang'i uyga bir qancha qitim meni akirdi deb shunaq dedi debsiz. Şu qarangı öyünü biraz təsvirləb verə alamsınız?
Yo'q, men qarang'i uyda o'zim yatmadim. Biroq qarang'i uyda yatgan qizni ko'rdim. Mahbirat deydigan 25 yoshlik eng kirgan vaqtda aşı qiz dedi 1 metr deb ichida bundoq uzun chashqonlar bor. Yo'g'on chashqonlar bor. Agar ketsa ko'zimiz ilinib qolsa, shu chashqonlar qo'lsaqlar och ko'zlarimizning ichiga kirdi, quloqlarimiz ichiga. Shuning uchun kechich uxlamay mashta qilib o'tadik deb shu qizlar degan qarang'i uylar bor. Nurg'un qizlar o'shaqda o'tadi.
Well, in fact, I wasn't taken to a black room. It was the other ladies, women in the cell where I shared with, and a lady called Mahbrat, who was 25 years old, and she described me what was like when she was in this solitary confinement in this metal cage, 1 meter by 1 meter. She also said that there were rats, and they didn't dare to sleep. So all night long they had to try to drive the rat away.
You talked about the medicine that was given to you, and you say you don't know what these were. But can you explain the effect of that on you?
Siz bu bəgən doğrularının nemligini bilmedim, lekin bizge çoxum içişqi məcburlu deyibsiz. Bu doğrularını içkəndən keyin sizdə qandaq bir özgürüşlər oldu şularını düşündürüb berəmsiz?
Mening də özgürüşlər oldu. Mening ballarım, 4 balam var. Ballarımdan seğindim. Hem hazır nim qıvatıdı deb əsəlqə tuqqanlan seğinib isimga alay desem, halqı xudim men aşı türmün içinde tug'ilib o'sgandaklar tamoqningmi damini bilmadim. Halqı hamma hissiyatım hamma yo'qolib ketgan.
Initially, when I was inside, I missed my children, my relatives. I have 4 children. And gradually, I lost this feeling of even thinking about them. And I couldn't taste any food. And so, as if I was born there. Yeah, as if I always just grow up there.
Every time you refused to sign the document they wanted you to confess, you were beaten. Can you explain to the tribunal how severe your torture were?
Her bir qitim aşular mecburlab sizni aşı ekegen materialga qo'l qo'ydigan vaqtida siz qat'iy uni rad qilibsiz. Shu rad qilgandan keyin sizni qiyin qistoqqa olib turmuş. Shu qiyin qistoqlarni biroz tushuntirib beramiz. Ne kadar derecede qiyin qistoqqa uchurdingiz?
Birinchi kuni soat 8, saylikda 8 soat 11gacha bular meniki tariximni qayerda tug'ildim ashlarni yozdi. Yazgandan keyin bir qog'ozni akib berdi. Buni qog'oz mana menda Xitoycha yoziliq, terroristlarga yordam qildi degan.
8dan qanchasi dedi?
11gacha. Mushuna qo'l qo'y dedi, qo'l qo'ymasam bular endi seni qo'l qo'ydigan yerga olib deb shu turmaga tashladi.
On the first day, I was questioned from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. And during that time, they forced me to sign a document which indicates that I am a terrorist. I must admit and accept that I'm a terrorist. Therefore, I refused to sign that document.
Birinchi qatim shu meni so'roqqa lagerning ichida, kamerning ichida so'roq tatgan vaqtda tigr deydigan ustal bor. O'shada o'tag'izib 24 soat su bermay yo o'burniga bag'izmay ashaqda o'tag'izda kechalari ko'zim ilinib soat 3-4lar ko'zim ilinib ketsa, o'shadagi soqchilar o'zlari navbat bo'yicha turib elektroshoklar bilan qaltaklar bilan urib ko'zingni ilma, ko'zingni och, muning qo'l qo'y deb qo'l qo'yg'izdi. Men qo'ymadim.
On the first interrogation, I was secured in the metal chair for 24 hours. Every time when I dozed off, they would use electric prod and an electric stick to remind me and force me to keep my eyes open.
Әлбәттә, мен қол қоймадым. Һәр кат ашы 24 сааттан кейін мен докторханаға апардым. Ылгы үстәлдә отаган вакытта, тигр үстәлдә отаган вакытта путымыз исик турды. Ашы 5 кило кишен путымны ылгы саңлаган вакытта төян татып путым ишип кетип, шу якта гошымдан кетип жакылып, шу докторханаға барган жан соянга.
And while I was secured on that metal chair, my legs were hanging, and the 5 kilogram of that shackle, the metal chain, was dragging my feet. In the end, my feet was swollen so badly, and when I was released from that chair, I collapsed. That's when they took me to hospital.
Мен һәр кытым соракка вакытта, сорак таткан вакытта, ер астыда камера бар. Ки кол коймап едим, улар әмде сен яхшылыкчы билмәсәң, хәзер без әмде сені деп талага чыкты. Талага чыккан вакытта камера юк. Шу якта улар сакчылар бишиге нимкәсе ашна кылды, баскынчылыкмы кылды, кол койдырмыз деп, бирок мен кол коймадым.
Үйнең ичидеме, үйнең сыртыдымы
окшаш? Сыртыга чыкты, камера юк ягә.
So the interrogation room, there is camera in the interrogation room. After I refused to sign, they took me out of that room, and the place where there is no camera, and the police did whatever they wished. Including rape as well.
Did you notice any sign of torture on other inmates that you met in the camp?
Siz başqalarının o'sha qiyin qistaqdan keyin bir ahvollarni, ya'ni qiyin qistaqdan keyin ba'zi qiynalgandan keyinki ahvollarni o'z ko'zingiz bilan ko'rdingizmi? Qanday bir
Әлбәттә, мен ашакта ең киргән вакытта нургын нәрсәләрне көдем. Ашактагы кызлар, аннан кийин сорактан кийин 24 саат, 72 саат сорактан кийин киргән кызлар мачык. Аш кызларның ки тимаклар жулып әткән, 10 бармагыны ичиге мата жыгыны саган кызлар, үзләре канап кеткән, урган кызларны бәк җык көдем. Һәм уларга баскынчылык кылдымы дип сорган вакытта улар я этемей көздән яш аккан кызларны көдем.
Yes, I frequently saw, especially those girls were taken out of the cell when they returned after 24 hours or sometimes 72 hours, and their nails were pulled out, and also all 10 fingernails, they had a nails stick in the nails. They were bleeding, their face was bleeding, and when I asked girls whether they were raped, they didn't say yes or no, they just cried.
Мен моны дәфтәремгә чыгып, лагердан чыгып, моны 67 кызның исемен яздым. Мәшәдә бер Hürriyet дигән 27 яшьлек кыз бар, ашы соракта караңгы үйләг солап, соракта урып, бек катык урып, мен үзем көземнән көтү, шу кыз өлгәнне мен көдем үзем көземдән.
I have soon after I was released from the camp, I note down 67 ladies' names, and there's one lady who was 27 years old. Her name was Hürriyet. She was beaten to death, and I saw her with my own eyes.
You were released after more than 15 months. Do you think you would have been released if you did not have a Kazakh nationality?
Sizni 15 aydan keyin qo'yib o'tibdi. Sizcha siz agar Qozog'istonlik pasport bo'lmagan bo'lsa sizni qo'yib o'tadimi?
Yo'q, men o'ylaymanki, u yoqdan hech kim saq chiqmaydi. Meni shu terrorist deb kimliklarimni yo'tkaganiga qarta men endi o'zim nima qilyapman, endi o'lim jazosi berdi, u yoqdan tirik chiqmayman deb. Biroq mening bolalarim men ishinib, mening tuqqanlarim men ishinib, nurg'un davlatlar xat yozdi, Birlashmiş Davlatga xat yozdi. Shu xatlardan keyin meni ular aqlandim deb qo'yibdi.
No, I don't think so. I don't think anyone can live there safe or alive. I thought after my passport was confiscated and I was given the Chinese ID card, and I was told I was given a death penalty, I thought I would die there. But after my children repeatedly wrote to various organizations, international human rights organizations, in the end, I was released.
Meni qo'yib o'tgan vaqtda, meni qo'yib 2018 8 ayniki avgustniki 27-si bizni yana qilib yalang'och qilib polislar. Keyin Gulbahor Jalil dedi, "Do depla yeni basam, kimim yaşsam, anda qilib yalang'och qilsam, yo'q, teshin so'roq" dedi. Shu meni ashaqtila doktorxonaga apadi, Jangsoyanga.
Okay. It was on the 27th of August. I was in a room where they stripped naked again. And when my name was called, I was ready to take off my clothes, and they said, "Come, come." So I went, and I followed the order, then they took me to a prison hospital.
Doktorxonada shu meni tekshirib, qon besimim yuqori bo'lgani uchun ular meni 3 kun 20 kilomen o'rqlab ketgan. Vitaminlarni berib 3 kun meni otel inimda shu doktorxonada baqdi. Doktorxonaga berdi vitaminlarni. Keyin shu 3 kundan keyin meni ashaqlar qo'limdagi kishani, putumdagi ko'zlarni ivetdi. Sen aqlanding deb doktorxonada menga shu xabarni dedi.
After arriving in the hospital, they tested my blood pressure. It was very high. So they kept me there for 3 days and fed me good food and vitamins, and removed the handcuffs and shackles. And 3 days later, they said, "You are free."
Yani 3 gün meni otelde baktı, Ürümçi'de. Otelde bakkandan keyin meni vizam chiqdi. Vizam chiqqandan keyin 2018 9 ayning 3-i menga o'sha Gobo'ga apadi, saqchixonaga apirib, ular dedi, "Mana vizang chiqdi, endi sen aqlanding, sana hech nima, san Xitoy shundaq partiya sana yaxshilik qildi, sen bu kunlarni unutib qol. Agar sen desang, qo'l Xitoyning qo'li uzun, neda bo'lsang biz seni o'ldiramiz. Shuning uchun sen biz bilan moslashib, sen bizga."
So then I was taken to a hotel, and where I was well looked after for another 3 days, as I lost 20 kilos during my time in detention. And then I was told that I can go home. They had a visa for me, and said, "You must remember the good policy of the Chinese government, and please completely forget what happened here. And if you ever mention anything, then you must remember the arms of China is very long, can reach you."
Keyin asken dedi, "Sen yıqılıq ayal, sen hemen düşünüvatsa, biz sana yardım qilamiz" deb, mana saqchilar o'ziniki, Goboniki nomerlarini yezbedi. Qachon aloqasan biz telefon nomerini alamiz, biz sana yardım qilamiz. Sen bu kunlaringni, bu bishdan o'tganlarni hech kimga dema deb, satrashxonaga apirib, chochlarimni bo'yab, chechim qisqidi, oppoq makiyajlan qilib Qozog'istonga yo'l qilib qo'ydi.
Said, "You are an intelligent woman, and if you need any help, you can reach us." They gave me 3 numbers, all from the state security police numbers. And they took me, at that time, my hair was short, all gray, took me to color my hair, then did makeup before sending me back to Kazakhstan.
Thank you, Mr. Luba. The Chinese government maintains that you were never in any vocational camp, and your arrest was purely for financing terrorist activities. If you want to answer to that charge, please go ahead, but if not, the tribunal will have their questions.
Okay. Xitoy hukumati sizni anda tutishdagi sababini o'sha terrorist bilan bog'langan degan shu sababni beribdi. Bu to'g'riliq tushuncha berishingizni hojati yo'q, albatta. Agarda bermadingizmi, ixtiyoringiz. Endi bularninki savoli bo'lsa, balkim savol so'raymiz.
Әлбәттә, мен суалларым бар. Мен әгәр террорист булсам, мені 1 жыл 3 ай 10 күн немешке тутуды. Туткан вакытта мен сот мәхкәмәгә немешке чыкмадым. Нем сәбәпләрдән мен акландым? Нем сәбәптән мен кандакла мен террорист булдым? Һеч кандай белмәйм, һеч нем белмәйм. Мен уларның һеч кандай сыйфатлары юк террорист дигән. Шу уларның максаты шу уйгырларны юктыш.
Up until now, I don't understand how they accuse me of being linked to terrorism or terrorists. I was locked up for 1 year and 3 months without any procedure. I never seen a court, anything. Up until now, they didn't prove anything. The only reason I believe that I was locked up because I was Uyghur.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the tribunal's questions, please.
Professor Osler, please.
Good morning, Mrs. Jalilova. Thank you for giving such a detailed and comprehensive statement.
Jalilova xanım, ətigəliniz xeyirli olsun. Sizə köp rəhmət, nəhayət inçik, nəhayət düşünçlük bizə bayanatını düşündürüb bədəniz. Rəhmət sizə.
You showed us a list of women who were locked up with you that you wrote down when you left. Did you write down any other details after you were freed?
Siz bu ayollarning ismini o'sha turmadan chiqqandan keyin yozdim debsiz. Ondan keyin siz chiqib ketgandan keyin yana bularning ismidan boshqa yana inchik ba'zi uchurlarni yozdingizmi? Bularga münasibətlik başqa uçurlarını mı yazdınızmı?
Yo'q, bu men shu turmadan chiqib bu qizlarni uyga kelib sig'indim. Ismlarini yozib, nim sababdan tutdi, qancha yoshda, hech qanday sabablar yo'q. Shu ashlar ismlarini qancha yoshda, qayerda tug'ildi, shularni hammasini yozdim. Ham o qizlar pat-patla kashlarda naqsh etgan vaqtda, Xitoy naqshlarini etgan vaqtda, shu qizlar menga aytdi, sizga omonat, siz men o'ltirmayman, shada saq chiqsangiz, siz dunyo butkul xalqida mayitga bo'layotgan zulmlarni sizga omonat deb shu qizlar aytdi, shu qizlarniki ismlarini sig'inib yozdim.
After I was released, I often thought about those girls. And so I wrote down all the names that I remembered and their age and for what reason they were there. During the singing session, they passed a message to me that saying that I will be free and that you would be free, so please tell the world about what is happening to us. So I carried that message with me.
You mentioned a 14-year-old girl in your cell. Did you see any other children in the detention camps you were in?
Siz şu türmenin içinde 14 yaşlık bir kızınki bağlığını depsiz. Siz başka yerlerde mi şu yaşığı yetmegen ballarının bağlığını gördünüz mü?
Gördüm. 14 yaşdan 80 yaşlı qizlarni gördüm ben kichik. O'quvchi qizlarni gördüm. Meşaqda hammasi lagerda. Jiq qizlarni gördüm.
Yes, I saw many between aged 14 to 80 years old.
Okay. And do you know why the children were there? What they were accused of?
Nima uchun bu bolalarni uyaga apirdi, bularning qandaq bir jinoyat bilan ularni uyaga apag'an?
Bularning hech qanday jinoyatlari yo'q. Shu burun ashlarga WhatsApp ishlatgan. Ya bo'lmasa Uyg'urcha cheklangan naqshlar jiqisniki. Hech qanday jinoyati yo'q.
They were all innocent. They didn't commit any crime whatsoever. Some had a WhatsApp app on their phone. Some listened to songs that apparently was forbidden.
Ana bir chiqisini o'qib beray. Dubayga borgan gunasi, Turkiyaga borgan gunasi, Amerikaga borgan o'sha gunani.
I can just read out to you several examples there. The reason was one because visited Dubai, another visited Turkey, another one visited America.
Were the children treated any differently from the adult women?
And bu balla bilen çoğularınki farklılık boldu mu? Ularınki farklılık.
Yo'q, men chet ellik Qozog'istonlik bo'lsam hech qanday farq bo'lmadi. Kichik bola hech qanday emas. O'xshash ashaqda zulm ko'rdik, o'xshashlar.
No, whatsoever. Even I am being a Kazakhstan citizen as a foreigner, they didn't treat me differently.
You describe some women who permanently disappeared. Can you tell us how old they were?
Siz nurg'un ayollarninki biraqlam yo'qolib ketganligini bayramlardingizda so'zlabsiz. Ularning yoshi qancha yoshda shu yo'qolib ketganlarninki?
Shu kechisi, asos kechisi ismlarini ataydi, xalta kedirib ochiq ketadi. Nurg'un qizlar qaytib kirmadi. Yoshi asosan shu 30 dan yuqori, 25 dan 25, 28, aşağıdan 40'largacha bor.
Well, many women, their name were called, and then after black sack over their head taken out, never returned. They aged between 25 to 40.
And you testify about rape and your own rape. Are you able to talk a little more about that?
Siz bu baskınçılık toğrusida bizga biraz injiklab so'zlab beralmisiz?
O'sha talaga chiqqan vaqtda kamera yo'q. Birinchi qatim meni 404 degan kameraga akirdi. Akirgan vaqtda ishaqda bulongda karavat turdi. Karavatning ustida bir yotgandan taki. Aşı tigir üstelde men o'tadim. Shu ular yana shu 24 soat o'sha nimni qog'ozni akilib qo'l qo'ymasang biz chiqamaymiz dedi.
Tinch qo'l qo'y.
Yo'q. Birinchi qatim talaga chiqqan vaqtda, bosqinchilikqa vaqt uni oldida qilmagan, keyin shu sen yaxshilikchi bilmasa deb meni bek tilidi ular. Qo'l qo'y deb qo'l qo'ymagan vaqtda shu kechasi bir saqchi 27 yoshlarda bor. Aşı iştimni yeshib, men mandaq o'tagandan keyin ishtimni yeshib, yanimga keldi, kelib shu qaltaklar bilan urdi. Elektroshoklar bilan urdi, qo'l qo'ysa imzo atmasang deb meni bek og'zi eski so'zlar bilan bek tilab ketdi. Keyin shu ishtimni yeshib yanimga keldi. Kelgan vaqtda men unga dedim, "Men o'ldirma, meni o'ldirdi bular" deb. Men unga dedim, "Sening onang yo'qmi? Sening hadlaring yo'qmi? Sening qanday qo'ling bor dumashnaga" dedim. Ular bek yana meni urib ketdi. Shu men bilmayman, shaqtlar yan doktorxonaga oldi.
The first experience was when I was taken to this interrogation room, number 404, and where I saw a bed and a bedding. I was locked, secured on a metal chair. Again, they forced me to sign that document. Having refused after being beaten severely, I didn't change my mind. I resisted to sign that paper. And then eventually this male police, who was about 27 years old, came next to me and pulled down his trousers. And I said, "Please kill me. How dare you do this to me? Don't you have a mother or sister?" So let me just ask her to continue. Şu senin apang adların yok mu? Bunu qandaq man qilsa meni o'ldirib bo'ldi dedim deb tushundim. To'g'ri tushungan bo'lsam. Ha, undan keyin nima bo'ldi?
To'g'ri, undan keyin u dedi, "Menga sen turumga qarab baqna, sen hayvonga o'xshaysan" dedi. "Sen qandaqsan, men onam bo'lasan, ocham bo'lasan, og'zingni yum" deb siz og'zlaringni yum deb meni yana qattiq ishaqda urib.
He verbally abused me and said, "Look at yourself. How dare you compare yourself to my mother or to sister? You are just like an animal now. Look at you. And then he started also pinching me and poking me with electric prod.
Qattiq urib atgandan keyin shu doktorxonaga bordim. Doktorxonaga bordim.
Basqınçılıq doğrusidikini düşendirpəsiniz dedi. Axırı boğan işini.
Axırı boğan işini şu elektroşoklar bilan urib, kaltak bilan urib qildi, og'zim ekeldi.
It's extremely difficult for me to even describe. I was beaten up severely, and then in the end, again, I was taken to hospital after that experience.
It is difficult for any woman to talk about such degrading and humiliating experience and rape. And I wonder if you could tell us what the impact of talking about this has in your community.
Bir ayal kişi üçün her qandaq bu bir basqınçılıqqa uçraş və insan bolmagandek, insan emasdek bundaq bir nemege uçraş her qandaq adam üçün intayın bir eğir. Әмді siz muşu özünüzdənki, beşinizdən keçirgen bu muşu basqınçılıq degen muş tərəfdəki bolğan işlarni özünüzdənki community, yani özünüzdənki millətinizin arasında sözləş qandaq bir nemede bolsa şunu bir düşəndirib berəlemsiz.
Düşəndirib berələm. Mən lagerdən çıxıb 20 gün Qazaxstanda ballarım neyində boldum. Qandaq ana özünün ballarını taşlap başqa yerə ketdi. Bir yarım yıl köməyim. Şu mən onların üzüge qarayamadım. Onlara muşu guvalıq berip keyin qandaq onların üzüge qarayman, uruq tuqqalarım üzüge dep. Şu onların endelemey mən 20 gün geçe oylandım. Keyin Türkiye'ye berip dedim, meylemdim, meni tuqqalarım, ballarım ağlasın, medyadan ağlasın, meni ağzımdan ağlamasın dep.
It was extremely difficult after arriving in Kazakhstan, after 15 months not seeing my own children. I couldn't look at their face. It was difficult. And I decided to speak up after I left Kazakhstan. And I couldn't tell them my experience. I thought it is better for them to hear from media than direct from me.
Men hazırgacha yürügüm yaram, men normal psikolojim bozuldu. Men hazırgacha normal yaşayamadım. Men bunu yaram, içimdeki yaram.
I am suffering from this deep pain, which is sustained in my heart inside. I'm not normal. I'm still psychologically, I'm not normal any longer. I'm suffering.
I don't want to add to your suffering. Can you tell us whether there are any other impacts on your health other than this very obvious mental suffering?
Әмді мүші hazır sizinki özünüzü bayam sözləyəndə özünüzün psixolog cəhətdəki normal bulanmağanlığınız və hazırki мүші azaplarınızdan başqa, əmdə sizin yəni texmo bu suallar bilən azaplaşını biz müxalamayımız. Özünüzün başqa yəni salametçilikdə qandaq bir özgürüşlər oldu.
Salametligim bunu Fransa'ya kelganimga yetay bo'ldi. Fransiyada şu yurak kasal bilan qon besimim bor. Hem tuberkuloz
Madam Interpreter, will you ask if she'd like a break? And if she does, we'll take one.
I suffer from heart problem, high blood pressure, And also I have tuberculosis. I suffer from tuberculosis as well. I've been in France for about 7 months now. I asked whether she needed a break.
Okay.
Yeah. But then aram elip
Yok.
onun günü.
Yok.
No, I can continue. Because I survived the China's camp, the concentration camp, and of course I can bear.
Can you tell me again, the 14-year-olds, the young girls, you said they were treated the same. Were these children also subject to similar experiences? Were children raped, to your knowledge?
Siz bu 14 yaşlıq balalarını heç qandaq fərq yox, oxşaş zulmğa uçurdu dediniz. Sizcə, sizin bilişinizcə, şu balalarmı oxşaş basqınçılıqqa uçurdu?
Onu mən bilməyəm, o qızlarla birinci qətim köygəndə 14 yaş qız. Bək sözləmətdə oturub jığladı.
I don't know. The child who was 14 years old never spoke. She sat there just crying.
So they didn't answer when you asked them whether they were raped?
Siz onlardan sorğan vaxtda ular sizə o doğruluq cavab vermədi.
Yoxda sözləş mümkün emas. Həm də yenimiz otağan mındaq tamğa qarab, o boruna qarab sözləyimiz pis avazda, az pes avazda. Həm də həmisi bilan mındaq da sözləşəməyimiz, yenimiz otağala bilan sözləşələyimiz.
It's impossible to communicate with everyone. We have to sit facing the glass wall toilet. We could only quietly speak to the girls next to it, so nearby, close by.
Saqçılar dətdi, sizlər diqqət qılınlar gəplərinlərə, sizlərlə menanlarını körələyimiz. Bir menanlarını emas, sizlərlə ki, avazınlarını muşa kiçikkin qarna nimlərini körələyimiz, toçuklarını. Bir biz köməyimiz, sizlərni Beijingdə otağın başqalarını körətdi də daim aşı gəplərini qılatdı.
The police repeatedly warned us that they can see through our brain. They could see through everything, every little dots on our face. He said even in Beijing they can see you. So that was repeatedly, we were repeatedly warned that we must be careful about speaking to one another because we were constantly watched.
Mən özüm Xitayca deməyə düşənməyəndikən əşət qızlar tərcümə qılıb verətdi. Şu avazlarını tərcümə qılan, avazlarını aşağı labada anlaplar, jüqrəb saqçılar kim sözlədərdi, qızlar Gülbar dətdi. Mən dedim, həm də mən Xitayca bilmən, nimdə var deb tərcümə qılıb verdi desəm, sözləməzdən tamda tudadı, tamda 4 saatlap mən tudum tamda.
Every time when I asked the girls to translate what was told, because I didn't speak Chinese, when the order came through the transmitter, the loudspeaker, so I asked the girls to tell me what it was said, and then after the police would just run, the guard would run and came, ask who was speaking, and everyone said it was me, and many times I was forced to stand facing the wall like 4 hours for just talking to other girls.
Thank you. Yeah. You have been told that the arm of the Chinese state is very long. You have been told that Beijing might see you when you were in the prison. Who do you think could see you there? What did you fear?
Siz bayam dediniz, bizning qo'llarimiz uzun nega basan, biz seni tapa alaymiz. Anandan keyin masalan aşağıda o'taganda bu Beijingdagilar seni ko'ralaydi deb shunaq debdi. Sizce siz qo'rqdingizmi? Sizce kim sizni ko'ralaydi? Shuni o'zingiz tahmin qildingizmi?
Albatta, men nurg'un o'sha Kamerun lagerda bo'lganda o'yladim ham sirtqa chiqibman. Menanki mushu ko'gan ish qilgan deb sen bilan men ko'taramasdan mayli dunyoni aldib meni Xitoy o'ltasin deb qo'rqmay hozirgacha davatman. Men albatta Xitoydan qo'rqmayman.
Yes, when I was there in detention, and also after I left the detention, I knew that they were after me, and the threat is there. But for me, up until today, I've been saying that I don't care if I die, even if they kill me. I want to tell all the disgraceful, inhuman treatment, not just myself, but others as well.
Bir men ölsem milyonlagan aşı lagerda yatgan, beguna yatgan qarindoshlarni saqlab qolayman deb o'ylayman.
I believe sacrificing my own life might be able to save those millions of my fellow Uyghurs who are locked up in camps.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
I have two very quick questions. When you say Beijing could see you, they spoke Mandarin. What word did they use?
Benim ikki sualım var. Bir sualım sizga muştaq. Beijingni seni ko'ralaydi degan vaqtda siz men Xitoycha bilmayman dedingiz. Qandaq sizga buni anglatdi?
Eşaktaki kızlar hem de verim sorayımız nem dedi de yenimde otagan kızlar bu nakşa günüge bir otamasın nakşı gün oladıydı o 5 Xitayning marş nakşıların ögünümüz şu arlıkta kızlar da berdi tercüme. Yenimde otagan Uyghur kızlar.
The girls who sat next to me translated, interpreted for me. Every time when we had to, during the day we were constantly forced to sing those 5 red songs, and during that period they would explain to me what was said.
Okay, your family was sent a letter on 25th of May 2017, and in that letter they charged you with terrorism. Had you signed a document whilst you were in this camp at that point?
Sizningki ailingizga shu yo'llagan xatda bu 2017-yili 25-may sizni shu terrorga chetilgan degan. Moshuni siz qo'l qo'ypaqdingizmi?
Yo'q, qo'l qo'ymadim. Nim bo'lsa men o'ltasi mayli men o'ltasin. Men uchun meniki tuqqanlar mening bolalarim azob chekmasin dedimda qo'l qo'ymadim.
No, I refused to sign. I thought they could kill me, but I didn't want my children, my relatives suffer as a result.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask you a little bit about the medicines that you took. You were given regular medicines every 10 days or so. Did they look the same, or were there different types?
Siz şu doğru doğruluk dediniz, her bir 10 günde doğru belgellik. Bu doğru her bir ağa vaxtınlardı ki bu doğru oxşaş doğru mu değil? Ya biraz farkı battı mı işken doğrularının?
Yo'q, o'xshash doğruda ham o'zlariniki suvi batı, suyini beradi bir stakanda. Hammamiz bir stakandan ichdik.
All looked the same, and they also gave us a glass of water. We would just take those pills with a glass of water.
Right. And then on one occasion you said you were given 20 pieces of medicine. Did they also all look the same, or were there different types?
Siz bir qitim bana 20 talğıdək doğru bəd edəbsiz. Bu doğrular hemsi oxşaş görünətdimi ya farqlıq mıdır?
20 tal doğru o axırkı günü çıqırmız degan günü 3 gün men bana bəd o vitaminlar. Ular oxşamaydı. O burunqu bergen dorilarga oqşmaydı.
Those were different. They prescribed me during the time that after I was released, that 3 days I was kept in hospital. And so those were vitamins. It's different from what I took during the detention.
Okay. And you also said you had a drip. What color was the fluid that they were giving you?
Asmakul saldı depsiz. Asmakul, kandak asmakul de onu bilemsiz. Kandak asmeti.
Kimiga mağa mı? Yok mağa asmak olsa mı de? Yok. Doktorxanda mı?
Doktorxanda asmakul.
Yok, doktorxanda samı da bizge 10 günde bir haftada bir darı beredi, 10 günde bir meyde kan elip meşek saladı. Hemmemizge. Onu
Ama
biz
sizge
bilmeyiz.
nime asmakul?
Asmakul samı da yok. Başka kızlar saldı mağa yok.
Yeah. No, I never had a drip in hospital anywhere. But once every 10 days, they draw blood, and all of the girls in the cell we had to give blood.
Sorry, it does say she was given vitamins and drips.
Bu
40.
bayanatta sizin kemi vitamin, kuvvetlendirdiğin onundaki nime asmakul. Okul saldı depti.
Yok. Okul samıda da darı berdi. Darı.
Ams tercümanlıqda xatalık boluş gerek.
Tercümanda hata boluş gerek. Tercümanda.
Possibly lost in translation, but I was never given drip.
Just one more quick question. You said sometimes you were taken to a hospital, and then on one occasion you said prison hospital. Was it the same hospital, or did you have to travel out to another hospital?
Siz şu doktorxanaga apa dediniz. Doktorxan nime türme doktorxanası mı ya doktorxanın sırtıdı mı? Türmenin sırtıdaki doktorxan mı? O hemisi oxşaşma erqetin bağa yerimiz.
Yok, oxşamaydı. O yaxtama kamerlar var. Bir qavatlik. O doktorxana keyin qizlar biledik o doktorxanani. Tağının o'ttirsida chatlarda sap türmüler silinib ketgan. 1-chi, 5-chi, 6-chi türmüler hemmisi türmening o'ttirsidagi doktorxana. Bu yoqda normal odam kiramaydi, saplıqda jinoyatchilar. Men asha doktorxanaga dedim, jig'ni sep o'ltagan doktorxana açdıq.
4 yil qıtında şu yerga apağan.
4 yil qıtım eşedim.
The hospital where I was taken, located on the top of the mountains and surrounded by other detention centers, including number 5 and other camps. The so-called patients are all prisoners. We're all prisoners. That is the secure prison hospital that no ordinary people can go there.
Thank you.
So all 4 occasions I was there. I was taken there.
Thank you. Were the women forced to undergo abortion in the prison impregnated by rape?
Şu türmede jaryanida ayollar basqınçılık uçrab, qo'zg'ida qilib qilib, uningdikin şu balını tushirayotgan ahvolni bilamsiz, ko'rdingizmi?
Yo'q, undaqlarni ko'rdim, yo'q.
No, I don't know.
Were the various medical examinations that you had to undergo for the purpose of monitoring your health or for some other reason?
Endi har qitimda sizningki tan salomatligingizni tekshirish, har xil o'xshamagan tekshirish qilganda sizcha sizning salomatligingizningki ko'ngil bo'lganligi uchun qildimi yoki boshqa niyat bilan qildimi sizcha?
Yo'q, albatta boshqa niyatlar bilan qildik.
Of course not for my health, it's definitely for other reasons.
Thank you. And last question. What do you think the point of the torture and the sexual violence was? What were the prison guards, the police officers, seeking to achieve? Why did they do this?
Bular şu lagerning içideki ayollarga qarşı bu kadar zoravallık qilish, bosqinchilik qilish, bundaq zulm qilishdagi maqsad nima? Bular zaten nimaga erishmoqchi bu qilish orqali?
Şu Uyg'urlarni yo'qotish, Uyg'urlarga shu genotsid qilyotdi. Qanday savol dedingiz? Unutib qoldim.
Endi bularni qilishdagi ularning maqsadi nima? Yana shunaq bosqinchilik qilib, bu qadar zulm qilib, buningda endi ularni nimaga erishmoqchi bu qadar zulm qilishniki maqsadi nima?
Shu nomusimizni tushirish ularning maqsadi shu bizniki vujudimizni yo'q qilish.
Is to destroy us, to disgrace and humiliate the Uyghurs, and they are carrying out this genocide against Uyghur people.
Thank you. Can I just revert to the previous question? If the purpose of the medical examination was not to monitor your health, do you have any idea, can you speculate even, why they might have been carrying out these examinations?
Endi bayamqi yana savolga kelsak, agarda bu tekshirishlar sizning sog'lomligingizni maqsad qilmagan bo'lsa, sizce o'zingizningki o'yingiz bo'yicha, ko'z qarashingizcha bu tekshirishninki maqsadi nima?
Bizde 3 ayda bir avtobuslar, nurg'un yangi avtobuslar turadi. Bizni har bir kameradan qancha odam bo'lsa 40 odamni bir avtobusga o'tiriblar, tekshirishga maxsus video deydi, videoga deydi, shu videoga bir tushiradi. Uningdagi tushirib kelgandan keyin 2-3 kundan keyin bölüşke başladı. Bilmeyim nima sebep.
Well, once every 3 months, buses arrived at the camp, and we were taken to those buses, like 40 women on the same bus, taken to this check-up place. They did ultrasound, we say bicha, which is the ultrasound, and then we brought back. And soon after that, they would regroup people. I didn't know what was the purpose of doing that.
Thank you. Actually, one more question, if you permit me. In your statement, there is evidence of, I believe, a young woman who had a kidney missing, I assume removed. Do you have any more information about that?
Sizningki bayanatınızda hem bayam degeninizde bir kızınki şu börkünü evetkenlikini köydüm, yenimde otağın kızının börkünü ev tuttu dediniz. Bu doğruluk yani başkaça bir bizge uçur berelemsiz.
Ya ben bilmeyen kirgenlikin o kızının battıke yenimde otadı. 25 yaş kız qarsam kan eqib turdi, mana suluh haltini is qo'yibdi. Keyin azken asta kashlada asta nim bo'ldi desam shu börügimni oldi dedi. O'shada dejurniy hipokrizlar bor. Ashlar suluh haltini qonlar, jiringlar to'shib ketsa, elib oborni to'kitib, yana shunal is qo'ydi. Uni men uni so'rashga u yoqda mumkinchilik yo'q.
Endi hozirlikni siz qanday o'zingiz faraz qilasiz deydi. Farazini so'rayapti.
Uni albatta butkul dunyo biladi. Hemen bizmi o'sha biladi, organlarni oladi. Organlarni oldi. Hem jig'ni sep, o'sha doktorxonim jig'ni sep uxiltib o'ltiryapti, ularning organ oldi.
Well, I saw this young lady who was sitting next to me, and I saw the plastic bag hanging. There was blood. They had to come and exchange. The nurse would come and exchange it. And later, I asked her at night quietly, what happened to you? And she said, my kidney was removed. Of course, everyone should know, the whole world should know that they are taking organs of the prisoners. I know that the women there are waiting to be injected to death, giving injection to death, and even them, the organs would be removed.
Thank you. One just further question about the young woman whose kidney was missing. Is the witness aware as to whether she had a kidney infection or some other ailment prior to other? In other words, was the kidney, as far as she knows, healthy before its removal?
Bu müşiyenimiş kızık kesek, bu kızınki böğrükünü evetti, böğrükümünü evetti deptu. Bu böğrükününki keseldin bir yallıqlanış, birinin boğallıqdan alınğan mı ya başka məqsəddən alınğan mı? Bunu bu kız bilətti mi, sizge düşendirpədi mi?
Yo'q, u yoqda tushundirpamidi. U doktorxonada bak nima u yoqda Xitoylar dejurni bo'lib turdi. Xitoylar qarab turdi, shu u yoqda mumkin emas so'zlash.
It's impossible to talk more or they can explain anything because the Chinese always on duty and watching, and no, it wasn't possible.
Okay. Sorry, apologies, Sir Geoffrey, if I may just ask one further question. In regard to your previous response, was it common knowledge? Was it discussed? Were you aware of the practice of forced organ harvesting within the prison system or indeed beforehand?
Hem şu türmelerin içinde sizin bilişinizce insanlar şu mecburi organ ivatqanlığı, yani o mecburi organların elip sitvatqanlık, etkesçilik qıvatqanlık bu doğrusunda özürü biletti mi şu türmelerin içinde edimledi?
Biletti. Ve lagerlarda sözleşettik.
Yes, there were discussion happened even in prison. Regarding organ harvesting.
Ben üzemden ki beni öldürdü, organlarımı aldı da ben kütüp oturattım üzemden könümde.
I even expected that they might take my organs away and kill me.
Just a further question on that. Could you explain why this fear existed? Where was the information in regard to that concern coming from?
Siz hem de müşü doğruluk yani biraz düşündürüp berəlemsiz. Qandaq nemi səbəbdən bu işki əzalarımızın evaldı degen bu ənsizcilik buladı, endeç buladı. Bu uçurlar nədən kilətdi sizlərə ya başqalarına?
U yoqdan da istizla bir şey xaltı kedirip açıq ketdi, qaytıb kirmegəndən keyin biz endiş qılatdıq. Yo'qolib ketdi, hem de saq qız, 20-30 yaşlı qız. Onun nim gerek, şu organla gerek. Yo'qolib ketdi deganda keldi biz bilatdik ular. Sizatdik.
Şu bilgi sizlarga öz anlağı qandaq keladi ya öz anlağı farzinglarni başqalarga.
Özümüzün hem de sırtdami aşağıdaki vatandagi qizlar keyin kirgan qizlardan uçurlarni aladik.
Well, every time when the girls aged 20, 30 years old are taken away and never returned, we had that concern that they were all healthy and suddenly disappeared. And we did have these thoughts about they might have their organs harvested or taken. Yeah.
And insofar as the witness is aware, and I appreciate this may be difficult to know, were the young women who were taken away, had they been subject to medical examination at some prior point?
Muşu qızlarını ketişninki, andi yo'qolib ketishninki oldida, shu oldida muşu doktor tekshirish muşu ishlar bo'ladimi? Shu demakchi bo'lgani shu doktor tekshirishdan keyin oz kun o'tmasdan yo'qolib ketadimi shunaqa. Şu doktorga aparattı, videoyu düşüretti, keyin kelib bizni böletdi. Yaşlarını ayrım, çoğlarını ayrım. Şu vaqtda biz biletdik, hamda video düşegende qizlar biletdi. Ha, yani bir ishlar bakanda detdi. Well, it happened soon after the medical examination. We were taken for a medical examination and ultrasound. After ultrasound, the girls already know that maybe something is going to happen. So soon after, we were all regrouped, we age group regrouped, and then there were girls disappeared.
And were there any older women who disappeared, or was the predominance of disappeared women younger in the 20 to 30 year age group?
Bu yo'qolib ketganlar asosliq shu yoshlarmidi 20-30 yoshlik qiyirlarmi bordimi?
Yo'q, asosi yoshlar.
Predominantly young women, not elderly.
Thank you, Sir Jeffrey.
This is a related question. You say in your testimony, you spoke earlier about when you were in hospital, there were people wearing orange clothes. How many of those were there? And what proportion of the people there had orange clothes? And secondly, you say that a roommate told you that they were sent for sleeping, in quotes, death, in other words. What was the source of her information? How did she know what happened to the people in orange clothes?
Siz bayan shu juz rang kiygan kishi qizlar to'g'risida gap qildingiz va bularninki eng oxirida o'g'il silib o'ltirib o'tadiganligini uqdim dedingiz. Bu uchur sizga qanday keldi? Siz qanday bildingiz bularninki shu ham qancha kishini ko'rdingiz misolga shu nima kiygandan?
Ben 2 kishini ko'rdim. Men kirgan vaqtda 1 soatdan keyin men hamda yangi kirgan vaqt doktorxonaga bir qizni yuzima rangni ochiq ketdi. Yanımda bir ayturam deydigan bir qiz o'tirgan 41 yoshlik. Kechda soat 7larda naqshi o'yindigan bor. Shu naqshini yezib o'sha o'rgatdi menga. Naqsh etayotgan vaqtda o'sha qiz dedi, siz ko'rdingizmi? Hozir cüz rayonunda açık getirdi dedi. Ya köydüm desem şu kız dedi uxultup öldürdü de. Uxultup öldürdü de. Keyin öz uxulmamdaki desem ya hazır atmaydı işte uxultup de. Hem 2 adamını köydüm.
In total I saw 2. One was on the day when I was admitted in that hospital. Soon after they took this orange vest, the girl who was wearing an orange vest, taken out. And the girl who was teaching me the song during the singing session, and she used that opportunity and told me that, did you see that orange vest girl taken out and she is going to be put to sleep? And I thought, can't she sleep herself? And he said, no, she will be put to sleep forever. So now they don't execute prisoners by shooting through lethal injection.
And what age was the girl who was taken away, a woman who was taken away?
Mushu juz rang nim kiygan qizninki yash turami qanchalikda, qancha yoshlarda dedi?
40'larda var mümkün. 40 yaşlarda.
I think possibly 40.
40.
Possibly 40.
Can I ask you too about the Kazakh government? Did the Kazakh government make any efforts to get you released before you were finally released? I understand that they were involved in your release. And after you were released, did they show any interest in your case and how you'd been treated as a Kazakh citizen?
Şu türmede jarayonida Qozaq hökuməti, yəni sizin hökumətiniz sizni şu türmədən ep çıxış üçün bir tirişçanlıq göstərdimi? Bilməm, siz ən axırda qutuldunuz, yəni Qozaq dövlətinin garajlarını boğalığınız üçün, amma şu jarayonida siz çıxış üçün bir tirişçanlıq göstərdimi? Siz chiqqandan keyin yana sizni qo'g'dash uchun bir tirishchanlik ko'rsatdimi?
Mening ismimni Xitoycha yozgandan keyin shifrli nomer bergandan keyin balkim konsulliklar izlagan-ku, Бірақ менің исмim u yoqda pasportning nomeri yo'q. Shuning uchun yo'q deb ularni avatgan-ku deb o'zim o'ylayman. Biroq mushu kelgan xatlar hammasi ministrlar balalarga xat yozgan vaqtda o'sha yozgan xatlari kelgan balalarimga hammasida yozig'liq. Shu biz izlayapmiz, surishtiryapmiz. Bizga undaq odam yo'q deydi. Yana bir haftada yana xat yozsa, o terroristga qatnashgan, shuningga so'roq tatib yetibdi deydigan işte xatlar keldi. Oxirsida endi men Qozog'istonga kelibman. 20 kun uyda bo'lsam, meni Qozog'iston tarafdan birlari kelib so'rab, nima bo'ldi, bir yarım yil nima deb hech kim so'rab uyga kelgan yer yo'q. Albatta men Qozog'iston grajdani bo'lgandan bek ichimdan
the letters that was written by my after the ministers or the other organization received letters from my children pleading their help, and they replied that we are looking for her, we are searching for her. I suspect that because they changed my ID completely after I was detained. They gave me the Chinese ID and changed my name. It is possible that they were told that no such named person detained there, and that could be the case. But after I arrived in Kazakhstan, and for 20 days, after missing for over 15 months, no one ever came to ask me about my well-being. And of course, being a Kazakhstan citizen, it hurt me deeply. I feel very disappointed and very sad.
And one brief question. You were talking earlier about the letter of 25th May 2017, which went to your family, setting out the terrorist offences. Who was it who sent that letter? Was it the Department of the Chinese government that sent it?
Yani bayaqı nimaga kelsak, sizningki shu yo'llagan Xitoycha yozgan xat 2017 yılı 5 ayninki 25 kuni yazılgan bu xat. Bu kimden yollangan? Bunu shu Xitoy hukumatininki qaysi bölümüden yollangan?
Men bilmayman, bu xat bilan uyga kelibdi. Balalarga kelibdi. İçimde konvert qilib.
Police Bureau, this is stamped. I don't know.
Right,
it's because
yes,
it is Chinese.
Yeah.
So I just looked at it in Chinese. It's Gonganting, Xinjiang Rewards Gonganting. It's a Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, the Public Security Bureau.
Public Security Bureau.
Could you share that document? Sorry. Could you share that document with us, please?
Bizge berelemsiz şunu.
Bu orijinal men kopya qilib beray.
This is the original one. I can give you a copy.
2 or 3, sorry, have you finished?
No, I was just going to say I finished this.
2 or 3 short questions. When blood was taken from you, did the person taking the blood ever have difficulty in finding a suitable vein in order to take the blood?
Kopyası.
I beg your pardon, I didn't hear
Yes.
clearly.
When blood was being taken from you, did the person taking the blood ever have difficulty in finding a suitable vein from which to take it?
Şu sizden her qitim qan ağa vaqtdamış, qan aldığanlar sizden tomurunuzni tapamay qiynalgan vaqtlar boldumi?
Yo'q, ular chapsal oladi, biz bilmayman, kichkina tushib qo'limizni chiqarib to'qiydi.
No, not really. They were very skilled. We just stretch our arm from that hole, and then they would just take it.
Men hayron qoldig'im, ular bir palay bilan 40 odam bo'lsa, 40 odamning hammasini palayni yashmatda oshtaqla oladi. Bir-birimizdan bir og'riqlar juqatdi mumkin deb biz
O nimeden qo'lingizni chiqargan ko'raladingizmi?
Yo'q, ko'rmadik. Ko'rmadik, hamda biroq biz men ketsam, biroqlar qizni palayni yeshib unda qilmaydi, biroqlar oladi.
Yeah, what surprised me was that when they took blood from 40 women at the same time, and they never even changed the glove, the disposable glove. They just using the so fast and quick.
Second, did you ever hear of women who were subjected to forced abortion or who were sexually assaulted or raped fighting back?
Әшәд вақтыңызда мүші аяланыңки қосуғыдың балдардың түшіргенлігіне аныңыныңкин forced abortion and becoming retired.
Sexual assaults and rape.
Onunkin мүші яна басқыншылықлар ұшырғалдық тоғырсызда аңладыңыз mı?
Әлбәттә аңладым, басқыншылық тураланың аңладым. Һәм балаларны төшереп етеп, шу қан аққан вакытта дары берді тоқтап қалды. Һәм үшінші ең аялла, бір күн болған аялла, балалары нәді білмеймін, оланын әкіледі. Әкелген вақыт сүттері аққан вақыт олағын дары берді, сүті бір саат тоқтайды.
Yes, there were women who were subjected to, abortion, aborting their unborn baby, and also rape. As I have mentioned in my statement. And I would like also just add this, there were women who were brought in soon after giving birth, and they had milks was still dripping, and they also were given pills to stop that.
The question was, did any of those women ever fight back physically against what was being done to them?
Әсілі суал мен баям тазы яқшы аңлайымай қаптымы. Бұла қаршы шыққанны көдіңіз мұ шылаға? Мұшында қығалығы үшін өзге басқыншылық қығалығы, балдарын түшіріп әткерлігі мұшының қаршы қығала ба мы?
Бір қызны мен көдім, қаршы шыққан, сілі мені бекуна мен солдыңладым, солдыңла деген вақытта. O kızını bek katıq urgan vaqtda iki қоланы, iki putuğa çetip koyup, kız ömlep, o borno bir ömlep aşta qıp jüde. O kızını daimla aşta qarаңғы үйләгі солғандан кейін, o kız Hürriyet деген 27 yaş kız aş kızını ölgünü biz gördük.
Yes, one of the women shouted back that I am innocent, and then they fixed her hand and the ankle, so she had to bow in that position. So each time when she went to toilet, she had to crawl like that to go to toilet. Eventually, she was beaten to death. Her name is Hürriyet.
Gulbahar Yelilova, thank you very much for giving evidence at the tribunal today. Your evidence is now finished.
Siz bugün bizge məşə bəgən bayanatlarınızdan, suallarımızga bəgən cavablarınızdan intayın məmnun olduk. Sizge köp rəhmət. And tügedi.
Mr. Sabi, could you arrange for documents to which the witness has referred to be made available, checking first as necessary that will not endanger anyone else?
We'll do that.
Thank you. The next witness?
The next witness, Mr. Chairman, is Mr. Nathan Ruser. Dr. Zamit Borda will be questioning the witness.
Nathan Ruser is a researcher with the Australian Strategic Policy Institute's International Cyber Policy Centre. His research on the nature, scale and growth of the camps, as determined through satellite imagery, has been featured in many international media outlets. He has also published on the destruction of Uyghur cultural and religious heritage in Xinjiang. In his report, or rather reports, he provides details of the different strands of his research, including analyzing the situation in Xinjiang around tracking the floor space of 30 detention facilities in Xinjiang, analyzing the destruction of Uyghur cultural and religious heritage in Xinjiang, examining and mapping the location of over 380 different suspected detention facilities across Xinjiang that have been constructed or expanded since 2017, and most recently, tracking the changing and declining birth rates in Xinjiang. Nathan, Ruser, welcome first and foremost. I understand you have a presentation for us.
Good morning, thank you for having me. Not a presentation, just a quick speech.
Thank you,
If
please
that's
go
all
ahead.
right. Okay, cool. So essentially, yeah, I'm a researcher at the Australian Strategic Policies. I'm at the Australian Strategic Policy Institute in Canberra. And one of the things that we've been trying to do throughout our work in Xinjiang is take a lot of these sort of disparate reports and trying to quantify them. So that's involved in that cultural destruction, in the camp networks especially. We've tried to sort of get an idea of a whole region-wide picture of the situation there through generally open source and satellite means. So this started in 2018 and with a project that was mostly done in sort of our free time. And this was looking at the floor space of about, we actually looked at about 100 camps, but only 30 got published on. And what that showed was there was sort of continuing and in fact accelerating growth for these camps to mid-2018 when we started looking. Then in the last 2 years, yeah, we've focused a lot more on trying to look at it a lot more comprehensively. So our first report was sort of attempting to locate and identify what we believe is the vast majority of the detention facilities across Xinjiang. And I'm sure there'll be questions later on the methodologies there, so I might expand on that later. But we basically were able to locate over 380 different facilities across the country. Across the region. We only looked at facilities that were newly constructed since 2017 or had been expanded since 2017. And so to put that into context, and this isn't a one-to-one comparison, but I think it helps to contextualize these numbers. Those camps that we found represent one new detention facility for every 37,000 indigenous people in Xinjiang, so Uyghurs, Kazakh, Kyrgyz, a bunch of those other indigenous nationalities. And by comparison, in New York, there are about 2,080,000 Black Americans. So applying that ratio to New York City, would see more than 55 detention and prison camps built just for Black Americans, just in New York City, just since 2015. Over 55. So it's a huge number. And one of the other things that we tried to do in this report was develop a typology of these facilities. So we sort of noticed distinct architectural trends within them, and so we split them into 4 different facilities, from 1, the least secure, to 4, the most secure, and what appear to be prison-like facilities. What we also, and journalists and observers have only ever been taken to the lowest security facilities, and until 2019, when these facilities began to sort of desecuritize and decommission in some cases, they were only taken to a very small number of those lower security facilities. So it can be very clear that sort of the access that international observers, diplomats and journalists have had to Xinjiang is only in this very small part of the detention regime more generally. In 2019, we noticed that a number of those lower security facilities begun to be desecuritized and in some cases decommissioned. But we also noticed that a number of high security facilities were showing signs of construction and expansion. And this corroborates reports from victims and other sources that a lot of the detainees in those lower security re-education facilities were either being released, generally into sort of some form of like village or neighborhood detention, or into coerced labor conditions. But those ones that sort of weren't being released from those facilities were being sentenced to higher security prison camps. And so these are the ones with like very high walls and watchtowers around the whole edge. What we were able to also find was some very clear notes between sort of the camp to forced labour pipeline. And that's actually been shown recently by some journalists quite well, with sort of Nathan Vandercliffe, I think his name is a Canadian journalist. And recently he went to Lop County in Khotan and sort of found that directly adjacent to one of our detention centres, there was a large factory complex. And in fact, the factory complex stretched about 5 kilometres beyond the edge of the detention centre. And along that whole sort of perimeter, there was high barbed wire fencing with CCTV cameras every couple of hundred metres. Beyond that, I think what's important to note about this carceral regime is because there is such a large number of facilities, and we've heard from a lot of victims that very minor things can end up with you being detained. I think there needs to be a broader understanding of how this sort of background of detention props up the entire coercive system of government in Xinjiang, where sort of any slight against the government or any sort of statement that could be perceived as against the government authorities could result in your detention. Because of that, there's sort of, in my opinion, there's not really such thing as consent in Xinjiang anymore, whether it is within or outside of the camps, because sort of if you say no, then that is reason for you to be detained in these camps. And we've heard sort of the conditions and how horrific a lot of those conditions are. We also looked more distinctly at cultural destruction and the idea of cultural genocide. So for our methods there, we looked at about 1,000 different cultural sites that we found through a mix of point of interest databases, old heritage journals that had been published in Xinjiang, and also sort of this random stratified search method that looked at sort of every county in Xinjiang and tried to find mosques and religious sites in it. And what we found was about a third of the mosques had been demolished, about a third of the mosques had been damaged, generally sort of through this rectification campaign where the authorities had removed the minarets and the minarets and the present from the mosques. And these were similar results these are similar rates of destruction and damage that we found in other sacred sites like mazars, tombs, graves, and cemeteries. And this was relatively uniform across Xinjiang. There were some areas with less destruction, namely Urumqi and Kashgar City, and we suspect those were sort of lower rates of demolition because they're sort of in many cases they've been sort of Disneyfied and theme parkified into this tourist city. But what we did find actually quite interesting was that the destruction of cemeteries seemed to be quite a local matter. So, for example, we estimate that between 400 and 500 cemeteries in Aksu Prefecture, which were about 40%, which were over 50% of the ones that we looked at, had been demolished. And similar, there are many counties in Khotan where the vast majority of cemeteries had been demolished. But there are other areas of Xinjiang, such as Kashgar, where that didn't seem to be taking place so much. So one example I want to talk about specifically on that cultural genocide front is that of Ordam Mazar, which is this 1,000-year-old sacred site sort of between, in the desert outside of Kashgar. It's about 20 kilometers from the nearest cultivated area. And sort of that's always been the site of a large pilgrimage in Xinjiang. And in 2002 or 1999, in that early 2000s era, the site was closed, and sort of people were just sneaking in at night to do that pilgrimage. But we found that the entire facility, the entire sort of community, the mazar itself and the village that was surrounding it was entirely demolished in December 2017. So every single building in that sort of area had been razed. And this is sort of that necessitated sort of taking bulldozers through 20 kilometers of sand dunes and such to conduct that demolition. What we also found was that was about the same time that a prominent anthropologist in Xinjiang, Rahil Dawood, she was also detained in December 2017. And a lot of her body of work had been studying that shrine and other pilgrimages in Xinjiang. Another interesting thing that we found was that throughout northern Xinjiang, in the period from sort of 2012 to 2015, a lot of mosques had actually been sort of revitalized. They'd been reconstructed with a lot more prominent Islamic architecture, and that I can't speculate as to why that was, but it was a trend that we definitely saw throughout the northern part of Xinjiang. And then 2 years later in 2017, you sort of started seeing that reversed, and you started seeing mosques that just got rebuilt 2 years ago being demolished or being sort of having a lot of those renovations removed. And so I think in a good way that sums up some of those, I guess, attitudes towards Uyghur culture and traditions is a speech from the Deputy Secretary of Aksu Prefecture, Madan Mugai, and they called on government departments to waste no time in guiding the masses to change their customs and abandon closed, backwards, conservative and ignorant customs. So that was their defense for the reason that they demolished a lot of those cemeteries. And sort of that shows that sort of, it gets referred to a lot in Chinese documents, that sort of human quality element that sometimes has this racial tinge to it, sometimes it doesn't. The final report I'd like to briefly talk about in the statement is our birth rates report. And basically what we found was, what was widely known was that the birth rate in Xinjiang had declined precipitously since 2017, specifically since 2018, because these policies started taking place in May and June 2017. So they started affecting the birth rate in 2018. But what we found was throughout Xinjiang, there was about a half decline. So about the birth rate had effectively halved in 2 years. I think it was 48.75%. I'd have to check that number. But it was something around that. And what we also found was that decline had almost exclusively been occurring in Uyghur areas, in areas where there was sort of high indigenous percentage of the population. So, for example, when we just looked at the indigenous majority counties, we saw this really sharp decline in birth rates. So, for example, comparing the 2018 birth rate, which is the last year that full data was released, there are about 160,000 fewer children born in Uyghur majority and indigenous majority counties than would be expected based on sort of an average birth rate baseline from prior to the crackdown. Whereas in Han majority counties in Xinjiang, of which there are quite a few, the birth rate had stayed pretty much stable. In fact, there were about 3,000 more children born than what you'd expect. So what we sort of showed is across Xinjiang, not only are you seeing this sort of unprecedented decline in the birth rate, and from all of our research, we were unable to find a similar decline in such a quick period in any part of the world since 1950. So it should be noted that, like a lot of places that have experienced genocide don't keep good birth rate statistics, but we did find some good stuff from the Khmer Rouge, where the Cambodian government had done surveys after the genocide to sort of work out this demographic effect, and we found that throughout the Khmer Rouge, the birth rate declined by about 30% among this cohort of, I think it was women that were aged in their 20s at the time of the genocide. So you've seen sort of the birth rate decline in Xinjiang being a much greater rate than what you saw in Cambodia during the Khmer Rouge. But not only is this decline sort of unprecedented and like precipitously steep, but it also is disproportionately affecting heavy indigenous communities in Xinjiang. We found evidence of government directives specifically saying these Uyghur-heavy 4 southern prefectures of Xinjiang, these are targeted with specific birth reduction campaigns. And we also found, sorry, I lost my train of thought. But yeah, we found that there was this incredible decline almost exclusively in Uyghur areas. And this birth rate decline had continued into 2019, where we were able to construct partial data from about half, a bit more than half, 50 to 60% of the counties in Xinjiang. And we found that this actually had very dramatically increased the decline in birth rate. So what you saw was sort of a period of about 20 years from 1990 to 2015, where the birth rate in Xinjiang remained quite stable at about 125% of what China's national birth rate average is. Then in the last 2 years, it's dropped precipitously to about 70 to 80% of what China's national birth rate is. And then this sort of goes counter to what we've seen the Chinese government authorities attempt to do in recent months and recent weeks even across the rest of China, which is encourage births, encourage Chinese women to have more children, and we've seen sort of very targeted policies across China to sort of pursue that goal in the last, it's honestly been the last few years that it's been mentioned, but only the last few months that that policy has really taken place. But in Xinjiang, we're seeing very, very deliberate efforts to sort of systematically lower the birth rate, especially and disproportionately affecting areas that are heavily Uyghur and heavily indigenous.
Thank you, Mr. Ruser. My questions are going to revolve mainly around the two reports, one on the detention system and the other on the report you just mentioned around birth rates and family deplanning. So starting with your work on documenting Xinjiang's detention system, where, as you told us, you have analyzed satellite data for over 380 different suspected detention facilities. In that report, you go on to state as follows. The available evidence suggests that many of the detainees in Xinjiang's re-education network are now being formally charged and locked up in higher security facilities. And my first question is just one about verification. How are you able to say that or to know that?
So from our perspective, we got that information from examining the satellite evidence, especially seeing these higher security, these generally sort of formal prisons or pre-trial detention sites actually expanding and constructing and sort of building more buildings in the region. But that was sort of, I don't think that is enough to prove what we were seeing on its own, but that also corroborated evidence that we were hearing from a lot of victims and victims' families, that sort of their relatives who were detained were sort of going from this re-education center and this political indoctrination center and formally being sentenced to prison sentences. And that was a thing that sort of especially picked up in 2019, but has continued still. So I think it would be fair to say that at least my assessment is, at the moment, the detention facilities are not at their greatest capacity, because I believe that a lot of people in the lower security facilities have been sort of released into those forced labor streams or sort of location control. But yeah, we definitely sort of, my understanding is that it seems likely that the rate of formal detention and prison sentences is increasing, and that's based on satellite imagery, but also victim testimony, and I think there has been some indication of it in official records, but I don't know that too well myself.
Okay, thank you. Because that then raises the question of what's the point, isn't it? So what's the point of re-educating students if they then end up in a high security facility?
Well, that would be just speculation from my part, but I would expect that, and it's definitely not all of the lower security people that did get sentenced to formal prison sentences. A lot of them were released into those labor streams or generally neighborhood or village detention. So I would suspect that it would be sort of the ones that showed adequate progress in those generally 18 months to 2 years of political re-education were released, and those that showed sort of insignificant or unsatisfactory progress in what China was attempting to teach them and indoctrinate them in were then sentenced to prison. That would be my guess, but that's pure speculation.
Thanks for that. Okay, so let us speak about those who showed progress and were released. With so many re-education camps in Xinjiang, given that they began operating since around 2017, I would say you would expect to see today a proportion of newly graduated and highly educated Uyghur students in Xinjiang. And with the documents that you have come across, do you know whether this is the case?
Well, highly educated probably isn't the correct word. A lot of this is political education and indoctrination, but also vocational training. So you've seen stuff like people that were previously highly educated, such as school teachers or nurses or doctors, being trained in vocational training, such as garment, factory, produce and stuff. And we certainly have seen a lot of people that appear to sort of be introduced into these government organised labour programs that are coming from what used to be detention sites. And we know that in part because of Chinese state media, so it's not the most sort of reliable source, but in here there's no reason for me personally to doubt that those people that they're showing are actually genuine graduates as they call them from these centres. And yeah, also the fact that a lot of sort of victims, families in the diaspora have sort of started reporting that some family members have been released. So yeah, that's my understanding of that.
Thanks for that. My next brief set of questions now relate to your other report on family deplanning, as it's called. So in your research on that matter and the changing birth rates in Xinjiang, you find that beginning April 2017, the Chinese Communist Party launched what you call a series of strike hard campaigns against illegal births in Xinjiang, with the explicit aim to decrease the birth rate in southern Xinjiang. You go on to say, however, that this policy is in stark contrast with the loosening of birth control restrictions elsewhere in China. So, first and foremost, would it be fair to say, therefore, that the PRC are specifically targeting Uyghur, Kazakhs, and other minorities in southern Xinjiang for this reduction in birth rates?
So that's a question that sort of we were seeking to answer. And it's increasingly difficult to answer that because less and less statistics are being released by the Chinese government. So prior to 2017, their sort of official statistical communique, the Xinjiang Statistical Yearbook, had tables of birth rates for each county, and it split that birth rate into the actual birth rate and the birth rate among ethnic minority, the Minzu people populations in the county. So you could very clearly see the difference between the overall birth rate and the generally Uyghur birth rate. Since 2017, that data has stopped being published, and they only provided the overall birth rate. And so that is why we sort of use this geographic perspective, because across the counties in Xinjiang, they range from about 4% Indigenous to 99.5% Indigenous. So by looking at the birth rate decline across that gradient of increasing Indigenous populations, we then could sort of infer sort of how that policy was affecting the birth rate of Uyghur people and other Indigenous nationalities in Xinjiang. And yeah, so what we found was a very clear correlation that the more Indigenous an area was, the further the birth rate had fallen since the crackdown, specifically since April 2017.
Thanks for that. And would you be able to tell from the documents you've come across whether such a policy would have been planned at the local, regional, or national level?
So it seems to be quite uniform. A lot of these policies are quite are not public. A lot of these directives. What we found referenced in a lot of family planning documents was specific reference to a Xinjiang-wide directive talking about the lowering of birth rate in 4 specific prefectures that were Uyghur majority. So that is Kyzyl, Kashgar, Hotan, and Aksu. Those 4 counties, which are predominantly Uyghur, we did find reference to Xinjiang-level directives trying to target a lower birth rate in those areas. But it should be noted that the birth rate did get lower quite uniformly outside of those 4 prefectures too.
Thank you. I've just got 2 further...
Majority areas, sorry, not overall. The Han counties showed a much lower rate of decline.
Thanks for that clarification. I've just got 2 further brief questions, if I may. The first is, you referred to it this morning here in the UK. You said that the birth rate decline in Xinjiang is unprecedented and precipitously steep. However, in your report, you suggest that this is aimed at reducing the population in Xinjiang. You never really use the term destroying that population. Is that correct?
Yes. So I think it's really difficult to sort of draw those implications just out of these statistics. And so we've generally been quite cautious in that. I think what this report shows, and especially the sort of disproportionate way in which Uyghur families are being affected, is that there is definitely sort of systematic campaigns to reduce the birth rate. And what it appears to be is that the birth rate in most of these areas now is below sort of what is necessary for their population to stay stable. And I think if you look at the 2018 and 2019 population figures, the birth rate for the overall population of Uyghurs has actually declined slightly. But it's there. I don't think personally I'm qualified based on the statistics research that we did to say whether there is intent there to destroy, or whether it is just to sort of politically control and limit the influence and reduce the population.
Thank you for that. And my final question is, you then go on to say, however, that the birth reduction, coercive birth control policies in Xinjiang should not be seen in isolation, but should also be seen in connection with other policies in the region, such as state-sponsored migration and other forms of population control. And you state that these policies aim to reduce the size of the Uyghurs and other indigenous populations and to dilute their social and political influence. And I'm not sure whether you're able or have the data to answer this, but or your own views. My final question is, and what's the overall final aim of that? Why is the government trying to reduce the Uyghur population and dilute its social and political influence?
So again, this is my personal belief, and I don't think we have the statistics to back this up. But my understanding is that I think the authorities in Xinjiang and the authorities in China more generally see Uyghurs specifically as a threat to the state. That ethnicity they see as a threat to the state. So they are taking measures to sort of, in one way, dilute them physically as far as what percentage of the population there are, and you've seen that through that birth rate decline, but also attempt to the remaining Uyghurs, because there doesn't appear to be a campaign of mass death as part of this crackdown. Sort of literally just outlaw a lot of aspects of Uyghur culture and Uyghur history. And we've seen that through the physical destruction of mosques, but we've also seen that through this detention regime backbone that sort of means that for long periods, if you were seen wearing a beard, you were liable to be thrown in a detention camp. So I think there is this sort of these parallel efforts to physically reduce the number of Uyghurs through birth control policies and birth rate reductions, but also to sort of make Uyghurs that remain less Uyghur and sort of forcibly assimilate them into the Han polity that sort of exists in Xinjiang.
Thank you, Mr. Ruser. Chair, over to you. Thank you.
You refer in the report on birth rates to scholar officials, and I think you mentioned 3 of them in particular, to all social scientists. And in the cultural destruction report, you mention a researcher at a CCP school, and also a public intellectual. And I wonder if you could tell us what the relationship in China is between academics and the government or other state authorities or party authorities.
So that's not my specific area of expertise. So you'd probably be better directing that question to someone more specifically an expert on that, but what I would say is that in a lot of these cases, the official government documents are not available to us, and we've sort of seen through some leaks how, in a way, explosive they are. But a lot of those sort of guiding philosophies do filter down to sort of publicly accessible, generally in party journals or the party journal of a university, where there is this sort of nexus between the scholarship and the official party membership of people. So I wouldn't be able to speak to how sort of strictly controlled those publications are, but I would say that if you were sort of a senior member and a senior lecturer at a party school, specifically what you write would be very much in line with what the government authorities have suggested and have sort of put forward.
And would you refer to things they've said which support government policies, which may either might be read as belittling to Uyghurs in their description of them, or describe what once might have been called a sort of civilizing mission in terms of female emancipation, for example, as an objective of the policies. So would you say that that is a role that those academics or scholar officials are playing, a sort of ideological role, justifying the policies?
I think in many ways those publications can sort of be seen as a window into these decision-making processes, and how sort of direct those relationships are isn't something that we can know without seeing the document, sort of the internal discussions themselves. But I certainly would sort of accept your characterization of a lot of these arguments as being quite, in many ways, belittling, and in many ways sort of suggesting that Uyghur culture and Uyghur people are lesser to the Han culture in the region. And I would suggest that that does play quite a role in the sort of formation and dissemination of these policies. But to what extent, it's hard to tell.
Of course, I'm just going on the people that you've quoted in your reports rather than any wider view. On the birth rates, you use the Chinese government's own publicly available statistics and also county-level implementation documents. Could you tell us a bit more which government bodies produce those documents?
So we mainly looked at the Xinjiang Statistical Yearbook, which is sort of an annual publication by, I think it's a specific statistical bureau in Xinjiang that collates a lot of these statistics, not just on demographic, but also on all of the economic and sort of livelihood variable indicators. Indicators is the word I'm looking for. But then, as we noted, in the final year in which they were published was 2018. So to seek sort of more recent figures, we turned to, in most cases, it was statistical communiques published on the official county website, but in some cases it was family planning departments and bureaus' implementation and target policies. It should be noted, I think there were only 3 occasions where we used a target figure, and that target figure should be seen as a ceiling, where the birth rate is in no way higher than that, but there is a chance that the actual birth rate is lower than that. But yeah, so most of that, the way that it generally works is that there is the sort of family planning department within the health bureau of a local government area. They send their statistics to regional bodies to compile them into these sort of annual statistical communiques, but in some cases it comes straight from the county government rather than the regional government.
The documents you've seen from family planning units, are you able to tell from those under which authority, which part of, are they under health or other structures within the government?
I believe they're under health, but I would have to check to be certain, but I believe they're under health.
Now, you've talked about how the policies disproportionately affect areas with large indigenous population, and that's discriminatory. But you also mentioned that there were exceptionally high birth rates in some counties, especially in the south, and an increase, I think, in the period shortly before the decline. Is it arguable that what the 2017 regulations say that the policy is about is what is happening, which is that it is an attempt to make the birth rates the same across populations, just to bring them to allow Uyghurs to have the same number of children as are allowed if you're Han Chinese. So not discriminatory, more of an equalizing policy.
Yes, so I think the way to characterize the birth rates before was that there were specific years with exceptionally high figures, and these are generally 2014, I think, was the year with the highest figure, and that's the following year is when a lot of these sort of the precursors to these policies came into play. What I would note is that when you look at just the birth rate now compared to the ethnic makeup of a region, there is a slight lowering of the birth rate is slightly lower in Uyghur areas now than Han areas, though it's not necessarily statistically significant, but it is certainly lower. What I would say is that these policies should be seen in sort of the context of the wider government push to raise the birth rates nationally. And there's often been sort of attempts to raise the Han birth rate in Xinjiang, which has traditionally been quite unsuccessful in the past. But the fact that there have been attempts to raise the Han birth rate, and now there are attempts to sort of lower the Uyghur birth rate, at least in Uyghur areas, I think that sort of shows, or at least starts going to demonstrate the sort of ideological policy, the ideological backing behind this policy. And sort of you've seen documents from the Chinese central bank sort of talking about the low birth rate as a national emergency, that there's no way that China can continue to prosper if the birth rate remains this low. And as a result of that, nationally, China's started to implement a lot of policies to raise the birth rate. And I think that direct contrast is what sort of shows that these aren't just policies to sort of equal the playing field, I guess, between Han communities and Uyghur communities. And it should be noted that traditionally Xinjiang actually hasn't had that much higher of a birth rate, although the statistics were less, I think the statistics were less well kept before the crackdown. The Xinjiang birth rate had for about 20-25 years remained at about 125% the national birth rate, whereas we've seen a much more significant drop since then. But yeah, I think when you put it into context of the wider attempts to raise the birth rate and make sure that people have more children, the target birth rates that you're seeing in Uyghur communities right now is sort of unprecedentedly low and a lot lower than the replacement rate. So I think there was one county that had their 2020 birth rate target at 4 people per 1,000, which is like, for comparison, Japan and Korea, which have sort of very public national emergencies about demographics, have their birth rate at between 6 and 7.
You mentioned there was an increase in the budget for family planning in the region. Would you know who sets that budget?
Unfortunately, I don't. Sorry. That part of the report wasn't a part that I was mainly working on. So yeah, I don't know that. Sorry.
So just turning to the cultural destruction report, you mentioned earlier on Article 4 of China's Constitution about preservation of cultural heritage, Article 36 of the Constitution, protection of freedom of religious belief. So would you say that the cultural destruction that you are evidencing in your report is in breach of China's constitution?
Yes, it certainly appears that, and we documented that when you looked at the formal protections given to a heritage site, sort of when you look at the heritage register for Xinjiang, there's sites that are listed but not protected under the county heritage register. There are sites that are protected under the county heritage register. Then there are sites that are protected under the prefectural heritage register, and then there are sites that are protected under the regional and then national heritage register. So there's a lot of different levels of protection granted. And what we found was there were still high numbers even in the most significantly protected regions of in the sites of destruction, but there was sort of a slight downtick. So the less protected sites were being demolished at a slightly higher rate, but there was still definitely demolition occurring in the nationally protected sites. Another thing, I think there's a mosque in Kargalik, I believe it is, that we looked at in the report specifically, and this is one that is afforded a very high level of heritage protection. And sort of what we found was they demolished the gatehouse of the mosque that had been constructed in, I think, the 17th or the 18th century, and they'd replaced it with a sort of reconstructed, miniaturized version of it. We've actually seen since then that they've demolished that miniaturized version of it and reconstructed it in a side alley so it can't be seen from the public area or the public square that it used to sort of dominate. I mean, I think that in a way shows that they sort of are at least aware of those protections. And I think this shows the example of this is a site that was highly protected. They realized there would be a lot of bureaucratic work in demolishing it, though we have seen highly protected sites be demolished. And so instead they tore it down and reconstructed it. So at least they could say, no, this site is still here.
I think you say somewhere in the report that 17.4% of sites protected under Chinese law have been destroyed. Protected under Chinese law, is that being on the various registers that you've mentioned?
Yes. I'd have to check the actual report. I think we have like a donut chart that shows the different levels of protection and the rates of demolition there in the report, but I can't remember what those statistics are off the top of my head. But yes, I think that is how we would characterize what we mean by like legally protected under Chinese law.
And then later on in the report, you refer to a revised set of government regulations monitoring religion in 2017, and subsuming the state body managing religious affairs into the CCP's United Front Work Department in 2018. Could you tell us what the United Front Work Department is, what its function is?
I probably wouldn't be the best person to address that as well, but the United Front Work Department generally is this sort of body that sort of pushes that sort of seeks to promote that Chinese narrative, and there's sort of a central policy in which all government bodies sort of follow as well. I think it's a way to sort of communicate and coordinate that message across government bodies and sort of push it out into the rest of the world. But there would be people much better qualified to speak on the United Front than me.
Okay. The researcher I mentioned earlier at the CCP school, who you refer to, who's at a CCP school in one of the northern prefectures, she recommends that there should be one mosque only for each administrative unit. What would she mean by an administrative unit?
That's a good question, and it wasn't specified in the source document, so we don't know. Generally, the administrative structure of locations in Xinjiang is split between the prefecture, the region-wide, which is the admin level 1, the prefectural, which is the admin level 2, the county, which is the admin level 3, the township, which is the admin level 4, and then specific village communities, which is the admin level 5. And so I would suspect that it is either the number 4 or 5, the township or the village level. Based on what we've seen, I would suspect it's the township. but the source document doesn't specify.
And on the reports on the detention centres, I think one of your sources was public construction and service tenders. Who was issuing those tenders?
So that was always a government body. It was generally either the Department of Education or the Department of Justice that would sort of put out specific tenders, public tenders for public companies to sort of bid to be the people that construct this. And that was how we sort of knew about a lot of these earlier mechanisms of the detention regime, and sort of there were people such as Sean Zhang and some journalists did a lot of really exemplary work in seeking those tender documents and sharing them. And since then, those have mostly disappeared as a source of finding camps. But in 2018 especially, that was sort of the only source before we got an idea of what these camps actually looked like.
Right. So that's another source of information that has become more difficult to access. And of course, you've mentioned on the birth rates that the change in the way the statistical evidence, the statistics are presented, makes it more difficult for you to analyse. And you've suggested on the cultural destruction side that leaving in place more of the religious and cultural sites in Urumqi and Kashgar is because those places are visible to outsiders. So so across all those different areas of research that you're doing, are you saying that you suspect that there's a systematic attempt now in response to researchers' work and journalists' work to deliberately ensure that it's harder to get hold of the evidence that you need?
Yeah, absolutely. There's no question of that. We've seen sort of sources deleted within days of us managing to archive them. We've found a lot of sources where we can only archive a cache version of the site because the live version has disappeared. In the past few days, there seems to be very active methods to delete evidence and documents from the internet, yes. And in fact, with the cultural destruction side, a lot of what we used was scanned versions of old books because that information isn't sort of online anywhere, or at least not anymore.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
So I have a couple of questions on the same point, if I could follow this through with you. I just want to talk about the demolitions, not the desecrations. The demolition of the mosques, the burial sites, and the shrines and other heritage sites. You say that they're mostly located in Akshu and Hotan prefectures, and these are around the border of that region, which adjoins Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and then going further westwards into Afghanistan. In your report, I don't see any roads or these arterial roads which connect inland China to exterior areas, including this region. I just did a quick Google search, and there's some prominent roads here. One being the G315, which goes southwards, another being the G314, which goes northwards, and they join. So I know it's hard to get access to plans for the future from the country. You say these areas of destruction are left vacant, but from their distribution, can you begin to see a pattern emerge which points to future developments? And we all know about the BRI and the peculiarity where you say certain cities are outliers, like Kashgar and Urumqi, don't really matter if you bring in that logic, because the intention here is to develop. and the fact that Muslim-dominated countries haven't spoken out against something which might be seen as sacrilegious, for instance, destroying a mosque or even burial sites. Is there something that you point to corroborating such a hypothesis?
So a quick clarification: when we referred to Aksu and counties in Hotan, that was specifically on cemetery demolition. We saw, except for Urumqi, which had a very low number of mosques to start with, I think it had about 160 registered mosques in Urumqi city compared to something like 21,000 across Xinjiang. We saw, lower rates of demolition in, specifically Urumqi, and then to a lesser extent, Kashgar city. What I would add is, other than that, there was pretty uniform demolition of mosques and shrines across the region. What we would say is that we were only able to look at the evidence from a satellite perspective. So we were able to see when a structure was physically demolished, or when there were significant changes to the structure. From what I've heard from people that have visited the region, a large number of the mosques that remain standing are sort of locked shut and pretty derelict inside. I know there's been some people that have been able to sort of push their phone up against the crack in the door and see through, and it's pretty derelict and desecrated inside. So our statistics don't take into account those mosques, and that appears to especially be the case in Kashgar city, where a lot of the mosques in the old city appear to be sort of closed and locked shut, even though they haven't been physically demolished. I don't think there's a way in which we can sort of really tie these demolitions to examples of future development. What I would say is that when we did the satellite research to the best quality satellite imagery that was available in recent times, I think it was something like 90% plus of the mosques that had been demolished had not been developed on since, and had remained vacant land, which you mentioned. But I think that goes to show that this isn't a campaign to sort of revitalize a city, but it is just to demolish areas. And we've seen that sort of similarly in Uyghur traditional houses, where in most counties, in fact, a large proportion of the traditional houses have been demolished and left vacant land. But in some counties that goes up to probably about more than half of the traditional Uyghur housing, such as Karglik is actually a county where that's happened very strongly. So is Manas County to the east of Urumqi. So I think there in most cases seems to be very little attempt to sort of develop these sites that have been demolished since.
And there's no pattern emerging in terms of their location. For instance, the 20 kilometers of desert that was raised that had the ancient site and settlement.
Yeah, so it does appear to be quite uniform except for those two cities. And yeah, Ordam Mazar, I think, is just a notable case, not so much because of its location, beyond the fact that it shows how much effort was required to demolish it. It would be like incredibly easy to just close the roads to it, and that's what they've been doing for more than a decade now. They've closed the site, and I think there were like 30 people that still remained in the village adjacent to the sacred site. But instead of just closing that, they went to the effort of taking bulldozers through all of that sort of sand dunes for 20 kilometers to explicitly raise the entire site that it was about 1,000 years old.
So we come back to the question of why would they invest so much time, energy and money destroying so many buildings and sites?
I suspect, because, I mean, again, this is speculation, but I suspect it comes back to that seeing Uyghur culture as inherently incompatible with the Chinese Communist Party rule. So any expression of this Uyghur culture and this Uyghur history is itself seen as a threat, and that's why they've sort of neutralized that threat by demolishing mosques, or neutralized that perceived threat, I should say. But again, that is speculation, so...
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
From your understanding of the political power structures within the PRC, is it possible, in your opinion, that the policies being prescribed and executed by the PRC, such as the destruction of religious sites and places of Uyghur culture, could occur without the direction or the knowledge of the most senior people within the PRC or the CCP?
So I would more generally link this crackdown to the appointment of Chen Guangguo as the party secretary of Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region in 2016. And I feel my understanding is that this crackdown more generally is very much he's the architect of it. But I would also add that this couldn't happen, and we've seen sort of from how invested the central government is in the narratives around Xinjiang and how much sort of events and issues in Xinjiang is a national priority and a national secret, and the fact that the Xinjiang aid policy, I think, is a good example of that national incorporation into regional policy. I don't think any of these could happen without the knowledge and the permission, I guess, of even Xi Jinping.
Thank you. And one last question from me, anyway. In your travels through the data promulgated by the authorities, either at government or provincial or even at town level, is there a formal structure to that? Is there one database, essentially, or is it a myriad of different structures and places?
It is very much a myriad, and there's a big sort of complicated differentiation between party organs and government authorities, and that it is extremely complicated. I believe that we will try to sort of have a product soon that tries to demystify some of that, but that's not what I'm working on. So I just find it quite confusing myself, but there is definitely a big number of government bodies, government authorities, party organs that all have a different role in this administration of Xinjiang, and it's quite convoluted and quite complex, yes.
Forgive me, Chairman. So in which case, is it something you're specifically working on in regard to creation of what I might loosely call an organogram of these different sites that are hosting this data?
Not so much on the sites, but on the government authorities specifically. Not me personally, but that is work that is being undertaken.
And would you be able to point us to whoever is doing that work at some stage, please?
Yes, yes.
Sorry, this is probably a question that's both simple and naive. Could you say a bit more about the satellite technology that underlines the tracking of the destruction of sites, and particularly its reliability going back historically when you compare original situations to what is happening or has happened more recently?
Yeah, so the sort of differences in satellite coverage is not so much an issue, but it does cause problems, especially in North Xinjiang, where there is a lot less systematic satellite coverage. What we would say is, I think for pretty much the entirety of Xinjiang, we were able to get very high resolution imagery from at least one point between 2012 and 2015, and then since then, and that's sort of what we did the basis of this change analysis on, looking at it from whatever point was available. What we were also able to find was that since the crackdown in Xinjiang began, there's been a very comprehensive effort to take satellite imagery of the region. Because I think there is this understanding that satellite imagery is one of the most unambiguous ways to get access to areas. And so what that has translated to in a lot of regions is imagery every sort of week, and even sometimes multiple times within a week. This isn't for the whole Xinjiang, but for certain areas there is that regular revisit time. And also graciously, Google Earth has decided to acquire a lot of that satellite imagery, so that's available to anyone beyond just the traditional paywall behind the commercial imagery sources generally. So what we were able to do for most cases was to work out sort of the month that this demolition happened by sort of being able to look at a, let's just say an August 2018 image, and then say an October or 2018 image, and we could see that the demolition occurred sometime within that window. What we also found was actually there was very sort of strong coherence between the times of demolition of mosques within a city or within a county. And we found that in lots of cases, all the mosques in this region had been either demolished or rectified with their minarets taken off and their domes removed at pretty much the same week or the same month. So we were able to sort of, there is definitely areas where that coverage is a lot less good, and in many cases where it's honestly inadequate to do proper, fully comprehensive looks at this, and that's mostly in North Xinjiang, but generally it's quite good, especially since the crackdown.
For how many years has the Centre been preparing reports on these various subjects?
So our first report on Xinjiang was actually sort of just an unfunded project that we sort of took to do in our own spare time in mid to late 2018. So that was when we first looked at it, and then following that, we've sort of started trying to look at it more systematically within the sort of concept of these themes.
And how many reports, roughly, have been made public before the present one that we're looking at?
So all of our reports have been made public. So we don't have private reports, but
So roughly,
this is my
roughly how many reports?
Yeah, this is my fourth one. A lot of colleagues have done ones as well, so I think it would be sort of pushing between 7 and 10.
And do you make the step of posting a copy through the PRC's embassy in Canberra to make sure they know about it? Or send them a copy in the post?
We've also found that in a lot of cases, it's quite detrimental to do that, in the fact that sources can disappear, and sort of we don't want to in many ways we sort of don't want the government to have prepared a propaganda response to our research findings. What we have done is generally shared it with journalists in the days before it's released to sort of look at it. And this is outside of the peer review process that we use, but sometimes they sort of will send findings of our research to Chinese government authorities to comment on it. But we don't do that.
But one way and another, the reports are public.
Yeah.
Have they ever been cited, to your knowledge, in parliamentary or committee hearings in Canberra?
Yes, they have. I can't remember exactly when or where, but I think they have been, especially the Uyghurs for Sale report, which isn't one that I was heavily involved in, but that I think has especially been cited through parliaments generally.
And you've noted reaction to your reports by taking items off the web, yes?
Yes.
Just two questions in respect of that. The reports are available, so if the PRC wanted a full report, it could always have got one, once it was a public document.
Yes, yeah, and we actually do see, we definitely can see that people in China are accessing our reports.
Right. Has the PRC or any body that's connected to the PRC or speaking for the PRC ever published a detailed rebuttal of any part of any of your reports?
Not really. They often sort of respond to questions, sort of just dismissing ASPI as much as possible, dismissing the institute as much as possible. There have been a few cases where they've sort of tried to dig in deeper. Sort of, I recall one case when I think it was the Global Times, but a state media organ went to disprove a lot of what we said were camps. And for example, in one case, they showed drone pictures of an area about 12 kilometers away from where we said the camp was. And in other cases, they showed across the road. So that I don't think we've found, I think there certainly is a response, but I wouldn't necessarily call it sort of that rigorous of a response, and certainly not addressing the specific findings and trying to rebut them.
Have you ever felt obliged to issue a correction to any of your reports following material raised by the PRC?
So there was one facility that we identified as a detention camp that we no longer believe is. That was identified because we sort of picked it out as a point of interest while it was under construction. And at some point it migrated from the point of interest list to the actual list. And when that got brought to our attention, we saw it when the construction was finished and went, this doesn't appear to be a camp, and removed it. But other than that, there's been I think there's been probably well over 50 camps that have been people have tried to call out and say it's not a camp. And other than that one, I believe we've looked at them all and go, no, we're still confident this is a camp.
And finally, you explained that there's been some activity, maybe more than usual activity, in taking things down roughly at the time of this tribunal. Can you give us an idea of any particular type of things that are being taken down just about now?
I wouldn't be best to speak to this, but I think generally quite broadly a lot of information is being taken down. We're seeing sort of government websites county official websites being a lot less accessible, making documents a lot harder to get more generally, not just documents on a specific topic. But you see rounds and rounds of things being taken down. So initially it was those construction tenders that got removed. Then we sort of saw reports on the Xinjiang Aid Project and government organised labour programs being quite systematically removed. And you've sort of seen very much these rounds of these different topics being systematically removed, but at the same time, there is just generally information and documents and websites being removed.
Thank you very much. Yes, and also Dame Parveen.
Thank you very much. I just wonder, is the intention from the directives that are coming centrally down to the areas, is there intention that they want to get rid of all the religious sites, or do they have a quota? We heard yesterday that one of the mosques had been converted into a museum. So are they going to keep a few to show people or make sure that they're not actually destroying the religion?
So there definitely have been mosques that have sort of remained. The question that I think stands, which is quite pertinent, but I don't think I can answer it, is how accessible these mosques are to people seeking to pray. And I think in most cases that is, since 2017 especially, that has pretty much stopped. But it's hard to sort of assess to what extent. There is still sort of the physical shell of a lot of mosques, and I think about a third of them. But a number of them are sort of locked shut, a number of them are sort of open in this way that I don't think is accessible to prayer, and a lot of them have been converted into one use, such as a bar. Like you said previously, I saw a report recently, which is one that was converted into a public toilet. So I think the question is how accessible the remaining structures are to parishioners and to people that look to pray there. And my understanding is that, especially in 2017, 2018, and 2019, that was extremely inaccessible. There may be potentially signs in the last year or so that certain people are being allowed to pray again, but none of that sort of research is finalized, and I don't understand, and I can't sort of begin to speak to the extent of how much that is occurring, if it is occurring. It's just a general sense that I've gotten.
There have been attempts to debunk the reliability of yours and others' evidence based on satellite imagery. Is there an incontrovertible way of verifying these images?
No. So the way that sort of we've done this, and I think this is probably the best time to talk about that methodology in detail, is what we looked at to start with was these lists of about 30 to 60 detention sites that were well documented, and I think incontrovertibly detention sites by the construction tenders and other documents such as party visits or local media. And from that list of about 50 sites that we sort of have no doubt on, and it's between 50 and 100 actually, we started to build this very comprehensive idea of what these facilities look like, and sort of what features they have and what set them apart from other sort of more innocuous buildings such as schools or government offices or whatever else is occurring in Xinjiang. We got this very, I would say, comprehensive idea of what to look for, and then it became a matter of sort of scanning through as much of Xinjiang as possible through satellite imagery to find these distinct signatures that fit a facility into one of these 4 architectural typologies that we found. And I can understand that for a lot of people, especially people that don't want to believe what's happening in Xinjiang, that is a kind of inaccessible method. And when they look at a satellite imagery, it's kind of difficult to see those signatures unless they get specifically pointed out to you. And so when we've had people try to debunk it, that's been the vast majority of people going, I guess this site doesn't look like a camp to me. What makes you say it's a camp? And we were able to sort of articulate what makes us say it's a camp, such as this watchtower, these fences, these internal fences that you don't see on other public buildings and other buildings in Xinjiang. But this is only from that one perspective, from the sky. So there is a reason that we call it all suspected facilities rather than confirmed facilities. And in an ideal world, that wouldn't be the case. But with the sort of complete opacity of information in Xinjiang, I think that's the best that we can get at the moment. And yet, what I would say is that we have, I guess, been confronted with dozens of sites that people have attempted to debunk, and none of those, and I'm still extremely confident that all of those sites, except for that one that I mentioned previously while it was under construction, are actually camps. Yeah.
So you're right to point out there are, in a sense, two bits to my question. The first is about verification as to whether these are camps indeed. But before that, are you able to verify that the images themselves were taken of that place and they're not in some way doctored or falsified?
Yeah, that's quite, and that's actually an argument that I've had that people affiliated with the Chinese government have brought up before, that how can you trust these satellites? They're owned by the satellites are owned by US companies, and then I was able to show them Chinese satellite companies that have imaged the same area and show the same thing. I think generally it's quite unheard of for there to be entire areas of satellite imagery that have been falsified. The one example I can think of is the Russian Ministry of Defense tried to sort of make their own composite of satellite imagery to show that a Ukrainian jet shot down MH17. That's the only example I can think of off the top of my head where satellite imagery has been faked. But in this case, we have sort of multiple sources of satellite imagery on multiple days from multiple different companies and individual satellite platforms that all show the same thing. So I don't think there's any reason to suspect that what we're seeing sort of through satellite imagery and even through Google Earth is not an accurate representation of what's on the ground.
Thank you very much for coming. Oh, yes, of course, Mr. Yes,
just on this point, so your research has shown the sheer scale of the camps in Xinjiang, and I was wondering whether you can draw any views on, therefore, the estimates of the detainees in those camps. I know it's difficult, but if you could say a few words on that.
Yes, so that's one thing that we've been very reticent to do, because I don't think the information, at least that we've looked at, exists for us to create a firm estimate. There's too many sort of changing variables across the different types of camps. It wasn't until extremely recently that we knew that prison camps sort of were structured in a way in which there was a dorm structure inside each room rather than sort of individual cells. And all of those questions that remain unanswered make it really difficult to estimate, even knowing the exact floor space of how much room is dedicated to detainees, what an actual number would be. What I would say, and what I generally say to journalists, is that based on the sort of scale and the spread of these facilities, the estimates that we've heard of about 1 million would not be out of the realm of possibility. And the capacity is probably somewhere near that level. But the capacity is different to the actual number of people detained at any one point and the actual number of people detained throughout the length of this crackdown.
Sorry, and a quick follow. So if you were to hear the number 2 or 3 million, you would say that that would be beyond the capacity of the current camp?
Yes, I would not consider those estimates to be particularly robust. What I would say is that beyond the people physically detained in camps, there are a large number of people that we know have been sort of forced to attend day school and sort of have a lot of these political indoctrination practices through, like visiting a school one day a week to learn to undertake these lectures. And that number is undoubtedly higher, but I would not personally put a lot of weight in the scale of physical detention being much above 1 million.
Has there been any, I loosely describe it as triangulatory, cross-referencing evidence in regard to the construction of these camps? So purchasing of raw materials or evidence about transport of what must be very significant volumes of materials to a region far distant from the core of the country.
Yeah, so Xinjiang itself has quite a high amount of primary industry already. It's a highly industrialized area, and there are government bodies that control a lot of that industry, especially through the Bintang, through the XPCC. So I don't think there is, I would be surprised if there were many cases of raw materials needing to be brought in from the rest of China. But what we do certainly see is these, in many cases was anyway, these government construction tenders where they say we want X number of buildings of X size to be built in this area, and then we can then cross-reference that to there being a camp in that area. Another way of sort of triangulating it in a way is victim testimony. And sort of when you've had people that have been released from detention, in many cases you sort of have, I think in most cases where they have been able to identify what site they were held in, it is a site that we have in our database, which is one of the reasons that we believe our database is quite comprehensive. It probably doesn't capture all of them, but I'd say it captures the vast majority of facilities.
And in further sort of triangulatory evidence, is there any evidence of, for instance, recruitment adverts? I don't even know if they do that, but for prison guards.
Yes, there is. So again, those sources of evidence have mostly dried up, but there certainly has been documents that say recruitment of guards, recruitment of teachers, especially in a lot of these facilities. Yeah. But again, when we talk about it, this isn't the vast majority of facilities. There is a lot of facilities that aren't documented beyond the satellite evidence because sort of a lot of these construction tenders weren't ever public to start with, and a lot of those that were have disappeared now. So it's not to say that sort of every camp has this triangulatory basis of evidence, but the ones that have pretty much all been included in that database.
I think I am going to be able to thank you for the time being for coming to give evidence. Thank you very much. I can't exclude the possibility that we may ask questions of you in writing, or may even ask you to come back in September, but for the time being at least, or maybe conclusively, thank you very much for giving evidence.
Yeah, no worries. Go for it. Thank you so much.
Mr. Sabi, we did our best, but there it is. We are 15 minutes late. Are we allowed coffee?
As long as you're happy to have lunch a bit later.
Right. 20 minutes? 20 minutes. 10 past. Mr. Sabi, we've got 2 witnesses to finish, providing we properly can by 1:15 at the latest. I've been provided with, without asking for it, with a traffic light system, which I may or may not ever use. I show you what it's like at its worst. Right.
That would work. Our next witness, Mr. Chairman, is Habibullah Ahad, and Dr. Zamit Borda would be questioning the witness.
Name of the witness, please.
Habibullah Achad, is that you?
Habibullah
Ahad.
The witness, Uyghur, fled China in 1995 because he feared persecution for attending an Islamic religious school. His family, including his parents, siblings, and relatives, remained in China. For a period, he had contacted his family and learned that his parents had been detained because he had fled the country. However, his last contact with his family happened in 2015. After that, he received news through an intermediary in Urumqi that his sister's husband was taken to a hospital, which was code for taken to a detention camp. He also received news that his niece's husband became disabled, which was code for was given a life sentence. Mr. Chair, if I may, I have 2 questions for the witness. In your statement, you refer to the early 1990s when people around you, including your father's friends, told you that they wouldn't be able to protect you in the future as they had access to the new policies that those with a religious background would be targeted for arrest by the authorities. And my question...
Yeah, can I just say that for now? Siz bayanatınızda 1990 yıldan keyin şu dadınızın yenideki dostları ve dadınız hemsi sizni yeni bir siyaset çıkanlığı üçün sizni qoğdayamaydıqını sözləpdi.
Doğru.
My question is firstly, are you able to describe what kind of policy documents these were?
Bu siyaset, benim sualım, bu qandaq bir siyasetdi? Şu vaqt şu siyaset, yeni siyaset boğallığı üçün sizni qoğdayamaymiz. Depti bu qandaq siyasetdi, şunu dep biləmizdi.
80-ci yıldan 90-cı yılgacha biraz erkinlik bolğan. 90-cı yıldan keyin şu barın inqilabından keyin bizning vatanimizning hamma yerda asosan hujum şu dini o'qigan taliblarga hujum qilinganligi uchun mening dadam tarjima qilamiz sonda.
We enjoyed relatively better freedom between 1980s, early 80s to the early 90s. And then since the early 90s, after the Baran uprising, the attack and the crackdown on religious clerics it became very severe.
Şu birinci dini o'quvchilarga hujum qartildi. Andan keyin mening dadam kadr ham jiq ag'aylar batdi. Shuning ichida saqchi darisining boshlig'imi mening dadamning yaqin ag'aynisi. Bu yaqin ag'aynisi mushtaq hazır болмайды. Ма балаңларны я сыртқа чыгарып етіңлар, яки болмаса biz sizlarga iyi chiqolmaymiz. Mening do'stligimni esqatmaydi deb agahlantiribdi adamni.
And during this religious crackdown, and the first target were the young students who studied religion. And my father worked as a cadre, and so his friends in his circle and told him that even our friendship cannot help and save your son. It's better to let him go to somewhere safe.
Thank you. But in your statement, you referred that they knew that they had this information on the basis of some policies, and the idea is.
Mening sualım yanılam siyaset. Bu qandaq siyasetdi? Çünki siz şu yeni çıkan siyaset münasibetinden sizni özünü çətkə alsın deyən məşnaq birini bolubdu. Şu siyasetini düşündürüb bilərsizmi?
Onu bizning bilishimiz mumkin emas. Hamda şu saqchilarningki dadamga yaqin bo'lganligi uchun saqchi ismini bilmay Aqchujang deydi. Aqeli deb qo'ydik. Shu vaqtda dadam bilan yaxshi munosabat bordi. Ham anandakin kuchada shu Abdukarim Abduvali ustozning yetakchiligida shu balla o'qitish, diniy tabliğ ahkam degandek ishlar bo'lganligi uchun shu vaqt 90-yillardan tortib ig'irlashqili turgan.
Well, it is not possible for me to know what was the exact policy, but I was warned through my father and from his close acquaintances, especially a man, we called him Ajujang, whose name was Aqali, and warned that this is the new policies are implemented, and it will be extremely difficult to protect religious people, especially young clerics. Also in Kucha, because of the teacher Abdukarim Abduvali, who was a well-known religious preacher, and so anyone who had taken lesson from him also being targeted.
Thank you. My second question now relates to the coded language that you used to signify, for instance, that someone was taken to hospital or became disabled. And a quick question around the need for such a coded language and what was it used for?
Bu ikinci sualım şu sizinki bayanatınızda bazı sözlerini açık aşkarı deməsindən bir başqa bir usulla bilan qo'llanganlik to'g'risida. Yes.
So what were individuals afraid or concerned about for the need for a coded language of the sort you have used? Like, why wouldn't you say openly the person was taken to a detention camp, for instance?
Nima uchun bu kishilar bevosita bu masalan tutilgan bo'lsa tutildi demasdan doktorxonaga olib degandek shunday so'zlarni ishlatdi. Bu kishilar nimadan qo'rqidi? Agar ochiq oshkora shu naq o'zini ishlatgan bo'lsa.
Bu 2016 atrofida bo'lish kerak, xotirlab qo'ymadim. Mening dadam bilan telefon aloqam 2015'te butunlay tugagan. Shu tugamas vaqt tugab ketgandan keyin shu bir vosita orqali shu akamning achamning yo'ldishini shu doktorxonada bo'lib qoldi dedi. Akamning qizining yo'ldashini palash bo'lib qoldi dedi. Buni bular işte qo'llanib tamdi, qo'qib uyadalqi oshkorlab qo'ymayli deb shu nimani qo'llanibdi shu ifodani.
Well, I believe it was around 2016 because I cut off my last contact with my father ended in 2015. So the language was used regarding my sister's husband's arrest was used as taken into hospital. And also my niece's, the language, the term was used paralyzed. So that was a code that I was told.
Ben şu vaqtida muşlar ras palash bo'lib qolgan o'xshaydi, yo doktorxonada degandekin og'rib qolgan o'xshaydi deb u faqat uni o'ylamabdi ekanman.
At first I just thought that maybe they were ill in the hospital, and also I thought my niece was paralyzed for some reason. I didn't think more.
2015 kişilik men ilki internet orqali yoki bo'lmasa WhatsApp orqali ko'rishib baqqanim yo'q. Faqatlam telefonda nayt qisqa holatda hatto akalarimning, ukallarimning hech qaysining saqlig'ini deydi, ammo undan boshqa nim bo'lganini deyolmaydi. Bak qisqa qo'llanib keldik. Bizning hech qanday nima normal aloqa bo'lmagan.
Even up until 2015, my communication with my family members, my brothers, were very short, over the phone, never used the internet or other apps. Simply a phone call just to inform one another their health, how their health were.
2015-8 ayının o'ttirlig'ida dadam tugab ketgandan keyin bir ikki oy shu dadamning telefon orqali akalarim bilan so'zlashardik. Anandan keyin apam hayotda, hozirgi keklik bilmayman. O'ldim u.
After my father died in mid-August 2015, during that period I still managed to communicate with my brothers. But since then, I was cut off. So I know my mother was alive, but I don't know what happened to her.
Thank you. That answers my question, but I'm sure the panel may have further questions. Thank you for that.
Thank you. In your statement, you state that 5 boys, Himit, Talib and 3 others were sentenced to death for theft. Was the sentence carried out?
Siz bayanatınızda 5 yaş balınınki isimleri bilen sözlep siz bulanı ölüm cezası bəgəndəb. Bulanınki ölüm cezası icra oldu mu?
Elbette 91. isimde yok ama 92. yıldan 94. yılgıçılık icra bo'lib oldu. Ularning birinin sotuğa ben qatnaşqan. Muşlarning içindeki Yimit Mahsum degan bala meniki yaqin ağina men savaqdishimdi. Onun sotuğa qatnaşqandım.
Of course, I believe they were executed between 92 to 94 during those 2 years period. I attended the court hearing of one of them, who is Imit Mahsum, who was my friend and also classmate.
O balının sotu, uçuk sot deydik şu vaqtida. Bir yengşe kinoxona deydik, kinoxonandan ki şu yazlıq kinoxonada şu yerda sot açqan. Şu muştaq qiyafetlerini şu yegi beşini qaratqancha şu vaqtida şu balaga uğurluq, bulançılıq, anandakin Adam ötegen dedim onun isim de yok ama şu uğurluk ve bulançılık degen cinayet bilen bir yıllık dedim, 2 yıllık dedim ölüm cezası bergen o balığa. Birini
bir yıllık keçiktirip.
Keçiktirip.
Keçiktirip demekçi. Okay. So the hearing was what we call open hearing, open trial. It was in Yingshe summer cinema. It was open cinema, and he was accused of theft and robbery. Death penalty was to 1 year suspended death penalty.
Neçe min adam battı o nimege katnaşkan o uçuk sot teptike şu vaktada.
Because it was an open trial, many thousand of people attended his trial.
O balla oğurluk kıldığan, bulançılık kıldığan undaq balla hiç kaçan emesden biz okuğandakin bilimiz. Biz bulançılık kılmanla, oğurluk kılmanla, hata iş kılmanla deydiğanı öğrengen.
As a classmate, and I know that there is no way he would commit any theft or robbery, and also in our teachings, we taught not to commit theft or robbery. And when he was tried, the previous one I forgot one sentence, so I just remembered now. And when he was tried, his head was bowed down during the trial all that time.
And how old was he and the others accused?
Qancha yoshga kirgan, yana boshqalarninki yosh qurami qancha yoshda deydi?
Biz bilan yosh farqi qilinmaydi. Shu 92-93 bo'lsa 20-23 yosh, 25 yoshning atrofidagi hamda ashning ichidagi Yemit Talib degan bir ish kuchining yoshi balki de 26-28 atrofida bo'lishi mumkin shu vaqtda.
Most of them were the same age as me. During that time in 1992-1993 was 22-23 years old. And they Emit, I believe he was around 26-year-old, and others maybe 28 maximum.
And in the trial that you attended, did they have the benefit of a defense lawyer? And did the defense lawyer defend them?
Muşu sot atalmış oçuq sot qığa vaqtda ularni aqlaydigan advokati bo'lganmi?
Advokati bo'lgan esimizda qilishdi. Bate ama o advokatmi shu Kommunist partiyaga ishlaydigan advokatlar. Shaxsiy yollagan advokat emas.
Yes.
Qochoq.
Yeah, it's a kind of sham trial. As the so-called lawyer works for the Communist Party, so it wasn't independent or hired privately.
And in your view, is the reason that they were arrested and sentenced to death because they had committed a theft, or was it for some other reason?
Sizningcha bularninki şu ölüm cezası berilişi, mesela oğurluq, bulançılık bu sebebiden mi yoki başqa bir sebeplerden, qandaq bir sebepten misal?
Bu sebep o vaqtning o'zida biz balalarni tarbiyaladigan maktab, ya'ni diniy maktab o'qitatdik. Men shuning birida bir o'zimning uyda 30-40 balalarni o'rgatatdik. Shu balalarni menga o'xshashlar shu maktabda balalarga boshqa hech qanday nima emas, faqat Qur'on o'qitishni o'rgatgan. Undan chiq bir ishmi yo'q.
All we did at that time, including myself, we taught young people religion, how to read Quran. And I had about 40 students, and the rest of others who were sentenced to death was the same. That was the reason.
Şu vaktdeki kanununda onu uçuk aşkarı sen ballığa Kur'an okuşunu öğrettin diyemey. İşte her bir adamga birden üzüge zit kildiğen yani. Hiç kaçan o ballarının ki hemmesi hiç kaçan bir oğurluk, o bulançılık dediğin belki kulu mükemmeydiğen ballar. Hiç kanda oylamaydiğen.
At that time, they couldn't really say that giving a death penalty for this region, therefore they had to accuse them of theft or robberies. And as I know that from their character, that these people wouldn't even touch anything, let alone stealing.
Yani bir silk, vatanını bölüş, vatanını Cungo'nun nemesinin ayrıp çıkış degендek cinayeti, birinci cinayet arası aşırı dendi. Onu biz vatanını bölüş degenden bilmeydik, kandak bölgeli olduğunu onun bilmeydik ama birinci atkan cinayeti unutup kaptım ben. Vatanını bölüş ki urungan deydi, urungan, onunla teşvik kılan degендek.
In fact, the crime that they were accused of, apart from the theft and others, the biggest crime was attempt to separate the country, to split the country. At the time, I didn't know how it was even possible to split the country.
Could you tell the tribunal why the authorities considered your family a mistrusted family?
Endi bizga shu nima uchun Jungo hukumati sizning ailangizni ishonchsiz oila deb belgilagan, bekitgan?
Ben bunu bu 98 yıldan keyin uydagilar bilan aloqalash imkonim bo'ldi telefonda. Onundan burun bu telefon normal telefon mu yoktu. Şu 98. yılı akamda nima uchun hacı qilmaysiz? Çünkü pul iqtisod hamma narsa botiman chiqayotganda. Nima uchun hacı qilmaysiz desam, sizning kasobatingizdan bizning oila nuqtaliq oila, yani qizil siziq tushgan. Bizni hech qanday nimaga o'zimizning jutudan başqa bir yer berishqimi ruxsat qilmaydi degan shu akamdan shuni anglagan.
Well, after I fled my country, up until 1998, I didn't have a phone or, have any communication with anyone back home. And only after 1998, during one of the conversations with my elder brother, I asked him that, you are quite financially well off, why don't you go to Hajj, do pilgrimage? And he said it is impossible because now we are branded, our family is branded as a mistrusted family, and therefore we cannot even leave our region without permission, without special permission.
Men chiqayotgandan butunlay bizning uydagilarni aytib baytib, butunlay iqtisodiy hamma tarafdan qisib, hukumatdan hech qanday bir ish bajarolmaydigan holatga keldik. Qayerga borsa akallarimga iningni tepgal deb shu savolni qo'ydik.
Prior to leaving my country, my family financially quite well off. But after I left my country, they made it extremely difficult. So financially, in every way, they faced obstacle. Whenever they needed to deal with anything, they were pressurized and saying that you must bring back your brother.
Thank you. And we are short of time, but one last question. Do you believe that the persecution, or why do you think the persecution of your family within China is happening? Is it to silence you? Is it to persuade you to return to China, or both?
Әмді сіздің айлыңызға болатқан бұл бесін бұл zulumların ki məqsəd ki, yəni bulanın məqsədi şu, sizin ki avazınızı çıxamazlıq məqsəd qılğan mı, ya ki sizni şu vətəninizə qaytırıb əkitiş mi, ya ki işkilisi mi?
Top doğru bulanın ki məqsədi aşı 5 balın sotluğa vaxtıda aşı sot jaryanıda bir eğiz gibi isimde bir oçum vatan bölgünçileri sellani asmanğa çıkarsan tapınandan yakirkesinden kukulangdan tutup ekil alayımız her qanday yer qıçıp qutulanmaysa degan bir sözü şu sebep buluşu mümkün deyman.
Yes, exactly. That I remember that during their trial, and they said that a bunch of a group of separatists, wherever you go, even if you fly up to the sky or go down to the earth, we will find you. We will find you and make sure you will be tried.
Kazakistan'da mı nayt iğir bekçik beşimden öttü ekir kitiş üçün Xitay'nın ki sakçıların Kazak olan birleşip nayt cık bekçik avarçılıkka yoluqtum.
Even during my time in Kazakhstan, I was harassed and I didn't have peace. The police, Kazakh police, collaborated with the Chinese police in order to take me back to China. So I experienced a lot of hardship while I was in Kazakhstan.
No further questions, thank you.
Habibullah Achad, thank you very much for coming here to give evidence. You've taken your evidence fairly quickly, but all of your evidence will be taken into account. Thank you.
Sizga ko'p rahmat. Bütün shu bergan bayonotingiz va savollarimizga bergan javobingizdan ko'p rahmat. Mushunchalik savolimiz mushunchalik bo'ldi.
I'm sorry, just one question and it's quick. We're very short of time.
Sorry, one question. I apologize. It's a question with 3 little bits in it. So when the people were given a life sentence, were they ever released? Did their relatives know where they were? And what did they do in prison? Were they doing jobs or being beaten up?
Әмді мүші тұтқылаға мұдәсіз қамақ жазасы бәгенден кейін, мысалға, бұла шығып кеткенлері болды му? Егер мұдәсіз түрмеде жарияныда бұла немеш қылды, түрмеде немеш қылды, оныңдекен айылдекілері білді му бұланың нәділігіне білетті му?
Bu türmede nemiş kıldı degen mümkün emas. O yada şularını 1 yıl, 2 yıl küçük durup atımız degendikin etivetti. Burun ola emmesi öldü. Bazen bir şu tutkullarının ki uruk tukalları var mı da Türkiye'de yaşaydı. Ulamı biz o türmenin içinde nemiş kıldı onun bizden haberimiz yok.
I didn't know. I didn't know what they did in prison, but as I said, they were not sentenced to life prison imprisonment. It was a death penalty, so 1 year suspended death penalty, and that they were executed after that period. And there are some of those who were executed, family members, some live in Turkey at the moment.
Mr. Sabi, my colleagues wish to ask a number of questions, so we'll just move the timetable back by as long as is wanted.
You say that hundreds of other students who attended the Islamic school were arrested. Were any of them under 18? I.e., were they children?
Siz yüzlügen şu dini oquşqa qatnaşqan ballarning ki tutulup ketganligini depsiz. Bularning ichida ballar bormidi, ya'ni 18 yoshdan tuban.
18 yaşın tövəlla bahmetli tutulup ketkenlerinin işte. Sizin bilişinizce.
Şu zamanlarda 88-89 etrafı buluş gerek. Bir video kıgantımdaki kasetlik yoğun. Şu videoda 5-600 balla bulup bunun içinde 40-50'gi malum derecelik olsa kalan 4-500'ü ballattı. Ama ballarını tutmadı, şu malum boğalarının hiç kasınsak koymadı.
Demek ki
şu vakti tutup
sualı,
ketken.
sizge sorgan sual 18 yaşın tüven balla bahmetli tutulganlarının içinde deydi.
O vakti de yok arası yapını kısam o vakti da o ballarını tutmagan şu fakat okutkuçalarını.
Yeah, I have to be truthful with you that during that time the children were not arrested. They targeted all the teachers. Among the 500 to 600 people attended, about 40 to 50 were arrested, and those were mainly adults, the teachers.
O kaset Kazakistan'a mı batı şu 2000 yılla kolumuzda bolsa onundan keyin bir yıl burun sürüştük tapamadım şu bizim burunki öydeki kamaptı bolmasa şu kaset mi batı fakat şu kasetteki ballarını %100 tutup o ballar benim bilişimçe 40-50'lik etraftaki ballarının hiç kası yok hazır izleriksiz.
I used to have that video cassette even when I was in Kazakhstan, but I don't have it anymore. But I believe those 40 to 50 arrested, all gone. We don't know if they're still alive or they're gone, basically. Bıraklam yok ketdi.
You mentioned at the end of your testimony that you're testifying on behalf of 36 relatives. You mentioned your niece's husband being imprisoned. I wonder if you have any knowledge of whether any of the others have been detained, in particular since, as you say, they are religious people and continue to give signs of their religious observation.
Bayanatınızın ahırda 36 urug tuqqanlarınız üçün guvalıq bermə dəpsiz, həm də bir tuqununuzun ki, yolduşunun tutulub ketkenligini dəpsiz misalға. Qalğan yana qandaq bir uçurla bağımı sizin ki bildiğin. So do you have any other information regarding the rest? Yeah.
2017'den keyin hiç qandaq alaqam yok ama urug tuqqanlarımның 36 tuqqanlarım men ba vaqtidagi tuqqanlarımdı onundan keyin tug'ilganlarini men onu bilmayman, onu so'ram, etini bilmayman. Fakat bularninki hech qaysi sirti emas, ham qanchalik o'ldirildi bu sirtqa chiqqan xabarlarga qaraganda yapılsa guvohchilarniki nimasidan desanglar bo'ldi, birisi saq emas deb %100 ishonaman.
Well, since 2017 I was cut off from contacting anyone. And those I mentioned, the 36, were those when I was back in my country. And there were many young borns, they grown up and I didn't know. So up until now, I don't really know what happened to them. But based on the information that we are hearing from survivors and from people who managed to leave the country, that I don't think they left them alone. They must be in hardship.
Çünkü şu guvalık belgecilerin faciasına okşaş, benim ailem şunda bir facianın balığı %100.
I can say 100%, just like the testimonies from the camp survivors. I believe that my families are enduring the same treatment. I can say 100%.
And is there anything else you would like to add before you end your evidence, about your experiences or your beliefs of what's happening to your family?
Endi yana boshqa bizning savollarni so'ragan boshqa bir qo'shimcha deydiganlarimiz bormi?
Qo'shimcha deydiganlarim yo'q. Ko'p rahmat sizlarga. Meniki urug' tuqqanlarimniki kecha kunduz sing'illarimning qiynalayotganligini, ashlarning shu fojiada bo'layotganligini kecha kunduz esimdan chiqarolmayman. Ham menga pek og'ir. Chunki hamiz o'lib ketgan bo'lsa, yo bo'lmasa yataverib ketib, yana tekda kirib ketgan bo'lsa, xotirjam bo'ladi.
I don't have much to add, but I would like to let you know that I am extremely worried about my family members, especially the women, my sisters. I wished if there was an earthquake and then everyone, if they died, I would be in peace.
Thank you very much for coming here to give your evidence, all of which will be considered by the tribunal. Your evidence is now concluded. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sabi, we will put back the lunch break until at the very earliest 1:30. Your next witness.
Would you like to have lunch break now? We'll continue with the last witness for the morning session.
Yes, yes, please do. Yes.
Our next witness is Omar, Rosie. We'll give evidence in person.
Can someone please accompany the witness? Thank you very much, Madam Interpreter. Is there an usher outside who can be helping with this? Yeah. Well.
The witness is a male Chinese national of Uyghur ethnicity, and he was first detained for a total period of over 3 years where he suffered severe mistreatment. In detention in 4 separate facilities, the witness was beaten with an iron implement, his nails were extracted, he was waterboarded and placed into what he called a water prison, and also placed into solitary confinement for over 1 year. The witness's feet were broken during an interrogation, and an electric wire was inserted into his penis, which tore some internal flesh. The perpetrators were both guards and police officers. The witness was forced to pick up the flesh of his Uyghur cellmate, who was shot by repeated volleys of gunfire by guards after he witnessed the cellmate, after the witness's cellmate had attempted to stab a guard in retaliation for his treatment. Uyghur inmates, according to the witness, were treated differently in mixed prisons. One policewoman who threw the witness down some stairs whilst his hands were still tied stated that political prisoners are dirty and that she needed to wash her hands. The witness managed to escape prison during medical treatment for his broken feet through a contact of his cousin. His cousin was later sentenced to imprisonment, and the witness says that he was killed later in prison. The witness's family were intimidated and threatened as a result of his escape from the authorities, and numerous attempts have been made to entrap him or force him to stop certain actions with the Uyghur diaspora. Many in his family have disappeared. Mr. Rosie, I have 3 short questions for you before I'll hand you over to the panel. You state in your statement to the tribunal that when you were first detained in 1993 in Kashgar, you were tortured. Can you describe what method this torture took?
Rosa bendim bayanatınızda tuncu qıdım 1993 yılı tutulğan vaqtida siz özünüzningki zoravallıqqa uçurğanlığınızı, qiyin qıstaqqa uçurğanlığınızı sözləpsiz. Məşunu qısqaça bir dep berəlemsiz.
Mən 93 yılı həcizdən gəlgəndən keyin kipla Abduzdan düşüşümgila əncəmdən adamlar tutdu, tutup apır saqçıxanağa apadı.
Sizge faqat sual deyil. Sizin qiyin qıstaq jaryanı, bu bayanat jaryanı var bularning qo'lda. Qiyin qıstaq, qanday qiyin qıstaqlarni sual qilib. You just rephrase the question.
Yes.
Qiyin qıstaq ağa vaqtida meni ezib urdi bular. Bir oygacha ezib, urib, zaten o qiyinmagan ish qilmadi.
Well, they used all sorts of methods of torture. I was constantly hanged and then beaten repeatedly.
Perhaps I can clarify the question. The witness was detained in 4 separate facilities. In the first facility in which he was detained in 1993 in Kashgar, the witness just says that he was tortured without further details. Perhaps he can provide us with details of that.
Çünki siz bir qancha qitimliq tutulğan qiyin qıstaqqa ağan jaryanını sözləpsiz, bayan qıpsız bayanatınızda. Muşu Qashqardagi siz tutub turğan orunda şu jaryanda menim qiyin qıstaq qilgan, zo'ravonlik uchirgan debsiz, şu jaryanını sözləp berəmisiz.
Qashqarda o turmuq bir ay solash jarayonida u aramliq degan nima yo'q-da. Urdi, asidi, tamoqdan qijnaydi, suvdan qijnaydi. O bir qijnash hem o esturib urib, o tayoq bilan urib, har xil ishkanja bilan qijnash usuli bilan bir oy qijnadi, bir oydan keyin andakin bizamniki mayisiga apadi.
Well, during 1 month detention in Kashgar, I was constantly beaten up. I was in a hanging position. And I was beaten up, and food deprivation, sleep deprivation, water deprivation. So it was all kind of methods of torture that inflicted on me during that 1 month. Then I was taken back to my home county.
And the witness said that when he was taken to his home county, he was also detained for 6 months there, where he was tortured. What methods of torture took place during those 6 months?
And özünüzninki nahiyərinizə apağandan keyin 6 ay şu yana türmənin içində solaqandı tutub durulubsiz və uyadımı qiyin qıstaq, yəni işgəncə şular uçurabsiz. Şu jaryanını bizə düşündürüb berəlemsiz.
6 ayın içində kündü soraqı 5 aygacha soraq qildilar. Soraklı açık aldılar urdu, esip urdu, tayak bilan urdu, rezinkatayla urdu, urup, andikin herip kalgandikin gap soraydı ular. Hamasının önce gap sormaydı. Taz urup etip adam hoşun ketkendikin ya ki su çeşip durup hoşu keltirip durup andikin gap soraydı.
That 6 months, first 5 months I was interrogated daily. So before they put their questions or the interrogation, they beat. As I explained, sometimes I was hanged up and beaten with wooden baton or rubber baton until almost I pass out. Then they bring water, cold water, bring me back, and then they question. So the first 5 months, I was questioned or interrogated daily. 5 ay şu sual sohbetinden sonra.
Bir ay olganda, bir ayda bek urmay, 6 ay toşqa vaqtida öydükil pul qaşlab, para verib, menem de kepillik degende açıqdı turmadı.
And the last 1 month, I didn't suffer that much torture. And then my family paid a bribe, managed to secure my release.
Can you sorry, forgive me.
O turmada qijna jaryanız tamaq vermey urup qijnap, men turmada chiqqan bek halsiz bir terbiye usqan qaldımda.
In addition, I was deprived from food and water. And so when I was released that time, I was just skinny, skin and bone.
The witnesses referred to a water prison. Perhaps you can describe to us what that is.
Siz şu su türmüsü de bayanatınızda sözləpsiz. Su türmüsünü bizge düşendirpegen bolsunuz.
Su türmüsü su mişede kirdi o. Sesik nayet bek paskın su. Paskın su suda 3 saatin tozlu tuğazılgandan keyin yeni suyunu çıkarıp yeni başka soğuk paskın su jalaydı ular.
Tuğuzganda qandaq tuğuzdu aşını bir düşündürpesiz. Ya sizin tuğuzganda qandaq tuğuzdu mesela.
Mene şu örtülme türme.
Aşağı tursa isliqliq emas.
Bu su türmüsü boyu ta.
The water prison, the water is dirty water, extremely cold. So I have to stand in the water up to above my waist. And every now and then they change the water, make it colder. So in total each time was about 3 hours.
O turmada ılıqı igir tuğulamaydı. Sen başımada sen ümcümeyle oturmuş. Ben pasa çöküp gitimiz. Öğür tuğulamaydı. Şunda kışnaş usulü ölen tuğuzda.
They not allow us to stand straight. Not possible to stand straight. So that is a kind of bowing position. And for hours, that's another method of torture.
And can the witness describe for us what are the physical or mental consequences of this process?
Yani bu qiynash jarayonida qandaq jismoniy va ruhiy jihatdan qiyin qisliqlar bo'lgan sizga?
Endi turmadan 2 qata 3 kun 6 kun so'lab chiqagandan keyin o normal turmoq chiqib turma dishimni etyapti. Etib go'shtlarini qo'lim bilan terib xaltaga soldim. Silib uzoqlamayla meni ayrim bir turma so'ladi. Kichik 80 santim kelgan. Bu turmada 1 yil qarang'i. 1 yil kim bilan hech kim bilan gaplashmadim.
One of my cellmates was shot dead, and a repeated shot make him into pieces, and I was forced to pick up his flesh in a bag, and that was very hard. Later I was moved to another prison, and where I was placed in a solitary confinement for 1 year. So I didn't had any opportunity to speak to anyone during that 1 year period.
I have 2 final questions, short questions. Is it correct that your cousin was imprisoned as a result of your escape?
Sizningki mushu qochirib aytganlik to'g'risidan sizning navra akangizmi, inangizmi?
Navra akamni 8 yil turma qoldi, men qochib ketgandan keyin. Turma qilib 2 yildan urib o'ldiryapti.
That's correct. My cousin was arrested after I fled. He was given 8 years prison sentence, but then he was beaten to death.
And how did the witness find out about the fact that he was killed?
Bu urib o'ldirib aytganligini siz qanday bildingiz?
Biz u joqda telefonda aloqalashdik. Men Qozog'istondan Yevropaga kelgandan keyin
aniqroq desangiz kimdan o'qdingiz misolga?
Apasini o'qdim.
Apamniki
achniki bolasi endi. Onlarning bolasi shu urib ketgandan keyin mana o'ltiryapti, telefon deyamidi. Keyin Urumchiga kelib u joqda xil erkindamdi. Urumchiga telefon qilib, telefonda gaplashdik. Mana urib o'ltiryapti. Sizning sababingizni dedi.
During that period, I was in conversation with my family, and I knew he died. Later, when his mother moved to Urumqi, and it was free at that time, then she, in one of our phone conversation,
she told me that because of you, they killed my son.
Thank you, Mr. Rosie. The panel have your witness statement, which they've read in detail, and they may have some further questions for you.
Before Professor Lynch asks questions, I should, Mr. Abraham, have confirmed with counsel, including you, that neither Tersin Bek Kabi, the first witness this morning, nor Habibullah Achad, nor this witness, Omar Rosie, are people against whom the PRC has raised any negative allegations.
That's correct.
Thank you. Professor Lynch.
Mr. Rosie, in view of your position as Qadi, did you anticipate that going on a second Hajj at a young age would engender very close scrutiny from the authorities?
And this is ailenizning bir kadr aile oluşup bilen ikinci qitim hacık bağa vaqtыңızda özünüz oylap baqdыңızmı bununki qandaq bir belkim iğir aqibet ip keldiganligini bir oylap baqandыңızmı?
Ya ben oylamagandım. Ben o apağan xatlarımni onda qılıqı yaman tarafını oylamay, eğer yaman tarafını oylagan bolsam kemay qilib qaldım da.
No, I didn't. If I anticipated that, including the letter I took, I didn't know. And if I anticipated the consequences, I wouldn't have returned.
And do you now know the contents of that envelope that you delivered?
And aşı xatninki mazmunni hazır bilemsiz.
Ya ben bilmeyim o xatni burun verdim, verdim boyunca da tapşırdım. O xatın neyim bağlığını neyim koyma.
No, because I promised not to open the letter, and I just fulfilled my promise, and then up until now, I don't know what was the content.
Thank you. Your first two detentions were in regular prisons rather than re-education camps. Is that correct?
Bu sizinki iki qıtımlıq tutqun jaryanınız şu türme, yani hazırqıdak terbiyeleş ornu emas.
Yo'q, terbiyeleş ornu emas. Mesela 2 aydan keyin meni tutup bir aydan keyin 2 aydan keyin tutuplar bir azroq vaqtda ko'zim tengiblar Urumchiga bordi. Bagaja o'rnimiz. Turmaga borgandan keyin u qiyin qistoq, kundalik qiyin qistoq. Hatto tirmig'im yuldi ular.
No, it was prison. And even when I was taken to Urumqi during that period, my fingernails were pulled out. So throughout my detention, I suffered torture, interrogation.
When you were in those first two prisons, can you estimate the ethnic distribution of the detainees in those institutions?
Şu türmedeki jarayanda sizinki şu türmedeki tutqunlarninki millet yani qancha millatdan batdik, qaysi millatdan eng ko'p degandek mush jarayonni bir so'z bilan alamsiz.
Meni ko'zimni
İki türmede, en baştaki iki qıtımlıq türmü jarayonimiz. Solanğa var. Faqat Uyg'urlar.
Xitoy yo'q, onda Uyg'urlar hammasi milliy bo'lgunchilar solgan Uyg'urlar bor.
Only Uyghurs. They were all accused of separatists.
Fine, thank you. And in those prisons, were there specific torture rooms where these tortures took place?
Әмді мұш түрмелерде бұла қиын қыстақта алайды бір ашы қинайдыған айрым бір орын баттыма, бір өй баттыма, қинайдыған айрым метті.
Қинайдыған айрым үй бар. Mesela putumni ішкі yerden tümü qahtımın ma gösterip duray. Bunu yerden ішкі yerden tümünü urup her bir urga vaqtida mengemlik chiqibdi. meskemaydan urup tübünü urup ihraqıda urup materem ötküzüp bunu tomur etip yeni mayadin yeni iki kata ötküzgen yaptı.
Yes, it was a separate room. The torture took place. As I have mentioned, that they pushed a metal into my leg. That's where twice. First, each time when they banged the nail into my flesh, and they said, "Admit your guilt." So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Do you consider that the killing or the shooting, the initial shooting of your cellmate, could be considered as self-defense by the guards?
Yani özünüzünki şu türmede bile yatkan kişininki oğulan öldürülüşü bu saqçılar özünü qoğdaş üçün qılğan bir hücum degeni bolamdı.
Ama turmada o bekadımga sebepsiz vurdu da, sebepsiz vurdu. Her gün vurdu, urğunu kanmay durup, işkeptede bir tekşügen bulup, bekadıma uygulanırdı, Xitay'da vurmaydı na. Uygulanırdı ki bu çidimay, o tümede ben tıkımada bınakan o emelge aşmagan denken, şu didiskort etip çidimga takıladı.
The constant beatings of the prisoners, non-stop. Whenever they came to the cell, they would beat up everyone. And so eventually my cellmate tried to take revenge with that little metal nail, but was not successful. And then he was shot dead, tragically.
What I was trying to get to was your cellmate chained at the time? Was he a real risk to the guards?
Şu vaqtning o'zida shu turmadagi billa turgan shu kishi qo'l putlari zanjirda bog'liqlikmidi, misolga bog'liqlik bo'lmagan bo'lsa shu nemiga şu turma xodimlarga bir xabar epkilatdim.
Ya mesela o putumuz kişen var, kolumuzu koyduğu var, koyduğu bağlılık, zincir eskilik. Onu diyor. O urup tayak çizmeğin denkin tıkanaz da o. Tıkanmagan hem de bu da tıkamanda hareket kalmışadılar, yatabat kanunu.
Well, we were chained, shackled, all the time. It wasn't something that could cause any kind of life-threatening consequences. Even he just tried to take a bit of revenge by using that nail.
Thank you. When you met your brother and sister in Turkey in April 2016, had they been forced to travel to Turkey?
Yani Türkiye'de işte akanız hediniz bilen görüşken vakitte ular mecburi Türkiye'ye evetilgen mecburi.
O burun pasport işlepememiz seyas aile 3 evlat pasport işlepememizde işte çıkılıp adamlar. 2016 yılı şu ikinci ay mezgilde çakırıp ekilip işte pasport işlepirli, ukanlılar köşüp kivelanla depla 15 gün pasport işlepirip eğer belet ağıl pulun olmamız beletne biz eperimiz digen Katar'da şuna digen. Ula biz pulumuz var. Digen burada ulanıp katılım okumaganda.
Well, I believe that was forced and its intention pre-planned. Because for 3 generations they said we are not allowed to apply for passport. But suddenly in February 2016, and they were called to the office and said that we will issue your passports. And if you don't have money to travel, we will help you to buy a ticket.
Thank you. My final question is, when you received that very disturbing video of your brother and sister hanging up, you were given a number of options, but it doesn't appear that you were being asked to return to China. Is that correct?
Siz şu video en ahırkı video telefonunu ağa vaxtınızda akınızla hadınızınki ısıqlıq tuğan şu ahvalını köz tutup sizge şart koygan. Bu şartlarning içinde sizning qaytib ketishingizini talab qilmagan, to'g'rimi?
Ya, men qaytib talab qilmagan.
That's correct. They didn't demand me to my return.
Okay. Thank you for your very clear and concise answers. Mr. Chairman.
I've finished.
When you saw your brother and sister hanging, can you just give a little bit more detail of what you meant by hanging?
Siz açınız bilen, hadınız bilen, açınız bilen, akınızınki şu is qo'yilganlikni ko'rdim deb siz o'sha is qo'yganni qandaq azroq bir bizga bir tushuntirib bera olasiz, qandaq esiqliq?
2017 birinchi oyda bir telefon
shuni so'rayapman. Is qo'yganni qandaq bildingiz deydi. It was in that position, hanged from the ceiling.
Suspended by their hands in some way.
Qo'li shunda.
Agizdan 1 metr egizlikda u egiz uy ekan. Shu esqarma qo'lni aytaq isitib ko'rdim. Puti ham taxminan shu 1 metr tarafida yerning ustini ko'tarish kerak.
I could see that approximately the feet was about like 1 meter above the ground.
You were told that only if you abided by the conditions imposed would they release your brother and sister, and your brother and sister were screaming at the time. Is that correct?
Yani sizge şu tört şartdan koygan jaryanida akınız, açımız o vaqtda vaqirab atqan, shunaqmi?
Ya şu vaqirmagan, o'sha vaqirmagan 4 shartni qo'yib, 4 shartni deb pulishini amallam vaqirab, jaqirab ketdi. Jaqirgandan keyin men gaq bo'g'icha telefon o'chiryapti.
During the time when they were, when I was asked those 4 conditions, I didn't hear any noise. And only just before they turned off the video, I heard them screaming.
No contact with them since? No contact with them since?
Onundan keyin hech qanday aloqa
yo'q. Onundan hech qanday aloqa yo'q. 2016 bir qatorda bir ishmutli ko'rsatdi, shundan keyin aloqa yo'q. Mana 5 yil bo'ldi.
No, it has been 5 years now since. You would like to show the pictures of That's the elder brother. Muhammad Ali, 62 years old.
Buniki ailesi, oğlu, balları 8 kişi izdireksiz yok öydün.
His family members, his children, in total 8 members disappeared.
Benim bu ağaçam 54 yaş, Rosie.
My elder sister, Rosie, 54 years old.
Ağaçamdaki 2 balısı, 2 nevresi, 5 kişi izdireksiz yok.
2 of his children, 2 of her children and her 2 grandchildren, 5 members gone, disappeared.
Bu benim hiç vukam, deriz aciz. Bu izdireksiz yok.
That's my younger brother who had mental disability, also disappeared.
Benim bu meneki chikin ukam puti kesib ketgan, bu qatnash vaqasida. Puti kesib ketgandan keyin xoshu put sog'an. Bu ukamni izdireksiz yo'q meni.
My brother, another brother who also disabled after a traffic accident, and he also disappeared. My third brother. He had 2 children. Later, had the third children. They were twins, and they were fined 50,000 yuan.
Cezada ölgen benim bu mu izdireksiz yok.
However, they also disappeared.
Bu meniki en küçük ukam. Bununki balası toğulga 2 ay bolgan bu yenge toğulgan balasının resmi yok ama bu bir kızı var diye kızılan 3 tane resmi. Bunun töte ailesi boyunca yok.
My youngest brother, who had a child, who had a 2-year-old kız mıydı?
Oğul bir oğul bir kız.
Okay, yeah, had two children, and also they disappeared, made to disappear.
Bu benim bacam, Abdülkim Kasım. Ben Norvegiyadan 2016 yılı bir 5.000 kron pul evetken pulunu tapışıp ağandık yılla. Şu bugün pulunu tapışıp aldı, tutup gitti, 15 yılı kolgap gitti.
My uncle, after I sent a 5,000 kron from Norway, after accepted, take that money, and he was arrested and given 15 years prison sentence.
Bizimki iqtisad jihatdan hech qanday qiyinchiligimiz yo'q. Hammamiz do'konlardan chiqib, o'yinib chiqib, hammasini park qilib etibdi. Men Qozog'istonda bir odamni avatdim. Avatib qilsam u odam izzat topolmadi. Hech qanday izdireksiz yo'q. Bularninki o'ylar kang o'ylar bo'lyapti. Hammasi bir yerda. U o'yinning hech qasi yo'q. Park aylantirib bu 5 yilga xabar olamayaptimi?
All my family, my extended families, they financially quite well off, had a big houses and they had shops. They knocked down all the houses and converted into a park. I learned that after sending someone from Kazakhstan to look for my family members.
Thank you for showing us those photographs. Mr. Sabi, if possible, may copies of them, with the witnesses' consent, be retained for our benefit.
Yes, sir.
Professor Kaur.
On condition for paragraph 15, condition 4, you were asked to take a picture with police, I assume Norwegian police, and send it to them. Is this because they wanted to circulate it and show that you're a criminal, a terrorist, extremist?
Andım şu 4 şart koyuptu. 4 şartınki birisi sizni Norvegiyanın saqçısı bilen bir resim düşüp evetin deptu. Sizce bularninki maqsadi aşı resimni düşkenden keyin sizni bir terrorchi yoki bölgünchi degan ashundaq bir nimalar bilan qarlamoqchi, shu maqsad bilan
Shu maqsad bilan qilgan.
Yes, that is correct.
All three?
Üç yıl maqsadmi?
Yani biri şerrin de birayman.
Yo'q, uni emas. Eng oxirgi sizni saqchi bilan birga rasmga tushib, ularning 4 chatdan hamiz qo'lda bor. Nazar. U nima maqsadda demakchi?
Ular maqsadni men ham de ko'p gumon qildim. Yo'qmaydi meni eski ko'stib shu mana bu Yevropadan tutib qoldi. Eski bo'lgandan keyin bu vatanga asli qolgan yo'qmaydi bir bizni qarchaplab turib shu bayonotlar medyada ko'rsatish uchun shu resim evet degan maqsadlar.
Well, I can only kind of guess that the only thing that I can think of that after obtaining that picture that with police they might want to present me as a criminal. Even in that country I was arrested by, and so that I believe that was the purpose.
And they were the police who asked you? Who were they?
Bu sizin şu resim düşüp yollagın deganlar saqchilarmi, kimlar?
Saqchilar.
Police.
Specifically, what kind of police? Can you say?
Qandaq darajadagi saqchi xodimlar ular?
Ya men qandaq saqchi darajada uni uqmayman. Saqchilardan bana mesela fuhraç kiygen, saqchi kiygen kiyimdiler bana telefon qildi, video ko'rsatdi. Ko'rsatgan zaman şu şartni dedi bana. Bu şartni qilsa dedi. Dep bo'lib, ocham bilan akam vaqirab ketdi. Telefon o'chiryapti.
All I know that they were police because through that video I saw they were wearing police uniform, and they told me those 4 conditions. Then I heard the screaming of my brother and sister. Then they turned off the video.
And this was in Kuchar County, is that right?
Bu aşı Kucha nahiyedeki.
Toxsun nahiyedeki.
Toxsun.
Okay. Thank you.
Omar, Rosie, thank you very
Sir
much
Jeffrey.
for coming to give evidence.
Sir Jeffrey, if I can ask a
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr.
apologies.
Abraham.
I'd just like to rephrase one question I could have put better. Mr. Rosie, could you tell us what were the physical or mental consequences, if any, of being held in the water prison?
Şu türmüsüge koygan jaryanida bu sizningki yani özünüzningki jismani hamda ruhiy jihatda qandaq bir o'zgarishlar bo'ldi, qandaq
O cisman cihati pek acizlap kettim. Roy cihatin tüşüp kettim desem burada. Ben uzun izin kilamadım.
Physically I became weak, and psychologically it took me long time to recover. I was almost finished at that time.
Thank you, Mr. Rosie.
Well, Rosie, thank you for coming to give evidence. Your evidence is now concluded.
Mr. Chairman, one point of information. You did ask whether the first witness was subject to any negative information from Chinese government. She was. This is called Bahar Jalilova, and the questions were put to her.
You're quite right. It was I was mistaken. I read out the name of another witness for whom no findings were made, and the second and third witness and this witness, they were not subject of any allegations. Thank you for that correction. As a result of extreme discipline on the part of the panel, we've now finished 5 minutes earlier than the worst expectation, but I think it would be an act of generosity to say lunch until 2:30.
Thank you.
Mr. Sabi, it seems my colleagues are indulging themselves, but are we ready?
We are ready, sir.
Well, the timetable is all important. They will arrive.
Our next witness is Golbahar Hatiwaji.
Thank you.
She's giving evidence remotely from Paris, France. Good afternoon, Ms. Hatiwaji. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. Golbahar Hatiwaji was born in LA in December 1966. She left the country to reside in France, where she's living now. She was contacted almost 10 years after that by a colleague asking her to go to China or Urumqi to sort out her retirement papers. She arrived there and she was arrested. The police showed her the picture of her daughter participating in anti-Chinese demonstration and holding a flag of East Turkestan. Between June 2017 to March 2019, the witness was moved to a number of camps. The witness was interrogated a number of times and for many days. Eventually, she was forced to sign a document accepting her guilt and appear before the camera praising the government for her good life and the benefits that she had made. She had to denounce her husband and her daughter as well as World Uyghur Congress. Eventually, she was released and she managed to go back to France in August 2019.
Tercümanımızı tanıştırıp öpeyim. Özünüz belgen hem uçurlarınızı.
Sorry for that. Ms. Hatiwaji, you moved to France with your family and then you had to go back to China to sort out your pension. Immediately after that, you were visited by police. They confiscated your passport. You were interrogated and charged with disturbing social order, principally because you lived in France and because your daughter had participated in this demonstration. Can you please explain the situation in the detention center that you were taken first in Karamay?
Hatiwaji Hanım, siz ailenizden Fransa'ya kepsiz. Fransa'ya gidip yıllar ötkenden keyin siz özünüzdeki pensiyaga chiqish ahvollaringizni bir taraf qilish uchun vatanga qaytibsiz. Vatanga qaytgandan keyin sizni hukumat qo'liga ilib, sizni jamiyat tartibini buzgan degan shu gunoh bilan sizni so'labdi, ya'ni jazo lageriga so'lab shunday qilibdi. Hem shundaqla shu jarayonda sizningki oilangizdagilar, ya'ni qizingizning bir Xitoy qarshi namoyishga chiqqan, u namoyishda Sharq Turkistonning bayrog'ini ko'targan, shularni ko'rsatgan, shular nimqon ahvol ostida sizni jazo lagerini qilibdi. Shu o'zingizning beshiga kelgan shu ahvollardan bir qor so'zlab tanishtirib o'tamsiz.
Buldu ben aldı bilen bana şu Uygur'un beshiga kelgan şu zulümni so'zlash fursatini bergan barliq sudchilarga rahmatimni aytaman.
The first of all, I would like to thank to the tribunal and everyone in here for giving me this opportunity to talk about the suffering of Uyghur people.
2017 yılı 1. ayının 29. günü ben Volcadan aeroplan bilen Harmayga Kölün Peyçursu'na geldim.
On January 29th, 2017, I came from Gulja to Karamay, Kunlun police station.
Gobaninki 3 Uyghur sakçısı gelip, meninki barmak izimni aldı, avazımni lintiga aldı, çırayımni iskaniye kıldı, közümni aldı. Onun kaydan barmağımdan kan elip tekşirgenden keyin meni maşina bilan xalq doktorxonasiga apарды.
3 policemen from state security department came and they took me. And then they tested my eyes, my voice, took blood out from me. And after they doing all the checks, and also they checked my eyes as well, and also after doing all these tests, and they took me to police station.
Meni Qarmay şəhərlik xalq doktorxonasiga apırıb.
Oh, sorry, get it wrong. My mistake. Took me to the hospital, Karamay People's Hospital.
Uyga apağandan keyin manga bir türlük tekşirishlarni elib bordi, suydik tekshirdi, yurak tekshirdi, qon besimini o'lchadi. Onun kayindan ishki a'zolarimni bechavatlıq tekshirdi.
After they took me to the Karamay People's Hospital, again they did to me a medical examination. That examination included urine tests, heart check, blood pressure tests, and also the checking my all organs, inner organs.
Ondan keyin meni Udul Qarmay şəhərlik tutub turuş o'rniga apırıb, odam to'plab jamiyat amonligini buzdi degan töhmatga qo'l qo'yishga majburlandim.
And then they took me to the Karamay City Detention Center, and at that detention center they forced me to sign on a document confessing that I committed crime of disturbing social order.
Bu yerga kirgandan keyin birinchi bo'lib men o'zimning butun kiyimlarimni shu tutib turish o'rniniki kiyimlariga almashtirdim, ya'ni juzrali kiyim, seriq kiyim.
At the first, in that detention center, I had to take off my own clothes and change to that detention center's uniform, which is its orange color.
Onun kayından meni oldichilab, oldidan, yandan rasmga tatdi, eg'irligimni, bo'yimning egizligini o'lchadi. Onun kaydan putumga kishanni silib, kameraga kirib so'laverdi.
And then they took my pictures from the front, from the side, and also they measured my heights and my weight. And then they shackled me. They shackled my feet, and then they detained me into the camp.
Can you briefly explain the conditions of the camp?
Aşı sizni so'lagan lagerninki ahvolini qisqacha bizga deb beramsiz. Sharoitlarni, qanday sharoitda?
But let me just a moment. Let me tell you that the panel has read your statement, which is very full and complete, so they know about it. So please very briefly tell us about the conditions.
Mushu sot mahkamasi sizniki butun yozma materialingizni nayda tafsili o'qib chiqdi. Hammasidan xabaringiz bor. Shunda bo'lganlik uchun javob bergan vaqtida nayda qisqacha javob bering. Hozir shu jazo lagerninki sharoitini, ahvolini so'zlab bersangiz.
Bunu men o'xshamagan ishki lagerda ishki tutib turish o'rnida turdim. Lagerniki ahvoli bo'lsa, bütün derizler, kichik to'shikchilar ichilgan, qalay bilan taqib etilgan, havo o'tishmaydi. Bütün yeri kamera bor, bütün harakatimiz kuzatilib turadi.
The total, I was detained in 4 places, 2 detention center and the 2 concentration camps. And the condition of the camps is very bad. There are just little holes which hold into steel and just kind of round holes. There is no air coming through into the camps, and everywhere is a camera. Every move of the detainees are monitored by the camera.
Lagerda Uygurca yaklaşımda çeklengen, her kandak dini faaliyetlerden şuguluşka bulmaydı.
In the camp, speaking in Uyghur language, our language is prohibited, and also any religious activities or any religious gesture, everything is prohibited as well.
24 saat çırak yinıq tuturdu. Keçileri okumarsın, dijonluk tuturmuz.
The light is on for 24 hours, and every night we had to take a turn to look, and we don't sleep. Take a turn to God, kind of thing.
Künüge 11 saatlap sınıfta oturup tarih, kanun, Hansu tili derslerini öğrenimiz.
Every day we study for 11 hours. That study includes history, Chinese language, and the Chinese law.
Onun keyinden bütünley şu dini asabilikka qarşı turulgan şu mektepning qayda tüzümleri, onun keyinden qızıl naqsha öğrenimiz.
And also we learn about educational thing that against or getting rid of religious extremism, and the rules and policies of the camp, and also we sing red songs, red material.
Bütün öğrengen derslerine çokum yaklaşımız gerek çünkü her haftanın 5'i imtihan alıyoruz bizde.
Everything that we have learned has to be memorized because every Friday we're gonna sit for exam.
Biz 2017 10 aydan başlap gündəlik xəttlər yazışqa məcbur bolduq. Biroq bu gündəlik xətlərni bizə məsul bolğan malumlar 3-4 gündə bir açıb, qandaq məzmunlarni yazğanlığımızı görüb bizə qol qoyub berdi.
From October 2017, we start to write diary. However, within 3-4 days, the teacher has to took our diary and also check the content what we have been written in it.
Bu deganlarimning hammasi lagerdagi ahvollar. Uning keyinden o tutib turish markazidagi ahvol yana o'xshamaydi. Uningdan boshqa bizning kiyimlarimiz intayin yilin. Bizni shamollatimizda kunda 0 dan 28-30 graduslik sovuqda talada soatlab turg'izib qo'yadi.
This is the condition of the concentration camps, and however the condition of the detention camps are again different, and also we used to wear very less clothes, and it's very cold over there, and by wearing such a little less clothes we were taken out for having a wind or having air, and the degrees was minus 28 to 30 Celsius. It's very cold.
Thank you. You said it's very cold in Karamay and it inhibited you from doing your duties. Can you explain what duties you had?
Siz yazmanızda, materialınızda depsiz, Karamay'ın havası şundaq soğuk, aşındaq soğuk bolsunmu bizning soğuklıqdan bazı bir vazifelerimizni ötəşke şundaq qiyinchiliklarni әкеләтти depsiz. Aşun qandaq tushundirib beramsiz? Qandaq vazifalarinizlar bor sizlarning, qandaq majburiyatinglar, vazifalaringlar bor qilishga tegishlik.
Bizni kunda ba'zida bir kunda 2 qatim, ba'zida bir kunda 1 qatim shu qamoqxonaninki ishchi tarafida bir shamoldatgan uy bor, shu yerga chiqib soatlab turg'izib qo'ydi. Shu vaqtning o'zida mana shu kamerning ishchini kontiya bilan muzlatib. biz ayardan kameranın içine kirgen vaxtımızda mı biz neçə saat kısılı su vaxtını əslimizə kiləməyimiz. Onun kəyindən bizden yotqanlarımız şundaq neyip biz.
It is very cold still. There is a room. They would take us once a day or sometimes twice a day in a room that they said we're going to take you out for having air. But in reality, that room is very cold. And on top of that, when we come back to our cells, they make cell even more colder by putting on AC, air conditioner. And also our beddings are very light as well.
Keçisi düzgünlük tutuğa vaxtımızda biz hakikaten pek muzaydı.
And also every night we have to take a turn to kind of watch over. And it is again, we have to do that duty at night, and it's very cold.
Yes, you had to keep a diary that was checked by your teacher. Can you explain what was the content of that diary and what did you have to write in it?
Siz de gündelik xatiri tutattık dep, onun için o gündelik xatirini oxutquchilarimiz tekşirip turatdı dep. O gündelik xatirinin de neme mazmunlar batdı, onun nemelerni yazatdыңlar?
Odatda bizden talep qilgan vaqtida xiyolinglar nima kelsan, qanday o'ylagan bo'lsanglar butkul ichki hissiyotlaringlarni yazsanglar bo'ladi deydi. Biroq biz uningga faqatla chunki muallimlarimiz tekshirgan bo'lgandan keyin biz shu kunlarimizda norozi bo'lib bir narsalarni yozsak muallimlarimiz ko'rib qoldi. Undaq ahvol ostida biz noroziligimizni ifodalashga bizning huquqimiz yo'q bo'lganligi uchun biz faqatla shularninki shu yaxshi kunlarni bizga berganligiga bizning intayin xushalligimizni Jongo Kommunistik Partiyasiga bo'lgan rahmatimizni aytib yolg'ondan bir narsalarni yozamiz.
Initially, the teachers would say that just to write whatever you feel, whatever you think in your mind. But since teachers will check it, the diary, and we don't really write whatever we feel or whatever we think, because if we write, like, we're not allowed to express, and we don't have any rights to express our feeling, our views. We only have to write something that we're praising Chinese Communist Party, and we're not allowed to express our unhappiness or not a satisfaction about the condition or what we are being through. So only thing that we are allowed to write is praising and appreciation of the authority, that the life that they have offered us, and they express that we are happy with it. And we always have to praise what Chinese Communist Party is offering is a great thing. So we never write real feeling that we had at that time, but exactly we write something else, which is praising the Chinese Communist Party.
And did all the inmates have a diary?
Aşı solanğanların hammasi de barmidi, şundaq. Hammasi yazam tashdaq gündelik xatiri.
To'g'ri, hammamiz yozdik.
Yes, all of us write.
Then you had a 2 weeks military training while you were in the camps. Can you explain the nature and purpose of that military training?
Onun için siz aşı lagerda vaqtыңızda 2 hafta hərbi məşq etdikansizlar. Şu hərbi məşq qilish, o qandaq hərbi məşq qildinglar, hamda o hərbi məşq qilishning keyin nima maqsadi bor ekan? Yoki nima maqsad bilan sizlar o hərbi məşq qildinglar?
Biz lagerga kelgan dastlabki 2 haftada hərbi məşq etmadik. Bu hərbi məşqdə o'rinda turish, o'ngga burilish, so'ngga burilish, orqaga burilish. Onun keyinden harbiychilar tik holatda yarim soat, 1 soatlab turish, shularni o'rgatdi.
That military training is happened when we just came to the camp, in the first 2 weeks, and that military training includes how we stand up, turn right, turn back, turn left, and also just to stand still for half an hour, kind of, just stand still. It included that kind of trainings.
Bizga bu harbiy mashqni shu rasmiy harbiylikda to'g'an ishga harbiy o'tadi. Bularning bizga nisbatan harbiy mashq epirishga maqsadi bizni ashlarningki buyrug'iga shartsiz bo'ysundirish.
The training was undertaken or instructed by the two military personnel who were from the Chinese military, and the purpose of the training is absolutely obeying what we ordered to do. So it's just a training of loyalty or training of obeying the rules.
Salametlik yaxşı emas, yeşi çoğlanma. Çünkü bu lagerda 17 yaştan 70 yaşçılık adamlar bolgandan keyin yeşi çoğlar, salametlik yaxşı emaslar daim bu harbiy mashqqa tasib beremey, aylanıp chiqib tushadi.
The camp detainees, the ages are from 17 to 70 years old, or over 70 years old. Due to age and some health conditions, for some detainees, the training was very harsh, and some of the detainees were unable to continue or undertake the training, and some got fainted.
In October 2018, you were moved to another camp where there was a courtroom established in the hall of that camp. Is that correct?
Sizni 2019 yılı 10 ayda yana bir lagerga yutkap dikendik. O yutgan lagerda bir sotlash uyi bar ekan. Bir manda zalga yasagan. To'g'rimi? Shu to'g'rimi shu? Qandaqa? To'g'rimi?
To'g'ri, biroq 2019 yil 10 oy emas, 2018 yili 10 oyning 18 kuni yangi lagerga kirishdik. 11 oyning 5 kunidan boshlab bizga 3 dan 4 dan chiqib sotga chiqib boshladik.
Yes, correct. There is a courtroom, but it's not in 2019. It was 2018 October 2018.
Yeah, yes, to October 2018. Eventually, you had a hearing in that court, and your family members participated in that. Is that correct?
Ishqilib eng oxirida siz ashu sot uyida sotlanibsiz. Ondan keyin sizning sotliga vaqtida nima sizning urug' tuqqanlaringizmi shu sot maydoniga kelib ekan, shundaqmi?
Faqat mening Urumchidagi bir singlimlam kelgan.
Yes, only just the one sister from Urumchi.
You were released in March 2019 after accepting all the charges that they had made against you and being forced to give an interview live on camera, where you denounced your husband, your daughter, and World Uyghur Congress and its leader. Correct?
Ondan keyin siz 2019 yılı 3 ayda sizni qo'yib beribdi-ki, qo'yib berganda men sizga shu atgan gunohlarning hammasini deb qabul qilib, ondan keyin siz o'zingizning oilasini, balalaringizni butunlay e'tirof qilmay ularni rad qilib, ham shundaqla dunyo Uyg'ur qurultayini rad qilib, shunlarni qilgandan keyin sizni qo'yib beribdi ular, shundaqmi?
Shundaq.
Yes.
Finally, Ms. Hatawaji, the Chinese government claims that you lied about being forced to come back to China, so you came on your own volition. They also claim that you lied about being sentenced to 7 years imprisonment, and they maintain that you were suspected of involvement in terrorist activities. Do you want to respond to those charges or not?
Xitoy hukumati sizni yolg'on so'zildi deb shunda deb aybladi. Ya'ni unda degani sizni undaq majburiy vatanga qaytarib kelgan unda ahvol mavjud bo'lmadi. Sizni 7 yil turmaga kesilganligi yolg'on. Sizni bo'lsa terrorlik faoliyatlarga qatnashgan deb ashunda deb aybladi. Mushning qatta sizning ko'z qarashingiz qanday? Siz nima deysiz?
bu Xitay hükümeti yalnız meni emas, bütün şu vatandaki Uyg'urning beshiga kelgan zulmni, kampning ahvollarini chiqib so'zlaganlarning hammasini yolg'onga, terrorchiga chiqaryapti.
The Chinese government, this is not surprising. Chinese government is not only just denying whatever I have said, the Chinese government is completely denying whatever is happening to my homeland. Every witnesses who's talking about what they have been through in the concentration camps. It's not just my case is not just individual, special alone cases that China is denying and accusing us as a terrorist, because the Chinese government is accusing everyone as a terrorist in my homeland.
Thank you.
2016 yılı 11. ayının ahırı ben vatanga qaytqıçılık bo'lgan Fransiyada turgan 10 yıl jarayonida ben azaldan Cumhur hükümetiga qarshi bir siyosiy faoliyatlarga ya bir harakatlarga qatnashib bakmagan.
While I stayed in France for 10 years, which is the end of November, since the end of November 2016, within the 10 years, I did not take a part any anti-China activities at all.
Meni 2019 yılı 8. ayının 19. günü pasportumni qo'limga bergan vaqtida Qarmay shaharlik Donganjuning shujisi Lo Shuji benden şu lagerlarninki ichilganligining to'g'riligini, shular uchun ishqiqiz yaxshi gap qilishimni, shundaqla mashaqqat chiqqandan keyin Uyg'urlarning ahvollarini shularga ma'lum qilib turishimni, ular bilan bo'lgan munosabatni uzib qo'ymasligimni talab qilgan.
On August 19, 2019, when the Chinese government issued my passport, gave my passport, at that time the Secretary Law told me that the operating the camps are correct, and also just told me that the camp operation is correct thing to do, and also asked me and request me to say, like that, and talk about the camp, and the Chinese government did the right thing. And the second thing is asked me to inform whatever is happening outside, activities of the people, the Uyghurs outside, to the authority.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hati. Thank you. The tribunal still have questions, and I will stop my questions at this stage. Mr. Chairman.
Sizga ko'pdan ko'p rahmat deydi. Mahkamaning yana sizga boshqa savollari bor. Men so'rash fursatini boshqalarga beraman.
In France, did you work, and if so, was it for a French or a Chinese company?
Siz Fransiyada xizmat qildingizmi? Agar xizmat qilgan bo'lsangiz, xizmat qilgan kompaniya Fransiyaningmidi yoki Xitoyningmidi?
Fransiyaning.
It's a French company.
Do you speak French?
Siz fransuzcha so'zlay olamsiz?
Azdalar.
Yes, a little bit.
When you went back on the 21st of August 2019, you had been subject to 3 years of harsh imprisonment and substantial brainwashing.
Siz 2019 yılı 8. ayının 21. günü qaytqandan keyin 3 yıllık ig'ir darajadagi turma ahvoliga ham shundaqla yana ig'ir kuchlik darajadagi mingini juyish ahvoliga yo'liqibsiz, mingini juyish siyosatiga.
Shundaq.
Yes, correct.
Did those managing you think that you were a reliable, brainwashed person who would take the message of China back to France?
Mushu 3 yillik aşı ig'ir darajadagi turma ham shundaqla sizning mingini juyishmasi tarbiyasi sizning ideyalaringizni o'zgartib Мушу сизни Франция келип Хытай үчүн геп кылдыган ашындак бир адамга өзгөртелдим. Шунда болушуңузга şu netice yarattı mı? Muvaffak buldum.
Yo'q, o'zgartirmadi. Agar o'zgartirilgan bo'lsa, men Fransiyaga qaytib kelgandan keyin Qarmay shaharlik Guangzhou'ningki boshlig'i Loshujining degan gapi bo'yicha ish qilatdim. Undaq vaqtida meni Xitoy hukumatini bugungi kunda terrorchi deb qaralamaydi.
No, it didn't change my mind. And if it did, I would have done the order that the law, secretary law from the Karamay Public Security Office told me to do. I did not follow what he told me to do after I come back to France. But I choose to speak out.
Madam Interpreter, the question was not obviously properly understood. Make it very short. Did the people releasing her to go back to France think that she would be a reliable person to tell the Chinese story in France?
Sizni aşı, okay, think. All right, yeah, I got you. Şu sizni Fransiyaya koyup beygelle, sizni muşu Fransiyaya kelip Xitayninki şu sözünü, yoki Xitayning nima demoqchi bo'lganligini shu Fransiyaga anglatalaydigan darajada mingisi o'zgarib ashunda bo'ldi deb o'yladimi?
Balkim o'ylagan bo'lishi mumkin. Agar o'ylamagan bo'lsa, meni qo'yib bermasligi mumkin.
Maybe they think I am. Otherwise, maybe they're not going to release me.
This is not a question. I just want you to know that we've read all about the harsh treatment and the various methods of brainwashing, and I'm not going to ask you about that, but I want you to know that we've read it all.
Biz muşu emnesini okuduk deydi sizinki yazma materyalınızın hemsini. Bu bir sual emas. Fakat sizin hemen emenizni okuganlığımız için muşunu müşahede oturup koyup ne bukatımız.
Now, back to the beginning, to your arrest in November 2016.
Endi sizin yani qaytınlıqı qol ilinğe vaqtınızga qaytıp geleyli, yani 2016 yılı 11. ayga.
You had, in your 3 years in France, been backwards and forwards 4 times to China.
Siz Fransiya bilan Xitayning o'tirligida 4 qatim safar qilibsiz, kelib ketib.
Do you think that when they arrested you, they had a plan for you in particular?
Sizce ular sizni qo'lga olgan vaqtida siz uchun bir plani bormi ularning maxsus?
Meningcha plani bor deb o'ylayman. Chunki 2012 yılı, 2014 yılı yo'ldishim bilan vatanga tuqqan yo'qlab borgan vaqtimizda Anchuanjuning odamlari yo'ldishim bilan ko'rishib, o'zlariga xizmat qilishni talab qilgan.
I think they have a plan. Because when we visited in 2012, 2014, the Chinese public security officials met with my husband and requested if he can work for the Chinese authority.
Mening hech qanday gunoh qilmaganligimni tutib bildi bular, faqat meni tutish orqali yo'ldishimdan o'tishmikin deb bu o'y farzim mening o'yim, biroq buni 100% cho'qim shunday deb muhimlashtiraman.
I am innocent and they know I'm innocent as well. Just simply they have arrested me in order to revenge from my husband. This is just my guess. I am thinking, but I am not sure.
Please consider 2 possible plans. First, that from the very beginning, knowing of your being integrated into French society, may they have planned from the beginning to brainwash you and send you back, or may the plan have been connected to the medical tests that were taken in great detail when you were first tested?
Nima siz o'ylab beqingdaydi masalan plan. Birinchisi siz mushu Fransiya jamiyatiga kirib rasmiy mushu Fransiya jamiyatining nimasida mushundaq yashab qotgandan keyin sizni balkim mushu mingingizni yuvib ashtaq o'zgartib ashtaq qilish tarafdan g'alaba qilgandek ashtaq ahvol bo'lganligi uchun shu sizni bu Xitoyniki shu ash tarafdan bir to'g'ri bishorat yoki to'g'ri bir so'zni qila oladigan ashtaq ishiltalaydigan odam bo'lishingiz mumkin deb shu planmi. Ikkinchisi sizga elib borgan xil turlik salomatlik tekshirishlari bo'lgan-ku. Shu salomatlik tekshirishlar bilan bir aloqasi bormi?
Uni men aniq bir deyamayman. Bu to'g'ri o'ylab boqmoqdim.
I didn't think about those. I am unable to say much about it.
Having 10 years of experience of another culture, the French culture, did you, with that experience, notice changes in China over the 10 years in the course of which you went backwards and forwards and ultimately were detained?
Beg your pardon, can you rephrase the question? Sorry.
Yeah, did you notice in the 10 years changes in China when she went back and forth?
Siz mushu 10 yilning ichida Fransiya bilan Xitoyning orlig'ida berib kelib turibsiz. Siz o'zingiz shaxsan mushu Xitoyda o'zgarish, mushu 10 yil mobaynida bir o'zgarish bo'lganligini his qildingizmi? O'zgarishlarni farq etdingizmi?
Farq etdim, chunki men dastlabda Urumchiga tushiman, qarmay mening bu burun xizmat qilgan o'rnim, G'oljida mening urug' tuqqanlarim bor, Oltayda yo'ldoshimningki oilasiliklar bor.
Yes, I did notice. When I went back, first I go to Urumqi, and then my own hometown is G'olja, and then my husband resides, he's from Altay, and then my workplace is Qaramay.
Men mushu 4 qitim bağı vaqtida tekshirish punktlariningki shundaq jiqlab ketganligini, ma'lumotlarga o'rnatilgan kameralarni uning kaynidan mushu u shahardan bu shaharga manga vaqtida tekshirish ilib bağı vaqtida xalsolarni tekshirmasdan biz Uyg'urlarni bakrak tekshiraydiganligini his qildim.
What I have realized in the change is, one, there are more checkpoints. Second, everywhere is camera, surveillance camera. The third, whenever people travel from one place to another, everywhere is monitored, and also you have to go through checkpoint. But the checkpoints are particularly targeted to Uyghurs only, not for Chinese.
Two last questions about the medical test that you had in 2016.
Ağırqı iki sual, yani 2016 yılı sizge elip berilgan salamatlik tekshirishlar haqida.
Or rather, the very beginning of 2017.
Yoki 2017ning 5-idagi, yoki 2016 yoki 2017ning 5-idagi.
Did you have any fear that your organs might be harvested?
Sizde bir endişe bormi, balkim sizning shu ishki a'zolaringizning biralarini ular ilib oldi deb yoki ilinib ketdi deb bir endishingiz bormi?
2017 yılı 1. ayının 30. günü beni qamoqxonaga apadi. Qamoqxonaga apirishdan burun adamlar men deb o'tgandek Paychosoda bir qitim, Xalq doktorxonasida bir qitim salomatlik tekshirdi. Biroq men u vaqtda shundaq Uyg'urlarning beshig'i kelayotgan bu kunlardan xabarsiz bo'lganligim uchun men o'zimning bir a'zosini avaldi. Avalamı degan endishani bo'lmadim. Ham hozirgacha bir a'zoimni avalganligiga avamidi.
No, I don't have that concern. When I first gone through that medical examination at the police station first, which is January 30, 2017. Afterwards, I was taken to the hospital again, undergo a medical examination. But all this time, but I never suspected that, whatever they are doing to Uyghurs is something else. And I never suspected they're gonna take organs out from me.
Then, actually, two more very short questions. What did she think was the purpose of the medical examination?
Siz şu doktor tekşirişlerinki nim maqsadi bar? Ular nim maqsadni qaysi nim maqsad bilan undaq doktor tekşirişlerini ip bardı o çağda?
Ben aynı vaqtda bana nispeten doktor tekşirişini yapmağa vaqtida meni tekşirgen doktor ayol saqchilarga qon besimi yuqoriga diqqat qilinglar degan.
Initially, at the beginning, when they did medical examination on me, the female doctor told the police said that I have high blood pressure, so had to be careful.
Last question. You may know that we have already heard evidence of people detained being medically tested, but I don't think we've heard of one having his or her voice recorded. Why do you think your voice was recorded at that first test?
Biz şahitlarninki muşundaq doktor tekşirişlerinin ötkenligini hemimiz anlagandık. Lekin bu ovozni loyin qilib, yani ovozni elib undaq tekşirgen deganini anlamagandık. Siz shundaq dediniz. Sizning uchun ular nima uchun sizningki ovozingizni elib undaq uni rekord qilib nim qiladi? Nima uchun sizning ovozingizni tekşirgen?
Men shu vaqtda ovozimni nima uchun ungilib tekshirdi deganni o'ylagan vaqtimda balkim bizning butunlay shu chetdan turib Jongo bilan qilgan telefon aloqalar bilan shu ovozimizniki mos kelganligini bilish uchun shu tekshirishni deb o'yladim.
My thinking of the doing voice recording check is the authorities maybe wish to identify or recognize the communications between inside the country and abroad to recognize or make sure, in order to recognize that voices, the communication voices. That was my thinking when they did that test.
Rest assured, we have all read the detail in your statement. My colleagues may have further questions.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask two short questions? First of all, why didn't you change your passport to French when both your husband and your daughter had changed theirs?
İki qısqa sual. Birincisi, sizningki yo'ldoshingiz, qizingiz Hemisi Fransa'nın pasportunu yaptı. Siz nemişki özünüzün pasportunu Fransa'nın pasportunu özgertmediniz? Nemişki Fransa'nın pasportunu almadınız?
Çünkü benimki apam olsun, yakın yoldaşımın apısı olsun, hemisi yaşlı çoğunluk kalgan. Tesadüfi ya ağırıp kalıdığan, ya bir yaman ahval kapmağa vakitte ben Jongo pasportu bilen tuvatkan bağlıkın biletini elip derhal paradayla vize talep qilish ketmaydi deganni o'ylab men Fransiyaniki vatandoshligini talab qilmoqman.
Because both my mother and my mother-in-law, which is my husband's mother, the both of them are elderly, and I kept my Chinese passport in order for the convenience of the travel. If something happens to them, if they are not well, so I can travel immediately just to buying the ticket rather than applying for visa, etc. So that's why.
Thank you. And my second question was really about the retirement. Could it be possible that your colleague had been told by the police to ask you to come back to apply for retirement? And what was the point of being retirement? Was I going to give you a pension? Thank you.
Sizniki ma'lumotli pensiya masalangiz haqida so'ramoqchi. Sizcha shu sizningki xizmatdoshingiz sizga telefon qilibdi shu pensiya ishingizni bir taraf qilish haqida. Sizcha shu sizning xizmatdoshingizni soqchi telefon qil deb soqchi telefon qilg'izgan bo'lishi mumkinmi? Uningki yana birisi sizning o pensiya ishingizni hal qilishninki nima ahamiyati bor yoki nima muhimligi bor siz uchun?
Meningki shu xizmatdashim menga maqsadlik telefon qildi deb o'ylayman. Balkim soqchilar telefon qilgan bo'lishi mumkin. Chunki men shu idoraga shu pensiya rasmiyatini bajarish uchun yetib berib 15 minutdan keyin Courtroom patrolniki 3 soqchisi yetib kelgan.
Yeah, I believe the phone call that I have received from my colleague is purposeful. The police may have asked him to or told him to ring me because soon I arrived, within 15 minutes time, the police came to me.
Şimdi ikinci sual, mesela tüyüşü maaşımınki bana nispeten nime ehmiyeti var deb sorudu. Meningki xiyolimda iki kızımni o'qitib olgandan keyin bütün urug'tiqalarimiz shu yerda bo'lgandan keyin vatanga qaytib ketish ehtimoligi bo'lib qolishi mumkin deganni o'ylagan.
Regarding my pension, the significance or importance of why should I deal with my pension, my thinking was after my 2 daughters graduated, and my thinking was I may be able to return since all my relatives still back home in my country. I maybe go back to my country. That was my another thinking.
Thank you.
Rahmat.
Could you explain what the purpose of chaining you to a bed for nearly 3 weeks from the 1st of April to the 20th of April, I believe, in 2019?
Sizni 3 haftachilik, ya'ni 4-ayning 1-20-siga qadar 2019-yili karvatga zincir bilan bog'lab qo'yishninki nima maqsadi bor ekan, nima maqsad bilan sizni karvatga bog'lab qo'ygan?
2019 yıl 4. ayının 1 emas, 2017 yıl 4. ayının 1'den 4. ayının 20'sigachilik ben 20 kun zincirlendim. Benden başka ayollar 10 bıcık hatta 2 aydan artıq zincirlendi. Bularning nima maqsadi borligini biz bilmadik. Shu vaqtda so'ragan chog'da biz buni bilmaymiz, bu faqat yuqoridan kelgan buyruqlar dedi.
Not it's 2019, it is from 1st of April to 20th of April 2017. Yeah, I was chained for 20 days, but I have witnessed that other people chained more than 2 months. When we asked what's the purpose, they didn't tell us and we didn't know. They just told us that it's order from the top.
And you've described in your statement extensive mistreatment and indeed, if you were caught speaking Uyghur, as you describe it, you were severely punished. Do you have any idea what the purpose of these punishments, what the purpose of this, best described as humiliation, would be?
Siz mushu yozma materialingizda depsiz, sizni ig'ir darajadagi shundaq noto'g'ri muomalalarga, qiyin qistoqlarga uchrabsiz. Ham buning ichida birsi hatto Uyg'ur tilida gap qilsanglarmi, buning uchun sizlarni jazolandik deb. Endi mundaqcha aytgan vaqtda bularning hammasi bir xil dafsandichilik, xo'rlash. Mushunchalar xo'rlashlarninki sizcha maqsadi nima? Nima maqsad bilan shundaq xo'rlashga uchirdinglar?
Mushunda xo'rlashlarning maqsadi bizni ro'yi va jismoniy jihatda sundirib, o'zlariga shartsiz bo'ysundirish. Eng oxirida Uyg'ur millatini tubdan yo'qotish deb o'ylayman.
I believe the purpose is they just plan to completely destroy us mentally as well as physically, and also make us absolutely obey them, absolutely follow whatever they say. The end result, the last result, the purpose is just to completely genocide.
And did you see this punishment regime having that impact in the sense of destroying people mentally at least and to some degree physically from other inmates who were locked up with you?
Sizning qarashingizcha, o'sha siz bilan birga so'langan boshqa shu so'laqtikilarga nisbatan aytgan vaqtda mushu hukumatninki mustaq ruhiy ham shundaqla jismoniy jihatdan mustaq yo'qotish ilib borgan mushu harakatlari, mushu ilib borgan mushu xo'rlashlari g'alaba qildimi? Shundaq maqsadga yetdimi masalan? Ashla ahvol shu ta'sirini ko'rsatdimi siz bilan so'langanlarga? Shuning ta'siri bo'ldimi, ashla yo'qoldimi o'sha ruhiy ham jismoniy tarafdan?
Ben lagerda bo'lsin, mayli kayfiyatda bo'lsin, bütün hem adam bilan paranglışış, gap qilish fursati yo'q.
There is no chance or opportunity that we can talk with other inmates, both in detention centers as well as in the camp.
Faqatla men bilan paranglışalgan, men bilan bir yatakta yatgan ayollar bilan paranglışış jarayonida bildimki, ular Çinçuangu bunda qilish orqali biz Uyg'urlarniki ro'yini hargiz sundirmaydi, u hargiz o'zining maqsadiga yetamaydi degan. Meningcha Uyg'urlar shu kelgan besimdan texmi tushunib ketdi deb o'ylayman.
Yeah, although I am unable to talk with others, but the detainees that I was detained together, the people in the same cell as myself, I heard from them that the Chenchuango won't achieve on its goal of destroying us. I believe that the torture, all this humiliation made Uyghurs even more stronger.
Thank you.
Rahmat.
Thank you very much. Gulbahar Hayaturiwai, your evidence is finished. Thank you for coming to the tribunal to give it.
Var xanım, siz köpten köp rahmat mushu nemige mahkemege kelib şahitlik qilganingiz uchun tugdi bugungi.
Sizlarga köpten köp rahmat.
Thank you very much to you all too.
This has already been dealt with. Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is a small change of program. The next witness would be our expert Darren Byler, and Roshan Abbas will give evidence a bit later today.
And we still got otherwise the names on the list, so we've got quite a lot to get through.
Yes.
Very well. And one of my colleagues asked me, the last witness, you dealt with the information adverse to her.
We dealt with
You
that.
did, yes.
Thank you.
Right at the beginning. Thank you.
Dr. Byler is an incoming assistant professor of international studies at Simon Fraser University in Vancouver, British Columbia, and a postdoctoral research fellow in the China-made project at the Center for Asian Studies in Boulder. He has authored 2 acclaimed books related to the Uyghur region. The first of these books is an ethnographic monograph titled Terror Capitalism, Uyghur Dispossession and Masculinity in a Chinese City. And the second is a narrative-driven book titled In the Camps, China's High-Tech Penal Colony. He is the author of a number of research articles, policy reports, and short essays on the unfolding situation in Xinjiang. Since 2011, he has engaged in 24 months of ethnographic research in the Uyghur region, Xinjiang specifically, and most recently in 2018. The witness states that since 2017, the PRC has engaged in a campaign to eliminate or significantly damage significant aspects of Uyghur society through the following methods: intergenerational family planning policies, gendered violence, which includes coercive marriages between Han men and Uyghur women, and other forms of sexual violence and involuntary surveillance on Uyghur family structure and religious practice. The witness identifies that family planning policies disproportionately impact Uyghur families. Policies include unannounced examinations, financial incentives to informants who report violations, and criminalization of what are called illegal births. Uyghur birth rates, according to the witness, have dropped by some 50 to 80% in Uyghur majority areas, and some 10% of all camp detentions relate to violations of birth policies. The witness notes that at least 500,000 Uyghur and Kazakh children are being raised in a non-Muslim environment and have essentially been transferred to Han Chinese families. 2/3 and 3/4 of Uyghurs and Kazakhs, respectively, who have been detained have been men between the ages of 18 and 55, which has had a significant impact on their families who also face stigma by association. The Urumqi Public Security and Civil Affairs Ministry jointly manage the camp system. Births and marriages have been impacted in particular with the state imposition of Han Chinese men, so-called relatives, into Uyghur households, which have become female-led households because of incarceration of the men. Births and marriages have also been impacted due to state-enforced or state-encouraged marriages to Uyghur women in a carefully calibrated system of rewards and punishments. Finally, the context in which the witness describes these state acts is in a system of severe and total monitoring and intrusion of Uyghurs and other Turkish minorities. Investigation and detention of Uyghurs and other Turkish Muslims followed poor scores for systemized markers of trustworthiness, which relate to suspicions of many sorts, including religiosity and political activity. This was consistent, the witness says, with evidence from The Intercept, which also showed heightened scrutiny of all Muslims against 53,000 unique identifiers of Islamic or political activity, and particular scrutiny of relatives and children of detainees. The Intercept is a data set that contains close to 250 million rows of data, which make up tens of thousands of police files, and these files were recovered largely from the mobile police system of Urumqi, which is a standardized mobile policing system. Information is gathered, according to the witness, by civil servants formerly employed by the Ministry of Civil Affairs, but is fed up to the Public Security Bureau. Dr. Byler, I believe you have a short presentation. We'll be grateful to hear that.
And Dr. Byler, before you start, Mr. Sabi, the timetable is getting tight, and sometimes it's problematic because witnesses and interpreters are available at remote locations. I could foresee that this witness might be the subject of sustained questioning by my colleagues. I don't know, but it's possible. And therefore, can I hand to you the clock in the sense that tell us when it's got to stop, because I dare say Mr. Byler will be willing to come back in September, especially as it's by video link, at less inconvenience than would be the very substantial problems of disrupting witnesses who are sitting on standby in remote locations with interpreters. How long have we got?
If the panel is prepared to extend the sitting by, say, 45 minutes, we can get through all witnesses today. But Dr. Byler had the time constraint. That's why we changed the timing.
When does he have to finish?
Closer to 7.
How long would you like the present questioning to last for convenience, please? Until? It's 25 to 4. When should we finish? We can always come get him back.
4:15.
4:15. Thank you very much. Dr. Byler, off you go with your presentation.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. I'll just have some short remarks about the three main foci of my report, looking at involuntary surveillance, family planning policies, and gendered violence and their effects. State authorities often describe detention in re-education camps as voluntary, but internal police documents demonstrate that very little interaction between Muslims and state workers is in fact voluntary. One of the ways this coercive pressure is built is through surveillance. Xinjiang now has one of the highest densities of surveillance cameras, face recognition checkpoints, and digital forensics infrastructures of any location in the world. It also has some of the greatest density when it comes to policing as well. From cellular towers to mobile devices to smart ID systems, QR-coded housing, neighborhood-level sub-monitoring stations to centralized command centers, server rooms and smart detention camps, a system of digital enclosure has enveloped the entire region. The early stages of the rollout of the system in 2017, state workers began to conduct assessments of the population to determine who was trustworthy, normal, or untrustworthy. In face-to-face interviews and in surveys that were sent to people's homes, the neighborhood police officers assessed Muslims using 10 categories: whether the person was Uyghur, whether they were of military age between the ages of 18 and 55, were unemployed, whether they prayed regularly, possessed unauthorized religious knowledge, had a passport, had traveled to one of 26 Muslim majority countries, had overstayed their visa, had an immediate relative living abroad, or had taught their children about Islam in their home. This is how it's laid out in the form, these 10 categories. Each category that counted towards them was used to deduct points from a score of 100, moving them down a scale towards an untrustworthy scoring. Those that were untrustworthy were sent to the detention centers where they were interrogated, asked to confess their crimes, and name others who were untrustworthy. In this manner, the officers determined which individuals should be slotted for transformation through re-education and which should be formally prosecuted. The state documents I've reviewed show that since 2017 and up to 2020, 533,000 people in the region have been formally prosecuted. And this is at a rate that's 6 times higher than the national average. And it's not accounting for people that are yet waiting prosecution and that are in the camps themselves. The system of surveillance has an immediate effect. It had an immediate effect on Uyghur religious institutions. A police report from April 2018 provides some of the most detailed and straightforward assessments of the goals and effects of the Urumqi policing system on Uyghur religious institutions. It describes, quote, a dramatic decrease in mosque attendance as a success of the system. While the mosque remains open, in this particular case, the number of people who entered the mosque to pray during the first 4 months of 2018 had dropped by 96.52% as compared to 2017, when 80,211 people had attended the mosque to pray. The report specifies that religious people are now afraid to pray in the mosque because they have been, quote, told that those who enter the mosque more than 200 times will be sent to education, which is the widely used euphemism for involuntary detention in the camps. The primary actors in the surveillance system are deputized citizens. Beginning in late 2016, hundreds of advertisements from the Xinjiang Public Security Bureau for auxiliary police and other workers appeared across Xinjiang. As other scholars have shown, approximately 90,000 new officers were hired at this time. While some of these officers were formal employees transferred from other places, the majority were low-level contracted employees, low-level security guards. After a 10-day boot camp training, they were assigned to posts in newly built People's Convenience police stations, which form a grid of policing throughout the entire region. These stations function as surveillance hubs, forming centralized nodes of the surveillance system, which an Urumqi police chief purported to be seamless. The system is deeply invasive. Over the week of April 23rd, 2018, in one precinct in Urumqi, 40 state workers scanned the phones of 2,057 people using a digital forensics tool called an anti-terrorism sword, which looks for more than 53,000 markers of religious extremism and political activity. In addition to scanning phones, the police assistants manually scanned the faces of 935 people using face recognition technology. Over 2018 and 2019, there's slight fluctuations in the numbers of people scanned per week, but in general, they're fairly consistent. This is an ongoing and iterative process. As of 2018, in the precinct that I'm speaking of, there was 36,000 people in the total population, of which 6,569 were ethnic minorities, and around 2/3 of which were adults. Because the police assistants prioritized scanning the Muslims, on an average week, it's likely that as many as half of the adult Muslim population in the jurisdiction were subjected to involuntary phone scans. And according to government documents, more than 100,000 people were at least initially detained due to digital activity from years before the camps were built. The assessments continue over time. Many Muslims who stopped attending the mosque and passed their first assessments were subsequently detained because someone else named them as untrustworthy due to their religious background. The state also assigned an additional 1.1 million Han and Uyghur big brothers and sisters, that's how they're often referred to conduct week-long assessments in Uyghur homes. Over the course of these visits, the relatives tested the trustworthiness qualities of Uyghurs who remained outside of the camp by forcing them to participate in activities forbidden by certain forms of Islamic piety, such as drinking, smoking, and dancing. As a test, they brought Uyghur hosts food without telling them whether the meat used in the dishes was halal or not. These relatives focused on the families who had been taken away, and they looked for signs of resentment or a lack of enthusiasm. They gave the children candy, or they were told to give the children candy because they said that the children will tell them the truth about what the parents thought. They also made sure that there were no illegal births in the family, which brings me to the second focus of my report, which is the Zero Illegal Births program. In order to understand this program, it's necessary to read the directives given by the Chinese Civil Ministry very closely. On April 12, 2019, a government committee in Aksu City in southern Xinjiang made the following announcement. Here I'm quoting directly. The People's Government has decided to implement a real name system of rewards for reporting illegal childbirth behaviors, violations of law, and regulation in family planning work, while at the same time urging those who violated laws and regulations to take the initiative to self-report and strive to be dealt with lightly. The announcement then announces to citizens throughout the municipality of around 700,000 people that citizens who report illegal birth activities of their neighbors will be giving a reward of 5,000 yuan, which is around 550 pounds. Included in the listing of rewarded information are not only violations of having more children than are permitted, but also adopting children in violation of regulations or illegal procedures undertaken to give birth to children again. My interviews indicate that the illegal procedures that are referred to here is the removal of IUDs and other family planning devices or birth control devices, which are subjected to regular inspection. In order to ensure that all illegal pregnancies are detected, state workers are tasked with, quote, finding the number of women of childbearing age within their jurisdiction. They must then assess the birth control measures used by each woman. The directive states, and here I'm quoting again, those who have not taken long-term birth control measures in small towns and villages must be visited every month and subjected to quarterly pregnancy checks. Illegal pregnancies must be, quote, disposed of early, a reference to state-mandated abortion. Nowhere in the document does it state whether these checks are done voluntarily. In fact, my interviews suggest that these checks are received as orders. The directive also states that, and here I'm quoting, married women of childbearing age who have adopted long-term birth control measures should be classified as trustworthy personnel, which means that they won't be sent to the camps, and receive IUD or ring inspection services. That is to say that there's an incentive to receiving an IUD as a way of protecting or insulating yourself from potential detention. These exams extend beyond unmarried women as well. For instance, female students are also mandated to receive regular physical examinations. Further evidence of the involuntary nature of the reproduction monitoring program is demonstrated by the unplanned and surprise inspections that women are not permitted to refuse. The implementation of the program rests on an organized system of quote, unannounced visits, where women will be inspected and households examined for unregistered children. What exactly is meant? Who exactly is being targeted by this system? In state documents from across the region, state authorities lay out that zero illegal births, the program was to target all ethnicities, with a particular focus on government employees, religious figures, farmers, and herders. In another document from Hejing County in southern Xinjiang, state authorities say directly that the program should also target farmers and herders, a demographic in that location and most locations across Xinjiang that disproportionately draws from the Muslim minority populations. Since the new regulations were introduced in 2017 with this new explicit focus on childbirth among Muslims, the consequences for previous and current illegal births have become stark, not just in terms of monetary rewards and fines, but prosecutions for those deemed illegalized parents. The new regulations target parents of illegal children as far back as 1992. Out of a sample size of 1,500 detainees who were sent to camps since 2017, 151 were detained for violating birth policies. If the sample is taken as indicative of camp detentions as a whole, which is an estimated 900 to 1.5 million people, approximately 90 to 150,000 parents may have been detained due to violations of family planning. Taken together, all of these systems meet standard definitions of negative eugenics, but they also do something more. A key component of the Zero Illegal Births program is the illegalization of adoption among Uyghur families. My interviews show that in practice, this policy prevents Uyghurs from caring for the children of detained relatives. Instead, the children of detainees often become wards of the state in residential boarding schools, dubbed kindness centers. As other research has shown, in the Uyghur majority areas, as many as 70% of all children 0 to 5 have been assigned to a range of schools, ranging from week-long full care schools to daycare schools. According to state documents, as many as 500,000 children are Uyghur and Kazakh children are being raised in a non-Muslim environment. In 2019, a state spokesperson announced that they had recruited nearly 90,000 new politically loyal teachers to the region. Since these new teachers are primarily Han and functioning as parental figures to children who have been removed from their homes, in some sense they are enacting a forcible transfer of children of one ethnicity to another. And now I'll move on to my final focus, which is on marriage, Han male marriage to Uyghur women.
Dr. Byler, forgive me for interrupting. I'm just conscious of the time and the fact that the panel and council have read your report in quite some detail. Perhaps if you'd permit me to interrupt, maybe I'd ask my questions and then pass this on to a member of the panel. And perhaps then if there's time at the end, you might be able to finish the remaining part of your presentation. I'm just conscious that we've covered all the points you've raised so far, and we've extracted that from your report.
Okay, that's perfect. Yeah, happy to answer some questions. Sure.
Great. Thank you, and forgive me for the interruption.
No problem.
You've estimated that some 10% of camp detentions related to violations of birth policies. How many of those related to the Uyghurs or other minorities?
Well, of those detained, all of them are Uyghur or other minorities. That's based on the sample that we have. It's a limited sample of only around 1,500 people that we have good evidence for, where we have government documents saying why this person was detained. But it is a quite common reason for detention. And we see this in multiple data sets across the region. So, from southern Xinjiang and rural areas to the city of Urumqi, which is where I've done the most of my research and have the most documents, it's a quite common reason why people are detained. And everyone that I see mentioned in the detentions for family planning policy violations are Uyghur or Kazakh.
And would you know what the other 90% of camp detentions relate to?
Well, there's a whole range of different reasons given. One of the most common one is violating violating public order or social order, which means gathering a crowd, or it means meeting to conduct religious activities outside of a mosque. There's also, just visiting the mosque too often, more than 200 times, is shown in the police documents to be a reason why people are sent to the camps. The majority, I would say, are being sent to the camps for religious practice reasons. And oftentimes the evidence given is from digital activity in the past. But also, once people are being detained and interrogated, they often are asked to confess and to name other people who are also religious. And so that's another way that they find out who had been practicing religion in the past.
Is it just children of detainees that become wards of state, or is it all so-called illegal children?
Well, there again, it's not fully clear. If both parents are taken to the camps, then it's quite often the case that the children become wards of the state. If it's only one of the parents, the child might remain with the remaining parent. But as I mentioned a bit in my report, most children are now being sent to boarding schools, regardless of whether their parents are in camps or in prison or not. So in some sense, children in general are being separated from their parents, particularly when it comes to those that are the middle school and higher. But even elementary school, people often now, the children are now living in dormitory type residential schools at the county seat, which is maybe between 50 to 100 kilometers away from home, which means that they don't have regular visits with their parents. So child separation is quite common, but certainly for people that have detainees in their family, the occurrence is higher.
So just to clarify, that would be children who were deemed illegal would be separated, even if both parents were still at home?
Not necessarily. So the illegal births program is really about preventing parents from having 3 or more children. There are 2 or more in some cases. Sorry, more than 3 or more than 2, depending on where they live and where their house is registered. And so if you have more than that, then that child will be deemed illegal. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the child will be treated differently than the other children in the household. So the illegal births program is really about preventing births altogether. The children that are sent to and becomes wards of the state are simply the children of families that the state has determined to be untrustworthy or not able to care for the children. And then in addition, the regular school system itself is becoming a residential school system, which means that all children can be sent to forms of residential school.
And is becoming a ward of state permanent?
I don't have enough information to speak with a lot of authority about that, but it certainly appears to be the case in the limited cases where I've seen enough evidence that the children are fully separated from their parents. In some cases, and family members. In some cases, they're allowed to have a visit with a grandparent once a month. Children that have become sort of orphans and wards of the state. But the grandparents report that the children, really no longer speak Uyghur or Kazakh in the home and are withdrawn and are being quite damaged by the separation that's occurring.
You've identified the Uyghur birth rate declines of between 50 to 80% in Uyghur majority areas. Does that just bring the Uyghur birth rate in line with the Han Chinese birth rate in Xinjiang in a relative sense?
No, I don't think that's true. Although I'd have to look at the demographics more closely to say with more certainty. My sense is that Han birth rates have remained fairly steady in Han majority areas in the region. It's simply that the Uyghur rates have dropped quite dramatically. What we're seeing is that Uyghur birth rates are now below Han birth rates, I think, across the entire country, at least in some areas. But there again, you'd have to look more specifically at specific cases and do more comparative analysis.
And when you refer to Uyghur majority areas, would that necessarily mean southern Xinjiang has more majority areas than northern Xinjiang?
That's right. I'm referring to Hotan and Kashgar prefectures in particular, which is the home to 3 to 4, 5 million Uyghurs. Aksu is also Uyghur majority, but Hotan and Kashgar seem to have the highest rates of when it comes to a drop in birth rate.
To what extent is it possible for a Uyghur woman to consent to the imposition of a male relative?
It's not possible at all, really. They have to consent, or I mean, the choice is consent or refuse and be sent to a camp. In the most stark terms. There's ways that they can find excuses, say that they're not home or they're not feeling well. They can sometimes negotiate with a relative who also might not want to actually be part of the program. And they can divorce their husband, which I found to be the case in numerous instances, as a way of stopping the visits. Because once you've divorced, you're no longer part of the family that's on the watch list, the visits can stop. So those are some of the choices that are in front of the woman. But in general, there is no avenue of refusal.
And to what extent is it possible for a Uyghur woman to consent to a marriage to a Han Chinese official or any sexual approach from a Han Chinese male?
Well, there again, it depends a bit on the situation. But I would say, in general, it's difficult. There's a good deal of pressure and political incentives that are placed on a Uyghur woman to consent to a marriage to a Han person. What I found in my research is that women, particularly unmarried women, will try to find excuses, or they'll try to marry quickly to someone else, to a Uyghur or at least a Muslim person, as a way of protecting themselves, insulating themselves from the potential of being married to a Han person. Oftentimes, the marriages are arranged through the parents of the couple. So the pressure is actually placed on the parents of the Uyghur woman. And this is coming from the civil ministry, officials that are in their community. If the family has a bad family background already, they might have someone in detention, they would be even more vulnerable than people that don't. But all Uyghurs are vulnerable in these kinds of situations because refusal can be seen as a sign of untrustworthiness, as a sign of being too pious or too connected to your Uyghur identity.
Just 3 very short questions for me before I hand you over to the panel, if I may. Is it correct that the highest organ which receives intelligence information is the Municipal Public Security Bureau?
Well, so it's a complex system, and Urumqi is the capital of the region. But there's provincial level ministries of state security that receive intelligence as well. What I've looked at most, and so the Ministry of State Security is higher than the Public Security Bureau, I would say. If we're going to compare to the U.S., it's the relationship between the CIA to the FBI or something like that. But it's all interlinked. The information that is being gathered in Xinjiang is available throughout the entire region and to people that have security clearance throughout the country. So the watch lists that are being generated are in some ways a national watch list. One of the key items in the Intercept data set that we have is a list of 9 million people who are on a watch list. And this is for the entire country. And this is widely available to Urumqi police officers, but also the entire country.
You've referred to the deputization of Uyghurs for law enforcement purposes. Is that a voluntary program or a compulsory program?
So it's a deputization of citizens in general. Many of them are Han, but significant numbers are Uyghur and Kazakh. it is voluntary in some ways, but it's also a form of protection, and that's how it's understood in this space, is that if you volunteer to become a deputy, you're protecting your family and yourself from detention. The work that they do is often, they didn't know what they were signing up for when they signed up for the job, that they would be putting people in camps, because many of them at least were hired before the camps were actually built. And they found out as they were doing the work that they weren't permitted to quit their job or to speak to anyone about what they were observing or doing. So there's a coercive element that's built into the system once the people are hired, with them not being allowed to quit their jobs. Many, or at least some, police officers that are in this position have also been detained for showing weakness on the job, for helping someone, a neighbor or someone else, trying to protect them. So there is a coercive element that's built into it.
And my final question is, how do you account for abuses of Uyghur citizens by Uyghur police officials or Uyghur camp guards or Uyghur intelligence officers?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, when it comes to thinking about the low-level functionaries of the system, there's a great deal of pressure that, especially if you're a Uyghur or Kazakh, that you could be labeled two-faced, which is the official term that describes someone who pretends to, follow party doctrine, but is secretly, working to support other Muslims, and you can be, put into the camp. I think initially, people that are working inside the camp system might try to resist and try to help Uyghurs if they can. But over time, it becomes normalized. And so in some cases, people become quite callous to the system. In other cases, because of the dynamics in their institution, they're needing to prove to the higher ups that they are cruel enough to be in their position. And so that's also another incentive. Others, I think, may gain some power and privilege through their positions of authority, and that also has its own enticements.
Thank you, Dr. Byler, for your very clear answers. I'll hand you over to the panel.
And Dr. Byler, it'll only be 14 minutes because we've got a timetable to meet, providing you're able to say you're likely to be available between Friday the 10th and Monday the 11th or 13th of September to finish your evidence. Yeah?
Sure, I can come back then too.
Okay, thanks.
Good afternoon, Dr. Byler. Thank you for your report to the Tribunal. My questions are going to focus on that part of your report that relates to Uyghur social institutions. And I'd like to ask you questions under three heads. The first relating to children, the second relating to the Becoming Family program, and the third relating to inter-ethnic marriage and sexual politics. So to children first, you write in your report that a key component of China's zero illegal births program is the illegalization of adoption and the transfer of children into care as wards of state in residential boarding schools. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And if you triangulate what you know of the grey literature with your own interviews, could you very briefly summarize for us the sorts of circumstances that lead to children being sent or transferred to those residential institutions?
Sure. Well, it's a complex system, so it's hard to speak with categorical certainty about how all of this works. But I have some examples. So one contact of mine, he had three of his uncles were taken to either camp or prison, leaving behind many nephews and nieces. And his parents, wanted to take two of those children into their home and did for a brief period, for a couple weeks. And then the local authorities came and they said, no, you can't have these children in your home. and they took them away, and they've lost complete contact with those children. They don't know where they are. These are, my contacts, nieces and nephews. And they said these are the children of extremists, and they need to be re-educated. That's how they communicated what needed to be done. That's a fairly extreme example, and I wouldn't say it's necessarily normative across the entire region. In other cases, I've heard reports of children that are taken after both parents are taken away, who have been able to visit family members occasionally, but exhibit in their visits, forms of trauma. So it's not uniform. I think it depends a bit on the county, on the location where the children are being taken away. And then in addition to all of that, there's normative separation, because the entire education system is becoming a boarding school system. So that's what I know at this point.
So I take it that means that in some cases at least, guardians, extended family of those children, are not notified where the children are being taken to.
That's right. The children disappear, and the family members lose complete contact with them. One of the reasons why my contact was not able to adopt the children as well is that they had a full quota in their household already. So I think that was another reason why they said they couldn't have them. But then, that's no reason why they couldn't maintain some form of contact.
Thank you. Can I come now to the teachers in these residential schools? Just to give the tribunal a sense of how these teachers are recruited, and whether these are advertised posts, whether they can be likened to the earlier recruitments that you were speaking of minor functionaries, where the teachers aren't really aware of what it is they're going to be doing, or is it the case that these teachers are recruited with the explicit purpose of going into these particular sorts of residential institutions?
Well, I've seen thousands of advertisements for teachers. They are publicly available. Each county will advertise for the teachers they need. Typically what they are looking for are native Chinese speakers or people that speak Chinese fluently. They ask for a clean political background, resoluteness against the fight against extremism, terrorism, and separatism. So in some sense, they do know that they're engaging in part of the war against terror, which is what the camp system is framed as being part of. But my sense is, and they need to have a high school degree or a college degree is preferred. My sense is that they often don't know what they're getting into when they're sent. The salaries are quite high for, relative to teaching salaries in other parts of the country. So I think that's, part of what recruits people to come. There's also terms that are built into the contracts which prevent people from leaving early if they, are dissatisfied with the employment. So I think in that way, the state, brings these people in and then doesn't let them leave, at least immediately.
Do you have, Dr. Byler, any evidence of you've alluded to trauma amongst children in these institutions? Do you have any knowledge of the different experiences, for example, of a boy child and a girl child in these institutions? And I'm thinking here in particular whether you know of any examples of sexual violence towards girls in these institutions.
I don't have enough fine-grained evidence to speak to the gendered components of this. It's possible. I think the deeper concern is probably neglect of the children being crowded, being held in structures that are not built to hold children. Being quite cold, not having adequate clothing, food, all of those things. But there is also the potential for sexual violence towards children. I just haven't seen enough evidence to speak to it.
Can I ask you, do you know of any occasions on which party officials have either visited these residential schools or spoken about them, not in a grey literature, but in, for example, speeches?
Yes, there's numerous documents you can find that speak to the love and care that's produced through these kindness centers, which is how they're referred to. So there is official visits. In the official visits, it's the presentation is quite a bit different from what I've heard from witness statements of conditions inside the camp. So I would see these visits as staged.
Thank you. Coming now to the PRC's Becoming Family Homestay program, what evidence do you have that these visits are not entirely innocuous and friendly?
Well, the manuals that the relatives use speak very explicitly about the goals, which are surveillance oriented. They talk about how you should, first, create conversation before you start interrogating, and about befriending the children because they'll be honest. They talk about what you should be looking for in your inspections. There's quite a bit of evidence that point to the testing of people's sort of willingness to participate in secular or non-religious practices like drinking and smoking. Yeah, there's also forms of elimination and replacement of Uyghur cultural traditions and practices inside the home, remodeling the home. The relatives will bring new equipment to modernize the home for them, those sorts of things. And then in one of my interviews, a relative said, we don't know why they're not using the new washing machine we gave them. They just put it in the corner. And so there's a real disconnect, I think, at least at times, from the view from the relatives of being sort of benevolent and giving gifts to these people, and the way it's received. I think they're often not thinking about this is a family that's just lost a member of their family to a camp, and is feeling a great deal of pressure to engage with us. So some of the coercion is implicit rather than explicit, but there is the explicit there too.
Can you clarify for the tribunal who bears the costs of the visits? So who underwrites the costs of eating together, traveling together, and so on?
So the relatives are often talked about as volunteers from particular organizations, coming from a company or a civil ministry organization that's in another location, an urban location often. And those companies, I think, bear us at least a portion of the costs. It's not entirely clear where the money comes from, but it's not that much money either. So that the visitors, the relatives, are supposed to bring, gifts of 200 yuan or so for the host. And then in some cases, they also bring other daily necessities that are supposed to supplement their income, due to the lack of income because of having a relative in detention. Seems as though the funding is coming from the companies or organizations that these relatives are coming from. That's my closest guess.
Thank you very much indeed. If I may, I'd like to turn now to your analysis of marriages. No, I've just got one more issue I really want to cover. Thank you, Jeffrey. If I may turn to your analysis of marriages between Han men and Uyghur women, which you report about in your submission. Can you tell us historically what proportion of Uyghur women's marriages have been to Han men, and when and how that's changed, if at all?
Sure. So historically, Uyghurs have not married Han men to a large extent at all. I would say it's less than 1% of all marriages by Uyghurs are with Han people. That really has to do with religious difference of Muslims not wanting to marry non-Muslims, and also social pressure that's coming from the Uyghur community and the Han community as well. So seeing a dramatic increase in marriages now points to a new dynamic that's coming from this campaign.
And how do we know that these marriages are not the result of women exercising their personal preferences or choices?
Well, it could be in some cases that is what they're doing, and it might be a way of them protecting themselves again from a bad family background and the potential of them them themselves being detained. My sense, though, from my interviews is that's typically not the case, that Uyghur women are actually trying to find excuses not to interact with Han men because of their fear of being forced to marry them. So I can't say that in all cases it's fully coercive, but it appears to be coercive in many of them. And there's also from the Han male perspective a kind of power that's being exercised, where they talk about if you're interested in Uyghur girls, come to Xinjiang because you can marry them now. That's kind of an open discussion that's being had. There's also advertisements that speak to matching Han men with Uyghur women. So it seems as though there's a structure that's being built.
So if there's an incentive, if the prospect of marrying a Uyghur woman is being offered as an incentive, is it also possible, to your knowledge, that there's any suggestion of sex tourism into the region in order to access Uyghur women?
I mean, that's a potential. I don't know if it's tourism as much as it's a sort of an additional incentive to come. Many of the people that are put in these positions are not tourists, but rather volunteers or working as relatives, or they are government workers that are working in the camp system. So it's less tourists that are coming and just finding people on their own, and more about a government sort of settlement policy that is bringing people to the region.
Thank you. My final question is whether it's known, it's been recorded that Uyghur men will have married Han women.
That's happened at times, and typically there it's Uyghur men who are in the state system, who are working as police officers or working inside the camps, and I've seen some notices that celebrate a new marriage between a Uyghur man and a Han woman. It's quite rare, though. I would say 95, 98% of the marriages are between Han men and Uyghur women.
Thank you very much indeed. No, I'm done.
Yes.
Just 1 minute, Dr. Byler. Mr. Savvy and Mr. Abraham. Professor Manji has finished her questions. I'm looking around. Do others have questions of this witness? Professor Manji's got one more question.
I have numerous other questions. I'll ask just this one. If
you've got numerous other questions, we're going to break now because otherwise the timetable becomes ruinously difficult. I thought you'd finished altogether when you said finished.
I can do either. I can do either.
Mr. Abraham, Mr. Sabi, Dr. Would you come back later? Will you come back later?
Me? Yes, sure.
Yes. Sorry, we don't know when, we don't know where, but will you come back later? And we'll make sure that there's plenty of time to deal with your report.
I would be honored.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Shall we say 15 minutes?
Maximum, sir.
Sorry?
Maximum 15.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, 15 minutes, not a minute more.
Thank you, sir.
Next witness.
Our next witness is Ms. Roshan Abbas.
Sorry. Get more later. But we doesn't matter.
The witness left China in 1989, fearing repercussions from the Chinese Communist Party for her involvement in student activism while studying at the Xinjiang University. Almost 30 years later, in 2018, after the witness spoke about the conditions of the camps in Xinjiang in a panel discussion in Washington, D.C., the witness's sister, a retired medical doctor, and her aunt, who lived in Xinjiang, disappeared. Several months later, her aunt was released, but there was still no information on her sister's whereabouts. Initially, a report in Global Times accused the witness of making her sister up. However, subsequently, the Chinese Foreign Ministry held a press conference where they confirmed that her sister had been sentenced for involvement in terrorist activities. In her statement, the witness also states that many members of her husband's family were arrested for what Chinese authorities designated as excessive religious activities, amongst others. Mrs. Abbas, I have a few questions for you. Firstly, relating to your sister. You state that the Chinese authorities confirmed that your sister, a retired medical doctor, was sentenced for involvement in terrorist activities. Could I ask you, firstly, and if possible, how old your sister was, more or less, when she was arrested for terrorist activities?
Thank you so much. I'm here to speak on behalf of my family, my nieces, and the thousands of more who couldn't be here to speak out. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. My sister, when she was abducted on the middle of September 2018, she was 56 years old, and 6 days from today, she will turn 59.
Thank you for that. And would you know what kinds of activities your sister could have been involved in?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So the reason for her arrest was terrorist activities, and what kind of activities do you think she might have been involved in?
There is no any kind of evidence or trial. Nothing was given to the family members or other than that, just the Chinese Foreign Ministry claiming on the false accusations. We have no idea. She's a retired medical doctor. She's quiet, non-political, not very active on anything because of health reasons. She's just a very law-binding, quiet person that she was just living very simplistic, normal, ordinary life. So it's all just the accusation against her and against her family if they are accusing her for anything about terrorism-related charges.
And just to clarify and confirm, she was arrested soon after you appeared on a panel discussion speaking about the conditions in the camps.
Yes, on the September 5th, there was a panel on what's happening to Uyghur people today at the Hudson Institute, one of the think tanks in Washington, D.C. And I was on the panel together with Dr. Sean Roberts, actually, and a few other experts. I talked about the conditions of the camps and the genocidal policies that Uyghurs were currently facing since Chin Chuang-Wo arrived in August 2016 to our homeland, outlining the fate of my in-laws, which my husband's entire family was missing since April 2017 from Hotan. 6 days after I gave that speech, my sister and my aunt both got abducted on exactly same day. My sister lived in Urumqi, my aunt in Artush, which is a town near Kashgar, 1,400 kilometers, 900 miles away from each other. But those two women picked up exact the same day, 6 days after my speech.
Thank you for that. And my final question, in fact, relates to your in-laws. Now, as you mentioned, many, you said the entire relatives of your husband have been somehow detained or arrested. I'll focus around your younger sister-in-laws who were accused of excessive religious activities and were sent to the camps. And my question to you is, what, in your opinion, does excessive religious activities mean?
The Chinese regime outlawed all simple religious activities like praying, going to mosque, or even practicing like fasting during Ramadan, or for people in Hotan and the Kashgar and the other parts, wearing headscarves, covering their heads. So if there's anything that my sister-in-law is engaged, I'm sure she was probably just covering her hair, because most people in Hotan, Kashgar, they do that. Even as simple as saying Salam Alaikum is being outlawed. So the Chinese regime is claiming the last 4 or 5 years all kind of normal, simple, regular religious activities as illegal Islamic activities, and based on that pretext, they are arresting and taking people to concentration camps and also harshly sentencing them to prison terms.
Thank you for your concise, clear answers. I have no more questions, but the panel may have questions for you, Mr. Abbas. Thank you.
Professor Kaur, please.
Thank you. Just to carry on with the theme of religious activities, is it clear to people in the region what they can do and what they can't do regarding religious activities?
No, I don't believe that they do, because before Chin Chuang-Wo, or before 2014, or before Xi Jinping, there were a little bit of time that people able to practice normal religious practices. With the requirement of the Chinese regime, Muhammad Saleh Hajim, a religious scholar, translated Quran per Beijing's request, translated the Quran from Arabic to Uyghur language. And even his work that he has done per the government's request was a crime. He was sentenced to the camp and he died in the camp when he was 80-some years old. All the religious activities before it was allowed by the government, like some people were sent to Mecca for Hajj, and some of them traveled to Turkey or Abu Dhabi, Dubai, UAE, or any kind of like vacation trips with the legal entities like travel agencies that are organized by the government before 2016, they all became their crimes. Any Uyghurs who traveled to Muslim majority countries, they were sentenced harshly for their crimes. I have been traveling around from Japan to Australia, and from Canada to Turkey and Europe, since my sister's abduction, trying to do raising awareness, met thousands of Uyghurs, mothers, children, students, brothers, sisters, looking for their relatives. And their family members are missing because some student in Turkey, his mother came to Istanbul to visit him, and that was her crime, the sentencing harshly. Or if someone was meeting his family in Dubai, vacationing for a week. So anything that before it was normal became the Uyghur people's crimes with Xi Jinping's genocidal policies. So nobody knows what's right and what's wrong anymore.
So at the national level, legally, certain aspects of religion are permitted. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
At the national level, legally, certain elements of religion are permitted. It's only in this region, and it only pertains to Uyghur and certain other Turkic Muslims. Is that correct?
Yes, in a large extent, which is true. It started with our homeland, and there are people, some activists from New York or some other parts of the world, they always try to excuse the Chinese government's genocidal policies by trying to tell us, oh, we have seen mosques in Xi'an or Beijing or somewhere else that people are still praying. But in our homeland, if anybody who go to mosque to pray, and that's their crimes. So I would agree with you.
So these people who are told that they're criminal would be described as extremists, is that correct? So this is one of the three evils.
Yes.
And when did this begin to happen?
It started when Qin Chuanguo arrived in August in 2016, although it goes back to 2014 actually, when they first built, the first concentration camp was built in Lop Nur in 2014. And around that time, they started to exercise shoot at the spot policy. So anyone any kind of law enforcement, for example, a traffic police believes that somebody is running the red light, he or she can shoot that person to kill and no question to be asked. Radio Free Asia did excellent reporting on that, and a few people getting shot and killed, like teenager running the red light with his bicycle or motorcycle, he was killed. And after that, basically, when you look at some of the documents from 2016, Party Secretary Qin Chuanguo, when he delivered China's central government's order of systematic ethnic cleansing, the beginning of this genocide, there is a official Chinese government's documents. It says, quote, must first break their lineage, break their roots, break their connections, and break their origins, basically referring to Uyghur people. So when you look at that, what is that, Those chilling words stated in an internal document reported to the media, from the media to the public. So that explains the intent of eradicating and exterminating the Uyghurs as a genocide that's happening now.
Okay, thank you. Could I talk about your high school classmate's brother, Kaiser Kayum, is that correct?
Yes.
He was the editor-in-chief of a literary magazine, and what happened to him?
I read on the Radio Free Asia article that my friend Qadirdan's brother, Qadirdan Qiyum is my high school classmate and a friend. His brother Qaisar Qiyum, he was the editor-in-chief in a literature magazine in Urumqi. When starting from April 2017, when many people were taken to the concentration camps, the conditions of the camps are so bad, he did not want to be taken to the concentration camp. So when the police officers came to get him from his workplace, like before he was being arrested, he was so fearful for that, he jumped out of the 8th floor window, the building, and he killed himself in August 2017.
Why did he think he was going to get arrested or detained?
Well, the reason for that is most of the intellectuals, the thought leaders, and the people who are working on the publishing houses, like editors, they were being targeted. Several years ago, I don't remember exactly when, per the education department's request, Uyghur intellectuals like Yalqin Rosie and Wahidjan Osman and the other several prominent Uyghur intellectuals and scholars worked on the Uyghur textbook, the book that they used for the middle school and high school students. That work was done per the request of the government, and that's being reviewed and checked like every so often, and everything was fine until Chinchuango came over and they changed the rules and the policies. All these intellectuals were sent to prison camps right now. All the people that I mentioned and several more are sentenced harshly. And also prominent scholars like Dr. Raila Dawood and Abdulkadir Jalaluddin, Akhtam Ömer, Tashpolat Tif, Halmurat Ghopor, and my own professor from the university, Sultan Malim, they're all are being targeted because they are the Uyghur intellectuals. I think that's why Qaisar Qayyum was being targeted.
Is there anything that they've said or published that could be described as separatist or even terrorist?
No. Actually, there has been a lot of writings on the media about this. It has nothing to do with separatism. It's just the Uyghur literature, with the Uyghur history, with the Uyghur ethnic identities, promoting those. Are those a separatism, you know? When somebody talks about their own culture or their ethnicity or religion? So it's just a way of using the Uyghur ethnicity and the religion to eradicate Uyghur people. And that tells you the ultra-nationalism and the racism from the Chinese Communist Party is using everything against the Uyghur people, dehumanizing them.
And so this order would have come from Party Secretary Chen, or would it have come from the Department of Education in Beijing?
I'm sure that came from Beijing, and the Qin Chuanguo is the person who's delivering in our homeland in East Turkestan.
Okay, thank you. Regarding there are certain reports in the Global Times that I know you might have a stance there, but I'd just like to air them so as I can hear what you have to say. I've come across some reports saying that you work for US intelligence agencies. Why would they say that?
You know where that's coming from? Actually, I thought this might come up as a question, so I printed Zhao Lijuan, who is the Deputy Director of the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This is his official Twitter account. He tweeted with my picture, calling me CIA asset or Guantanamo torturer or worked for Homeland Security. So this is the narrative of the Chinese communist regime to dehumanize me, discredit me for my work. Those are all the Chinese propaganda, calling anyone who opposes the Chinese state propaganda lines with the CIA is a very common tactic. Actually, I believe that recently Sir Jeffrey Nice was also accused by the Chinese state of being UK intelligence asset. So it's just similar targets. And also I'm going to show you another document here. This is, I don't know if you can see, I don't know which camera is focusing on this one. This, the document, this is from the Global Times Network on December 23, 2019. A year before the Chinese regime announced that my sister is so-called terrorist, They printed this media and said, for example, Roshan Abbas, leader of so-called Campaign for Uyghurs, etc., and some other things, said from the East Turkestan separatist groups, they first stole some Uyghurs' photos and their information, claimed these people to be missing relatives in Xinjiang, spread rumors in overseas. Well, ever since my sister's abduction, I have been carrying my sister's picture. This is my sister. I am not stealing anybody's photo. I am not taking any other people's information and claiming my missing relatives. This is the picture that I have been carrying when I go to protests, when I go to meetings, and my Twitter handle, everything is my sister's picture. Then, a year later, they came back and they said, my sister, who was abducted since September 2018, that she was sentenced. Wang Wenbin from the Chinese Foreign Ministry named her name, said Roshan Abbas is being charged for such and such.
Okay, can we talk about your other relatives, particularly your husband's 14 nieces and nephews? They're aged between 5 and 22, presumably older now, or is that their age now?
I would say this is their age now, because when I testified back in 2018, when I spoke at the Hudson, they were 2 to 19 years old, so just I added 3 years. So I hope they're alive, and I hope my in-laws are alive, but we don't know. We have no idea who's surviving, who's living, and who's sent to where, who's becoming the victims of the organ harvesting, and which kids sent to which orphanages, or which Chinese family adopted which nephews of us. We have no idea.
So, but their parents are in detention or prison. How do you know that?
My husband last spoke to his mother in April 25th, 2017. And that day, his mother told him not to call her anymore. He didn't call for a couple of weeks, but then he tried to contact them anyway, just to see how they are doing. None of the phones worked. None of the home phones or cell phones, nothing worked. And then he was trying to find out from some distant relatives who are in China proper, in the other parts of China, not in East Turkestan. And everybody said, no one is there anymore. And then later in the summer, my husband found out that from one of the relatives in China proper, in inner China, that my in-laws, my parents-in-laws, and my 3 of my sister-in-laws, their husbands, they all were taken away. And nobody knows where the kids are. And the big family that they all lived together in Laskoi, a neighborhood in Hotan, the door was locked, so basically sealed. And that's it. My husband is here with me right now, and I am witnessing him, unable to sleep, unable to find out anything. And when there is a foreclosure, like some sort of end to it, you can at least say, pray for their being in heaven. But what can you say for something like this? Such an inhumane tragedy that the entire Uyghur people are facing in diaspora. Every person you talk to, everybody say, they count the years, they count the months, this many years that I have not spoken to my family. I have no idea where they are.
Why would they have been detained? Is this purely due to association with you or association with your husband?
I don't think so. My sister's case, yes, they tried to silence me. They tried to send me a clear message by taking my sister and my aunt 6 days after I spoke. So that started as retaliation. But at the end of it, when you look at it, every single Uyghur is being targeted. The Uyghur intellectuals are being targeted as the thought leaders or anybody who can lead or produce the culture or and my sister being a intellectual, you know, she was a trained medical doctor. If it wasn't for me, I'm sure as an Uyghur, as all the Uyghurs are being targeted, you know, I don't know. I have seen the clear messaging from the Chinese government as a hostage taking of my husband's family and my sister. But at the same time, all these other people's families are also disappearing that when they are not engaged with any kind of human rights activities. And they are unable to come out and speak. They are unable to give testimony like ourselves because they fear, because they worry for their other relatives. If the mother and the father disappear, they have siblings. If the siblings disappear, they have aged mother and the fathers. They look at me as an example, and the amount of the work that I have done on social media, the amount of vocality that I was doing to bring up my sister's case. Now my niece joined me, my sister's daughter, and there is no information on my sister's whereabouts. Many people are afraid of coming out and speaking and testifying.
So there is guilt by association, and part of that is to do with the fact that you're abroad. Can I just clarify with you, Uyghur people who go abroad are a threat, whereas Han people who go abroad are not a threat? Is that correct?
Well, I cannot speak for the Han people, but for the Uyghurs, yes. They feel that when the Uyghurs go abroad and educated, especially in the West, you know, we learned the Western democracy and we start to see the oppression and all the genocidal policies the Chinese regime is conducting against our people. So we demand to be respected. We demand the dignity of the humans, and we demand people to pay attention to China's crimes against humanity. So maybe that's why.
My final question is about your health. You write about it in your report. Could you elaborate on your mental and physical health?
My sister's, you mean?
Your health. You talk about your husband and your health.
Thank God, you know, we are healthy. We are able to travel and raise awareness. But emotionally, how can you be? When you're people facing genocide with the intent of completely exterminating your people. I am the youngest in my family, and my dad basically raised me during the Great Cultural Revolution when he was targeted as a Uyghur intellectual, and he didn't have a job after he was taken to re-education centers. So I love my father, but my father passed away 11 years ago. And I miss him so much. But can you imagine? I am so grateful that my father is no longer with us. He's not living in this world. I am so happy that he passed away. Imagine, is that the normal feeling? Because if he was, then he would have faced the same thing those millions of Uyghurs are facing in the dark dungeons of those concentration camps and being enslaved in the factories and the tormenting in somewhere, or if he was aged and if he was home, then he would have worried for his daughter, which is my sister, Dr. Roshan Abbas. So my husband too. You know, he wakes up in the middle of the nights and I see him either crying or sitting and writing. I try to get it out of his chest. And we are not just an isolated family. We are just one example of all the Uyghurs in diaspora, almost all of them, even so-called the model citizens, or never ever get involved with any kind of political situation, or just happy with the system the Chinese government was offering to Uyghur people. Even their relatives are targeted only because they are Uyghurs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask you just two questions? One, actually going back to 1989 and the time that you left the country. Was that I don't mean emotionally, because clearly there were family ties and everything, but was it difficult to leave the country at that stage? Were there obstacles in your way?
It was mixed feelings. As I said, I'm the youngest family, and I stayed in my family. Even I went to university by living in the house with my parents, not going to the university dormitory. But after graduating the university with the second highest score in the entire department, in the biology department, only because of my involvement for advocating for human rights, just asking for basic living rights for the Uyghur people, with Mr. Dolkun Isa and my friend who died just shortly after being released from the camps, Waris Abu Bakr. I was thrown onto the street with no job. Also, I was sent from the university to work, the educational ministry to work at the agricultural university, but later, because of my involvement in the political activities, I didn't have a job in Urumqi. So, and my father was feared for my safety, and I left. 3 weeks after I arrived in the United States, I witnessed, in June 4th, Tiananmen Square massacre. I watched this barbaric regime killing their own children, Han Chinese students, killing them at the Tiananmen Square. And how do you feel as someone whose homeland is being occupied, and ever since 1949, the Chinese regime is relentlessly using every opportunity, labeling Uyghurs in every names out there, like nationalists, counter-revolutionaries, and the separatists, and after 9/11 tragedy in the United States, terrorists. How do you feel about a government like that? Now they are basically hostage-taking my family members.
But your political activism, which one might have thought would have been a barrier to leaving, of being permitted to leave, that wasn't obviously a barrier. They still permitted you to leave, notwithstanding your activism at university.
Actually, right at that time, right after the Afghan war in the late 70s, until the Tiananmen Square protest, students' protest 1989, which I left 3 weeks before that. I came to the United States in May 1989. There was a period that many people say the golden times, like things are opened up. That's when I went to high school and university. We were able to have some books published, and the mosques were being built, and the Uyghur students were sent to abroad for studies and all that. So that was the period, I guess.
My second question goes back to the point that was discussed earlier about the detention of your sister and your aunt. And just to understand the sequencing of it, you'd been in the US for almost 30 years at that stage, and your sister and your aunt had not been the subject of any detention or police activities in that time. What was it about the Hudson Institute panel session that then, after 30 years of you being away and being an active political activist all this time, caused them then to detain your sister and aunt?
There's a few parts to that. One is 2008 Beijing Olympics. 2008 Beijing Olympics in Beijing, that was the confirmation from the West that the Chinese government can get away with anything, because they were persecuting the Uyghurs, persecuting the Tibetans, and the very oppressive policies for anybody who don't just worship the Communist Party, underground Christians and underground Catholics, or Chinese Democrats, or Southern Mongolians, and all that. So after 2008, the Chinese regime started to get more aggressive. So my last visit to my homeland was 2005. So I never went back after that. Then Xi Jinping came to the power. And after the Beijing Olympics, the Chinese regime is human rights basically took sharp U-turn and went back to the authoritarian policies, and also the Uyghurs started to face more and more about the forced sterilizations and the forced abortions, and the even only for the Uyghur people, not for the Han Chinese or anybody else. They had the policies that when you have your first baby, you cannot get pregnant until 3 years. You have to wait for 3 years in between. And that is also a way of affecting the Uyghur population, and the massive settlement of the Han Chinese people to the area, especially after Xi Jinping's announcement of the Belt and Road Initiative in 2013, which is one of the main reasons why the Uyghurs are facing genocide today. So that's why in 2014, they started to build the concentration camps and pick up the Uyghur people and sent there. And that's, I hope I answered your question. In 2018, my sister's abduction comes after all these, like Chen Chuanguo coming in August 2016, and then sweep off of Uyghur intellectuals and more than 1 million Uyghurs in April 2017.
When did you first find out then that your sister and aunt had been detained?
Last time I talked to my sister was summer of 2017. I stopped talking to her. As much as I love her, she's my only sister, especially after my mother passed away. She was like a mother figure to me. She's 5 years older than me. So I used to talk to her quite often. But after seeing what's happening in April 2017, I stopped communicating with her. But she has 2 daughters. As I said, I have 2 nieces in America. And they communicate with my sister all the time. And one of my niece, my daughter's youngest daughter, was pregnant. At that time, not even 8 months pregnant, but it's sort of like 3rd trimester. So she was talking to her mom all the time. And my other niece, Ziba, now she's also asking her mother's whereabouts. So Ziba just had a baby, actually. She had a baby in late May. So she had like a 3-month-old baby. So they were communicating with their mom on a daily basis. And last I heard from them was they panicked on September 12th, and said they cannot get hold of their mother. The last communication was the evening of the September 10th, 2018. And first they thought maybe her phone was broken, or maybe she went someplace, didn't take her phone. So we waited for 5 weeks. But after 5 weeks, we did not hear anything. And then I started to become vocal about it. And then only later, actually, we find out that from our distant relatives from other countries, that my aunt was also seen on the September 10th as the last time the being connected with anybody, contacted with anybody.
And one last point. If at least part of the rationale for them arresting your sister and aunt...
I'm sorry, what is it?
If at least part of the rationale on the part of the PRC government in arresting your aunt and sister was to get at you, do they just assume that you will find out eventually and not make sure that you're aware that this has happened?
I really cannot tell what rationale they had in their mind, but the only thing I can think of is trying to silence me. And also, they try to show to the other people, if anybody dare to speak out about your missing relatives or anything, watch Roshan, see what we did to her sister. So I think that's the purpose, I would say.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you for your testimony. We're running a bit short of time, so I'll give my quick questions. I assume you've got a USA passport?
Yes, since 1995, I am a US citizen.
Apart from them obviously realizing what you're doing from social media, do you feel you're being harassed in other ways? Are people following you?
Well, I think, even I'm an American citizen, and I exercise my right as an American citizen under my constitutional right to exercise my freedom of speech and freedom of expression. I already paid the highest price that I could. Me speaking out, raising awareness, cost the freedom of my sister. So I don't feel fair about anything else anymore, because we have to keep doing what we are doing. So I hope that I am safe, because I am in the Western world.
Do you think they'd ever allow you in? And if they did, would they put you away?
Can you repeat that question?
Yes, sorry. If you applied for a visa to get into China, would they allow you in? And if they did, would you be fearful that you would be put into prison?
I never thought of going there. And I have been on the blacklist for a long time now. And so I don't think it's really wise for me to fly back to China.
I'm sure it isn't. I thought I'd ask. Another question. You've been quite involved with the associations. Do you know how many Uyghurs you've got in America?
You mean population of the Uyghurs in the United States?
Yeah.
I would say more than 10,000.
10,000. Mm-hmm. And would that be an underestimate because people would be frightened to join?
Yes, a lot of people are frightened to speak out, join our advocacy work.
And has your society, your group, met with or joined up with others around the world? So in other words, you've got a big number of people around the world. Have you thought of joining up?
You mean the Uyghur people around the world?
Yes, all the societies.
Yes, we have the umbrella organization, World Uyghur Congress, and led by our leader, Mr. Dolkan Issa. And we have a campaign for Uyghurs, which is the organization that I found and I'm the executive director of. But we all work together. We coordinate and collaborate together to raise awareness, to tell the world about this genocide.
How many do you think there are around the world?
The organizations or people?
People.
The Uyghurs in diaspora. That is a very good question, because it's difficult to estimate. I would say if you look at the Uyghurs who left East Turkestan after the lockdown of like a great cultural revolution, after the establishing the diplomatic relationship with the West, is about over 100 million easily. But if you look at the Uyghurs who left after the occupation of Chinese Communist regime in 1949, people who left to other countries, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, or later, before the Great Cultural Revolution, people left to Central Asia. So altogether, probably more than 500,000, I would say.
So I appreciate you've been raising the awareness to people about your situation. Have you approached the government and asked whether there are any other ways that they could help you?
Yes, we have been approaching people, grassroots organizations, students, and also international entities, and also the politicians and the governments around the world.
And do they allow charities in, such as, say, Red Cross or any other charities that work for people outside? Would they be allowed into China?
I'm sure they are allowed to go to China, but I don't know how effective they will be because of the information blockade and the orchestrated tours, because the Chinese government will never give free access without restrictions. Anybody who wants to go, they will set up places and they just take them to the setup, tour, even for those they call, so-called vocational training centers, which is the concentration camps.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Dolkanisa has testified that he was issued with, or Interpol was issued with a red notice, and indeed he has suffered interference at UN functions and so on in his advocacy. You've traveled extensively, you've advocated extensively. Have you had similar interference?
No, I have not.
Thank you.
You've been activist one way or another. Sorry, did somebody else want? No, you've been activist for a lot. Oh.
Could you tell me when you first said that what was happening was genocide? When you first publicly said that?
I wrote an op-ed on May 2019, and on my op-ed I wrote it was a genocide, but it was published as, I'm fighting slow motion of genocide. I have been saying that it is genocide since the summer of 2019, and I think in my first public speech and some of the interviews in Prague in early June, and there's in the Czech language, there's a article that I was calling all the countries who are signing up or supporting Belt and Road Initiative is complicit with China's genocide. So I would say that's the time.
Being an activist or even working on Radio Free Asia may have exposed your relations to some risk. Did you discuss or agree with them at all the risks that they might be exposed to?
You mean the Radio Free Asia?
No, your relations back in China. Did you discuss with them the fact that being an activist in the way you were might have exposed them to risk? No?
No, I'm sorry, I'm not quite understanding the question.
My mistake,
sorry.
No doubt. You've been an activist and a very vocal activist. Did you discuss the risk to your relations by reason of your activism?
With my family?
Yeah.
No, never, ever. I am not. I know the situation. I lived there. I understand how all the Uyghur families, the phones, and any kind of communication is.
That's fine. We've got lots of evidence there.
Okay.
The other thing is, you've told us about various things concerning your 24 relations, houses, and so on. When you couldn't contact them yourself, you presumably went through other people and telephone calls, and maybe other people spoke to other people. If we think of those as layers of hearsay, secondary degree evidence, how many layers of hearsay would we be going through? Did you just ring one person and she went round to look at the house? Or did you ring one person and that person spoke to another person? Give us an idea.
On my sister's case, you mean?
Well, all of them.
Not anybody.
Just generally. I want to have a picture of how you're able to give the accounts you have when it's what's called second-hand or hearsay evidence? But very briefly and just in summary.
Okay. No, actually, I am testifying for those, my friend and my colleagues, through the reports given by Radio Free Asia. And the Radio Free Asia Uyghur Service is doing amazing job. They get messages, tips from with like emails and text messages and the phone calls and the Facebook messengers, and then they Radio Free Asia Uyghur Service people, they follow up on the credible tips and the complete targeted verification calls, and they actually Radio Free Asia Uyghur Service confirmed my sister's detention in June 2019. They also confirmed Mr. Doklan Isa's father's...
That's fine. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Any other questions? No? Thank you very much for coming and giving your evidence. You're now free to go.
Can I just take 2 minutes to say something?
We're very pressed for time.
Okay.
Topic, subject matter, what is
minutes?
it? No, what is it, first of all, about?
Okay, I just want to say that what's happening to Uyghur people today is because of our ethnicity. And
yes, I think we're dealing with evidence. We've got plenty of that, and I'm afraid I'm going to ask you to finish your evidence now. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Sabi.
Thank you. Our next witness is Mehrikol Tursan, but I also have an application. I have an application for a further witness to be recalled this afternoon.
Who's that?
Sayergol Sotbey. It's my fault. We omitted to ask a question from her that is important to our hearing tomorrow. I have one question, and Dr. Zamit Porta has one question from Sayergol. She's already in Sweden, but she has agreed to come here for 6:45. Yes. So, with your permission, we will be sitting a bit longer.
Yep.
Thank you. Mr.
Mehrikol Tursan, budaqı şahitlik bergan kişi, onundan keyin mahkemenin görüşü bilen 6:45-te Sayragul Savat bayınıma iki sualını soraş üçün yana qayta mahkemeye teklif kıldık.
Hoş geldiniz.
Hoş geldin.
Ammanlara yaxşımıslar, mən Mehrikol Tursun. Uyghur Sot Kollegiyasidan keyin bana bu fırsatni berganga va Uyg'urlar uchun sotma açqınğa köpdən-köp rahmat aytaman.
Hello everyone, I am Mehrikol Tursun. I am very thankful for establishing this tribunal to hear about the Uyghur people's current situation. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Mehrikol Tursan was born in 1989 in Xinjiang province. She went to the British University in Egypt in 2011 to study business administration in Arabic. She married with an Egyptian. In March 2015, she gave birth to 3 children, a healthy triplet. But because she needed help from parents, she was alone in Egypt. She decided to go back to Urumqi and seek help from her family. Upon arrival at the airport, the children were taken away from her and she was taken for questioning. She was questioned for a long time and kept in prison for 3 months. Then she was released because her children's health were in trouble. She saw her son being in an extensive care unit, and unfortunately, he passed away next day. She got the other 2 children and went back to the family, but her passport was taken and she could not travel back to Egypt. She stayed in East Turkestan until 2017. She was arrested again. Same questions. She was released again because she lost consciousness during the extensive interrogation. And again, she was arrested in November 2017. Eventually, she was released in April 2018. and managed to go back to Egypt and from there to United States where she lives. Ms. Thorson, thank you very much for joining us.
Бүгін біз қосылғаныңыз көптен көп рахмет.
Thank you for Mr. Hamid Sabi and all Mr. Musotki Sojla.
Thank you, Mr. Sabit, and all who are participating to this tribunal. Thank you.
The tribunal has received your extensive report and have read it. So what I'm asking is just to highlight some of the important issues.
Biz sizniki bütün şahitlik materialınızını tapşırıp aldık bu sot mahkemesi. Hemmini təfsili oqub çıxdıq, hemmini bilimiz. Şunun içinde oturuq qoyulğan bəzi bir mühim məsələlərini bir yerdə qaytadan görüp çıxmaqçı. Şunu qarab çıxımız.
Can you briefly mention about your first arrest upon arrival at Urumqi Airport in May 2015?
Siz 2015-yılı 5-ci ayda vətənə qayıtqanda şu Ürümçi aeroportunda tutulğanlığınız, onundan sizin solanğanlığınız haqqındakı şu əhvalını qısqaça sözləb ötəmsiz.
Oldu, mən 2015 şu 5-ci ayda ata-anam balalarımı beqib biriş üçün mən vətənə qayıtdım, yardım qilish üçün. Qayıtıb şu anadaki Ürümçi ayrılımға bakma vaxtında şu Ürümçideki saqçılar tərəfindən 3 balam məndən tatib alınıb, mən də ayrılımdan sonra qılınğan halatda keyin şu birinci qatamda şu Ürümçideki Xecasan turmağa solandım. Bu jarayonda
Muşunduq. Toxtan, okay. On May 2015, I went back to my home country in order to get support to look after my children from my parents. At the Urumqi airport, I was questioned, I was separated from my children, and I was taken to the detention center at Xejasan in Urumqi first time.
Bu qatımda şu 2,5 aydan artıq vaqtda qiynaldım, uruldum, hem torturlar, başqa torturlar oldu. Şu jarayonda burnum izlik etdi. Hem bu jarayonda men ata-anamnınki, 3 balamnınki qandaq ahvalligini hech qanday xabarsiz holatda 2,5 aydan artıq holatda birinchi turmada yotdim. Keyin 2,5
aydan. This interrogation, this detention lasted for more than 2.5 months. During that time, I did not know. I didn't have any information about my family, my parents, my children, and I have faced torture, interrogation, and my nose was flattened because of torture during this time.
Şunun bilan 2 aydan artıq vaqt o'tgan bo'lgandan keyin bularga balalaring bak og'ir kasalga shu sababdan sizni vaqtli qo'yib berdik dedi. Ammo men qo'yib berganda blacklistning ichida bu mening telefon ishlatishim, chet elga chiqishim, ID'imni, China ID'imni ishlatishimning hammasi blacklist holatda bo'ldi. Ham shu vaqtdan boshlab 2 Chinese saqchi men bilan birga
After 2.5 months detention at number 1 prison in Urumqi, and I was released because of my children was very sick and they were not well. However, after I released, I was still under watch. I was restricted to use my telephone. I was restricted to travel overseas. I was restricted to use my ID cards properly. And also 2 policemen was always watching over me.
Şu günü turmadan çıkan günü oğullarga meni balla doktorxanasına apadı. Ürümçideki balla doktorxanasına apaganda bular 3 yıl balamni menden bir so'raq hech kimdan so'ramagan holatda bo'yindan operatsiya qilgan, naychi qilgan holatda ko'rdim. 2 balamni ko'rsatdi, bir balamni ko'rsatmadi, yana bir balamni atisi ko'rsatib, atisi to'nglatqidan chiqqan muz badani bari ular dedi shu balang tunigun tugab ketdi. Davalanish bayar bermaydi dedi, ammo balamning nima sababdan operatsiya qilganligini, nima sababdan o'lib ketganligini men eshitmasini demadi, chunki ular
To'xtab turing. Okay, sorry, on the day of release, they took me directly to the Urumqi Children's Hospital to show my children. They showed me two of my children. However, they didn't show me the other one, the third one. And I have seen that they did operation on to all of my three children from their neck. And without my permission, they did operation. And also, I just have seen two children, but they told me that they're going to show my third child next day. And the next day, they brought out my third child from the freezer. I saw my third child's frozen body, and they did not tell me what's the reason of him being dying and what's the reason of those operation has been done to my children.
Şunun bilen üçüncü balamın to'ntilgan rasmini o'lgan badini berdi, andan keyin doktorxonadan chiqishni iltimos qildi. Men doktorxonadan shu balamni o'lgan badini balamni yana bir ikki balamni saqlab etdi. Andan keyin ketdim. U vaqtda shu chet elga chiqqanlarning har qanday jinoyatniki birinchi boshlanishi ekan Xitoyda 2015. Shu men birinchi boshlanishga tushib qolibdim. Shu turmadan chiqqandan keyin bu turmaga kirib chiqqan odamlarningki cho'qim o'zining yurtiga qaytilib o'tish qoidasi bor ekan. Shu sababli men Urumchi turolmay ular meni qaytarib aketdi Sachanga.
So from the hospital, this is the picture of my three children. I took my three children. Two of them are alive. The one of them was frozen dead body of my third child. And 2015 was the beginning of the arrests and the punishment of the people who traveled overseas. That was the beginning. So after I took my three children from the hospital, since I was released from the first detention, I was kind of blacklisted, and I wasn't allowed to stay in Urumqi continuously. I was supposed to be going back to my original place, which is I was taken back to my original home place, Cherchen County.
Thank you. Ms. Turson, you were left on your own until 2017 when you were arrested again in April 2017. Is that correct?
Ondan keyin sizni 2017-yilga qadar o'zingiz qo'yib etibdi, ammo qo'yib etgandan 2017-yili 4-oyda yana qaytadan sizni qo'lga olibdi, to'g'rimi?
And you were subjected to extensive interrogations.
Ondan keyin sizni ig'ir darajadagi savol-so'roqlar qilibdi, to'g'rimi? Ovozingiz, mehrgul ovozingiz yo'q.
To'g'ri. Shu qaytgandan keyin Ama ben qaytqa vaqtimdan başlap bizning uyda ikki Xitoy saqchisi bor. 24 soat meni kuzatgan holatda. Ular men bilan birga uyda. Ama kuzatish holatda turyapman. 2017-yilda qayta bir vaqtda yana bugun sotxonaga berib sening qo'l qo'ydigan ishing bor dedi. Yana uydan ikkinchi qatim bordim 2017-da. 2017-yil 4-oyda ikkinchi qatim tutgan vaqtda ular shu 3 gündüz to'xtamay meni so'roq qildi. Shu so'roq jarayonida o'rindiqda o'ldirish, andan keyin dori yozib qiynash, urish orqali o'ng ki hozir sezimi yo'q, hozir qadar quloqdan ozroq qon oqidi, hozir anglamayman.
Okay, to'xtab turing, moshni birday. Rahmat. Rahmat. Yes, that's correct. Yes, I was released in 2017. Although I was released, but two policemen, the Chinese policemen, were always with me. They stayed at my house with me together to monitor me all the time. I was simply on house arrest. However, on April 2017, they told me that I had to come to the police station to sign on a paper. With that reason, I went there and I got arrested again. And I was interrogated non-stop for 3 days. and I faced torture. I was sat on tiger chairs, and also they beat me severely, and I lost my right ear hearing because of the beating and the torture within that 3 days. And also, they also tortured me with kind of administering medicines as well.
And just for the information of the tribunal, Ms. Thorson, you were not involved in any political activities while you were in Egypt or participate in any anti-Chinese demonstration, did you?
Muşu mahkemeniki uçuru üçün siz Mısırda vaqtыңızda Xitayga qarşı bolğan her qandaq bir siyasi fəaliyyətlərə aralashmagan, şundaqmı?
Yo'q, men hech qanday siyosiy faoliyatga aralashib boqmaganam. Siyosatning nimaligini o'qimaydim, chunki men 12 yoshgacha Uyg'ur sinfida o'qigan, 12 yoshdan toki 20 yoshgacha shu Xitoyning o'lkasida Xitoy bolalar bilan Xitoy o'qitgan maktabda o'qigan.
No, I did not involved in any political activities at all, because I only stayed in my hometown and studied Uyghur up until 12 years old. From 12 years old all the way to 20 years old, I was in mainland China, in the Chinese school. I was studying with Chinese people. I got no idea about what's politics. I didn't know about politics at all.
As a result of extensive interrogation, you passed away, sorry, you fainted on June 9th, 1917. Is that correct?
Şu 6 ayının 9'u 2017 yılı şu vaqtdaki şu güçlük qiynap sual so'roq qilish jarayonida siz hoşingizdan ketibsiz, o'zingizni yo'qotib qo'yibsiz. Ashunday ahvol bo'ldimi?
Chunki 4 aydan tutib toki 6 oygacha bu 2 oy jarayonida biz turmada sirtqa chiqib boqmaymiz, ham yuyinmaymiz, ham 60 necha ayol bir 430 kvadratlik kichkina bir uyda hammamiz shu tarat qilamiz, bir qachiq tarat qilamiz, ham to'yg'idek tomoq yo'q, to'yib uxlash yo'q. Onun üstüge keçide turmanın içi bek aldıraş nurgun adamlar var. Hem şu 3 ay jarayonida mening ko'z oldimda o'ldi deb qarar qilgan 9 ayolning o'lganini ko'rdim. Men shahid bo'ldim. Uning orqasidan nurgun odamlarni achkitib akirib qilgan keyin nimasi bo'ldi? Shu jarayonda men bek psixik jihatdan bek yo'qib ketdim, ham salomatlikdan bek ketib qoldim.
Okay. Yes, that's happened. During the April to June, during these 2 months detention, interrogation, I have witnessed horrible things, and I have been through that kind of horrific torture. I was detained in a cell that about 400 square meter, and there were over 60 women, overcrowded condition. The toilet was inside, food was extremely bad. And also within that 2 months period of time, I have witnessed 9 women died in the camp. Because of all the torture and what I have witnessed within the cells, I was mentally dead already. And I was very sick because of the bad food and all the conditions.
Türmedeki men bağam bir selning içideki işgal jarayonidagi o'lgan 9 odamga shahid bo'ldim. Boshqalar qanchalik buni o'qimayman. Andan keyin o aralıqda her haftada bir qatam bizni sirqa ochqib, soqchixonga opirib, qo'limizni ko'yza, beshimiz qarqalta holatda opirib, so'roq qildi. 2 kundek, 2 kechkunduz to'xtamay so'roq qildi. So'roq jarayonida yana qaytlab so'raydi. Bu vaqtda meni mental jihatdan so'roq qilgan. Chunki mushu sen mishal yetish ishga jarayonida sen bek ig'ir jinoyat o'tkazgachga sening dadang opang o'lib ketdi, 2 bolang o'lib ketdi. Akang va siningning muddasiz turmuqqa jazoladiq. Shuning sizning yashashingning hech qanday foydasi yo'q. Shunga bizga har qanday narsaga to'liq javob xatoligini tuni deb unda qilgandan mening men ishimdan bek tugisha ketdim. Shundan boshlab tortishib qoldigan ashtaq bo'lib qoldim. Panik attack.
During that 2 months time that in that cell, detention of in that cell, I have witnessed 9 woman's death, but I don't know how many people are dying in other cells or other places. That's what I have witnessed. And the top of what we've been through in that camp and in that cell, and also we used to taken to once a week to the police station for interrogation and questioning for 2 days. When they took us from camp to police station for interrogation, they put black hood over our head, and then they took us to the police station and start interrogation. And within the whole that 9 months detention, and also that kind of once a week interrogation at the police station, they simply target us to torture mentally and to dehumanize us. That's what they're going to do. Like, especially when I was interrogated, they said, I mean, you made a big mistake and you committed crime. And if you don't confess and if you don't talk and tell us, this is what's going to happen because your parents already died, your 2 children already died, and your relatives, sibling is detained. And if you keep listening such a dehumanizing and humiliative words, and you just mentally, you will be dead and very difficult to bear.
Thank you. Just one question regarding the size of your cell. We heard through the interpretation that you said the cell was 400 square meter. Is that correct?
Yes.
400 square meters. That's a very...
Квадрат метр ма? Мау дедіңіз ғой, сіз туғанлығы солыған 200 квадрат метр ма?
230 square feet çoğunlukta.
Square feet. 430 square feet.
Thank you. That's finally, Ms. Thorson, the Chinese government claims that you have never been imprisoned, you have never been taken to vocational studies, you were only detained for 20 days for suspicion of inciting violence, and you voluntarily renounced your nationality and gave up your Chinese citizenship.
Before you ask the question, Mr. Sabi, the version I have says inciting national enmity and discrimination. Is there a difference between the two? I'm only reading off a document that I know is an internal document prepared from the Global Times, but before we...
Yes, that's the one, sir.
Enmity and discrimination. Yeah.
Okay. Мехригул ханым, мұшы Қытай өкіметі сіздің дегенлеріңіздің әмісіге, ұла дәптікі бұланың әмісі яған. Бұл Мехригул ханым ешқачан түрмеді, бұл бақмады, ешқачан тәрбиеләш лагеріға апырылмады. Пәкәтлі 20 күн соланған, о 20 күнлігінің сәбәбі zoravallık hareketini qozğaş, hem özünki məşə Xitay gərəjdallığından vaz keçkənligi üçün, yoki məsəl məştaq dəpsəmlik qilish, köz yılmaslıq aşındaq cinayətlərini ötkəzgənligi üçün 20 gün lam aşındaq solanğan dep aşında dedi. Siz bunun qanda qaraysiz?
Bu gaplarning hammasi yolg'on. Chunki mening maktabda o'qiyotgan do'stlarim, savodoshlarim hammasi Xitoyda. Men ularni hech qanday dəpsəmlik qilmagan, ham hech qanday Xitoyning bölgünçülük hech qanday harakatlarga, siyosiy harakatlarga qatnashib boqmagan. Men faqat ular deganda shu iliqi sen red line'dagi countryga bordim. U Misr red line dastlabda radikal bular har bir davlatni rangi ayiribdi. Qizil rayonliq, sariq rayonliq, qora rayonliq, ko'k rayonliq degan. Ular deydi shu Misr shu qizil rayonliq eng cheklangan rayondagi davlat. Sen o'shaga borgan. O'shaga borganlik uchun tutulding dedi. Ikkinchi qatim seninki sen islom diniga e'tiqod qildikansa, islom diniga e'tiqod qilamsa deb turgandan keyin tortur qildi. Men deganligim uchun urib keyin men yo'q, men namoz o'qishni o'qimayman, Qur'on o'qishni o'qimayman dedim, chunki urganlik, tortur va qattiq bo'lganlik uchun. U seni islom diniga e'tiqod qilganlik uchun tutdik dedi. Oxirda men turmadan ketadigan vaqtimda nima sababdan tutilganligini bir bilay degan vaqtimda ular sen Uyg'ur bo'lganliging uchun tutilding dedi. Ammo
Um,
men ularning deganlarining hammasi yolg'on. Men isbotlab bera olmayman.
Whatever the Chinese government said is all lie. I never discriminated against Chinese people because all my classmates were Chinese students. I never did such a discriminatory act towards them. But however, when they arrested me and when they told me the reason of my arrest is, one, I have traveled to red line country. The Chinese government classified countries in few categories. The red, which is the most dangerous countries, the one can be traveled to, and then yellow, and then blue, and then green. So that's the classifying of the countries that where people traveled, and which is they are targeted because of those countries are designated as dangerous. I traveled to Egypt. Egypt was designated as a red, so it's dangerous country. That was one reason because of my travel to red zone. And the second one was religion because I believe in Islam. And during my interrogation, when they have tortured me, they asked me whether I believe in Islam. I said yes. After I said yes, I faced even more harsher torture because I was unable to bear the severe torture. That's why I said I denied my belief. I denied that I don't believe in religion. And however, when I was released at the end last time, I just asked from them, I really wanted to know what's the reason of me being arrested and facing such a torture. And they said that because I was Uyghur.
Thank you, Mr. Roshan. The tribunal will have some questions for you.
Sizga rahmat, mahkamaning yana boshqa savollari bor sizga.
Thank you for joining us today. I'm going to be brief in my questions, and I hope you are in your responses, because there's quite a few. You say Egypt is a red line country, yet China has been investing in Egypt since 2013. Is it just because you're Uyghur that you were picked up and arrested at the airport?
Siz dediniz bu Mısır'ın Xitayning qizil tamga besilgan yoki qizil deb ayrilgan ashtaq xatarlik davlatlarning biri deb shu tizimlikning ichida ekan deb. Ammo Xitoy hukumati 2013-yilda beri Misrga mablag' selib bular bilan tijorat qilyapti. Yani ashundaq ekan sizni Urumchi aeroportida qo'lga olib shunday qilishning sababi sizningki Misrningki qizil nimadan ko'ra sizning Uyg'ur bo'lganligingiz uchunmi?
Ha, chunki ular mablag' silib davlatlarga berib, Xitoy agar mo pasportida Han Chinese yoki Xinjiang deb bo'lmasa, ular gap kelmaydi, hech qanaqa gap kelmaydi. Har bir aerodromda, har bir chetdan chiqib China aerodrom kelgan vaqtimizda ular bizning pasportimizni ko'rdi. Chiroyimizga bir qaraydi, biz ularga chiroy jihatdan o'xshamaymiz. Pasportida faqat Xinjiang bo'lsam, hammasini ayrim bir uyga akirib so'roq qildi. Malla emas, balkim butun chetga chiqqan Uyg'urlarning hammasi mush ahvolga uchraydi. Shuningga ular Xinjiangninki pasporti Sharq Turkistonningini ular Xinjiang deydi. Ash pasportda bo'lganlarning hammasi shu rangi qo'yilgan davlatlarga borsa, mushta tutildi ekan Alloh deganda.
Yes. Yes.
At the airport.
Yes. Sorry, can I translate in full? Yes, as long as you're Uyghur, that's what you're going to go through. When Uyghurs travel back to China, or go back to China, the first thing is they will be checked at the airport. At the airport, the first they look at your passport, and you look, how you look, your face. And then in the passport, if it states Xinjiang, which is the East Turkestan, that's how we call our country's name. And if it's Xinjiang, and then you are not Han Chinese, and you are thoroughly checked at the airport, you will be separated from others, and then put into separate place and questioned thoroughly. It's not only me, it's not only just myself. Whoever traveled to those zones that China designated as a red or any other, as long as you are Uyghur, and you are questioned separately and you are checked thoroughly at the airport. That applies to every Uyghur who traveled back to China.
Thank you. So at the airport, who took away your 3 children?
Airport.
Chinese
Who
police officers.
Police officers. And,
Yes.
and then they arrested you, put a hood on you and took you to detention center. You were out on parole. Were you allowed to be close to your children after coming out of detention?
Sizni ağı solap qo'ygan so'laqdan qo'yib etib vaqtliq qo'yib etgan vaqtida siz o'zingizning bolalaringizga yiqilish bolalaringiz bilan birga tura oldingizmi?
Balalarım bilan birga tura oldim. Apam, dadam, mening 2 balam, yana 2 saqchi, men aş hammamiz bir uyda.
Yes, I did. Yes, I was able to stay with my children. However, with my children, with my parents, and also 2 Chinese policemen stayed with us together.
You say that you used to breastfeed them before you got arrested. When you were on parole, were you allowed to breastfeed again?
Siz aşı tutuluşdan burun ballarınızı özünüz emitip nem qo'yib ekansiz, ashunda qilayotgandim degandingiz. Lekin sizni vaqtli qo'yib berib, yana qaytadan ballaringiz bilan birga bo'lganda siz ballaringizni yana qaytadan o'zingiz emitib qila oldingizmi?
Yo'q, men burun ularni faqat 40 necha kun emitgan, keyin turmaga kirib chiqqandan keyin balarimni emitamadim. Ularni bu shu ishga hozir qadar hamda ular bek ojiz, ikkalasi disable bo'lib qoldi hozirmi. Ularni bag'moq bek tez keldi, chunki ular imamaydi, ular meni imamaydigan bo'lib qoldi. Ishga kirmaydan keyin tomoq bermak yo'q, chiqib bek ularni bek tez cho'ng odam qildim. Bek tez vaqtim Xitoylar ashni ko'rib turdi. Xitoylar yana bir deydi, mehrigini biz tutmadik, erken deydi shu vaqtda men nechiqatdan chetga chiqib ketgan bo'lsam, agar ya yo'ldishim kiralgan bo'lsa, ya meni Misrga ketkazilgan bo'lsam, men bolalarimni davolatib, yaxshi beqib balkim shularni yaxshi cho'ng qilatdim. Ammo yo'ldishimni kirgizmadi, meni hech joyga chiqargizmadi, hatto do'konlarga chiqib bolalarga ish qilgan parashtlarni olamayman. Xitoylar nim bersa ashni ishkizma.
No, I wasn't able to breastfeed anymore after release from the detention. I was only able to breastfeed them for over 40 days. But whatever is happening was that the Chinese policemen who are staying with us witnessed everything. And my children were very weak. And that's why they didn't look after properly. So that's why now they became very weak and disabled.
What were they feeding them through the tubes in the neck? What were they feeding them?
O ballarınızı boynudan teşip tamaq berdik depti, nem tamaq beripti ularga, qandaq tamaq beripti o boyundan işlankı bile. Avazınız yok, Mehrigül, avazınız yok. Avazınız yok.
Okay,
sorry.
Okay. Ularga balla kichik bo'lgan keyin bir narsa imkonmikin, mana shu amma ikkita sandoq bo'yindan shilanka echib, mashadin tomoq mang'uzibdi oshqozonga.
Nima tomoq deydi shuni? Qandaq tomoq?
Ular menga demadi.
Yes, they gave them the food through the tube, but they didn't tell me what kind of food they fed them through the tube.
Who is they? The doctors and nurses?
Kim o ular deganiniz, doktorlarmı, sestralarmı?
Doktorlar dedi, men balarimning doktorlar dedi. Amma bir Xitoy doktor menga CCTV'da so'zildi, Mehrigul bu yerda yotmagan saqaydi deb. O doktorni men ko'rib baxmagan. Boshqa bir doktor, mening balamning mas'ul doktori. Ashlar bu bir narsa mang'uz doktor dedi, nima mang'uz buni men hozir demdi. Balarim hozir qadar 6 yosh kirdi, ammo 6 yosh kirgandek emas. Nima har kun tomoq yandirdi bularchu.
Yes, the doctor told me that that's how they fed, but they didn't tell me what kind of food they have given. On CCTV, one doctor said that they didn't do anything, but that I don't recognize that the doctor that appeared on the CCTV that has seen me or treated my children. But the doctor that at the hospital really treated my children, that person feeded my children, but didn't tell me what kind of food. Right now, my children are 6 years old, but they are unable to eat properly. Whatever they eat, they vomit out.
Okay, Thank you. When the doctor gave you, I'm sorry to say, your dead child, were you allowed to bury the child according to your Islamic practice?
Bek özür sizning ölüp ketgan balangiz to'g'riliq so'z ochganim uchun shu sizning ölüp ketgan balangizningki nemisini o'likini sizga bergandan keyin siz shuni islom qoidasi bo'yicha tuproqqa ko'maldingizmi?
Yo'q. Ularni tam balarimdaq adamni chaqirib namoz qilishqimi esimga qilamadik faqat opam dadam men bizning o'liklarni balarimni qabr qilib qo'ydik hech qanday adamdan chaqirish qat'iy bo'lmaydi. Mening balarim hozir tug'ildi, mana 6 yosh kirdi, ularning sunnat to'yi, at qo'yish bizning mariklar kolchibati. At qo'yish undaq hech narsa qilib boqmadim hozir qadar. Hatto balam tugab ketganda bu odamlar kelamidi bizning uyga, hech kim tuqqanlarmi kelamidi.
No, I wasn't able to do or bury my child in the way that Islamically. Only my parents and myself we just bury him. But even I wasn't able to perform any other religious or cultural processes for my dead child. Even my relatives were unable to visit us and express their sympathy for my loss. It was very hard. Like for example, usually like you doing circumcision to the boys, Islamically, I did not perform any of them because I wasn't allowed to do anything.
So they took the body back?
Yeah, I am 24-year-old. I have in my life this first children, this triplet. I have a lot of hope, but I cannot able to do all this. Even I cannot give breast my kids. I cannot. Balarimni azadimni qilamadim. Bir ömür pushaymanda hozir qadar Xitoylar meni ashta pek vayron qilibdi.
The Chinese government destroyed me so much. I wasn't able to perform. I wasn't able to do anything that I supposed to, and I really wish to, because they are my first child, and even just naming them Islamically, I wasn't able to do anything at all. Which is until today, I feel painful about it.
Are you happy for me to carry on, or do you need a break?
Dam olamsiz ya davomlashtirsam bo'lamdi?
We can continue. It's okay.
Okay. I'd like to ask you, when you were tortured, who said to you being Uyghur is a crime?
Siz sizni qiyin qistaqqa olgan vaqtingizda sizning Uyg'urli bo'lganingizni o'zi jinoyat degan gapni kim dedi sizga?
Shu bizniki Chapchan Malik saqchiqandan saqchi Haytsonun boshqi ashtaq dedi. Ular sen dedi sen mening gadim Allah dedim. Unda bo'lsa Allahni chaqirib kel, men bilan ko'rasin. Agar shu yomon bo'lsa, seni hozir mishadan qutqazsin. Sening gading Allah'ın sening hamma narsang Chinese Communist Party, chunki biz seni beqib cho'ng qildik, biz seni mangsak manglaymiz, tur desak turalaysa deb boshlab.
It is the boss of the police station of the Churchill County, and when I said God, and they said, you call you God, because of the torture, I screamed out God, Allah, and tell you God to come and save you from here if you believe in God. There is no God, and in reality, we are your God. We created you, we fed you, so you shouldn't believe in your God. If your God exists, and He should come now and save you from us.
Do you remember the name of that person?
İsmini bilamsiz ashda degan gapni, shun deganning odamning ismini?
Yes, I can provide for you in writing. By Chinese name.
You also heard someone say, this is China, we could do whatever we want according to the local law. Who was that person, and what was a local law he was or she was referring to?
Uningki yana bir odam debdi sizga biz xohlaganimizni qila olamiz sanga shu yerlik qonunlar bo'yicha nimani qo'limizdan kelsa shuni qilamiz sanga. Shu gapni degan odam kim u? Ularning degan yerlik qonuni qaysi qonunga u? Qanday qonunga?
ular Xitoy hökumətində ular deydi, biz qanun, biz nima desək şu qanun buldu deydi. Amma Xitoyda qanun yazılған qanun bo'yicha ish qilmaydi ular. Biz mana o'zimiz qanun, biz shuni nima qil desək şu bo'yicha qilsa deb başlaq deydi. U yerda 3 tartib bor, hammasının ismini bilməm, mən sizə berməm.
There are 4 policemen who said those things. Like they say, whatever we say is a law, we are the law. So I can give you the names of that 3 policemen who said that. They say, although there is a Chinese law, but they don't care. But each policeman is themselves claims they are the law.
So we'll get those names later. Thank you. My last question: when you were when you were imprisoned, you saw 2 women who were naked, who were being harassed by policemen and dogs. Is that to bring dogs into the center? Was that usual practice, or was this the only time you saw this?
Siz yazma materialınız depsiz, işki ayalınınkini yalang'açlap koyup, saqçılarınki işte depsendi qıvatqanlığını, onundakin uyadın iştbağlığını, iştlarını ekilip, şundaq işlarga işte depsendi qılgan ahvallarını depsiz. Bu eşetki saqçılarınki işte iştlarını ekiliş şundaq yerlerge, yani saqçılarga. O davamlıq ilip bardığan işimi, davamlıq işletadigan taktikler mi ulanın?
Ular daim aşağı qıldı. Bu torture uyu var, bularınki soraxana uyu, torture uyu buldu. O öydün içinde her xil qiynaydigan üskünler var. O ayollarni mene bir öyde soraqa vaqtda yeni bir öyde mındaq rishadka var. Biz onlarni ayaqdagi öyde qiynavatdı. Biz onu ko'rimiz. Shuningga ba'zi boshqani qiynab turib bizga ko'rsatishning bu bir xil torture hisoblanadi ekan. Shunga ashta qiynalishdan saqlanish uchun har qanday savolimiz javob bersa deb ashta dedi. Ama haqiqatan uyga kirgan vaqtida kechida necha qatim kirdi. İşte bilan birga kirdi. İştlar qo'par ish birga kirdi. Shunga uyni meni purab ashta chiqdi. Ashta ularning doimlik odati. Shuningga hozir mening 2 balammi hozir qadar endi Amerikada cho'ng bo'lgan bolalar doktordan qo'rqmaydi. Mening 2 balam kichik bo'lsin, cho'ng bo'lsin, har qanday ishni ko'rsa baq qo'rqiydi. Chunki kichiklikka yanib ta'sir qiladi.
Yes, it is a usual practice bringing dogs to such a centers. How I was witnessed those 2 women's torture is, it is one of the way that the Chinese police, when they torture us, the first of all, they show us they're torturing others. So we have to confess and we have to tell the truth. If we're not, this is going to be outcome. And our fate will be the same as those tortured in front of us. So it's just a method of let you confess, or just another method of torture you as well, just by letting you see others tortured. And also there is a torture rooms. When we taken into that torture rooms, and we can see other people are tortured in other torture rooms as well, because those torture rooms are divided with a kind of steel barbed wire kind of stuff that you can see through. So you can see how they're torturing others. And that's how I saw the police were torturing the other woman. And also, sometimes they come during the night and take you out from the cell into the torture room, and they bring you back from torture room to the usual cell. And during that time, always black dogs accompany to the police and to us to come in and out. Like, for example, in America, usually people, they don't afraid of dogs, but my children and we do afraid of dogs.
Thank you for your testimony today.
Көп рахмат бүгінгі шahidliğiniz için.
One brief question. Could you say what was the point, what was the purpose of the abuse and the torture in the prisons? Why did they do this, do you believe?
Sizin qarışыңızca aşı türmelerde nemişki müşündaq qiyin qıstaq qılıp depsendi qılıdı? Nem maqsıdı var olanın müşündaq qılışdın sizce?
Ulanın buna qılışki maqsıdı menin oylığımda bire başqalarını yaq alanım qılgan, mamı qılgan deyiş, başqanı aşkarlaş bilgenler bolsa köpürək adamını tutuşumuzda faydası buldu dep baştaq oylaydı. Mening o'ylag'imda. Çünki ular mendan bekçik adamlarning rasmini ko'rsatdi, men ularni rastla tunimayman. Ondan Misrda o'qigan bütün bolalarni chedalga chiqqanda ko'rishgan har qanday adamning hammasini deb berishni aytdi, men ammo ularni tunimayman. Men ularning xayolida meni tuniydi, biladi deb qaraydi. Biroq bir narsa olsa, ha bir ish qildim desa, shuningga yip uchi bo'lib bir jinoyat atib buningga shu jinoyat orqali uy kelsak bo'ladi deb ashtaq deb o'ylaydigan ko'larga. Ammo menda hech qanday degidek narsa bo'lmaganligi uchun shular ular ashtaq oqoqni jiq to'g'ri qilyapti.
I think they try to get more information from others as well. That's the one way of purpose of torturing. Like for example, they showed me lots of pictures and asked me whether I know them. You know, those people, the picture people who are in Egypt as well. And they thought, or they think that if I disclose information about any of them, or I can tell more information, or at least if I know because of the torture, I can confess, or I can tell about that person so I can be released. I think it's just the one purpose of torturing and getting more people by forcing one or innocent like myself that honestly I didn't know any of those, I didn't recognize any of those pictured people at all.
Even they ask me, you believe Islam? I say yes, I am Muslim. And then they start beat me so hard. You are Muslim? I say yes, and then again beat. After that I say no, I am not Muslim. Then after that he say, okay, your God, what is your God? I must tell him Chinese Communist Party, but I don't tell like this. I say Allah, and then they okay, let Allah coming, and then start beating. After that I don't speak. My Chinese Communist Party is my God. Then they give me electric. Then that time is I just keep my mouth shut up, like I don't say anything. Then they stop this from torture. Then they tell me I must let you know this Chinese Communist Party is your God, and if we give you life or we give you that, we are choosing.
Very good, Tesson. Thank you for giving evidence. And I'm sorry that the process has been difficult. You've made a very detailed statement, and we've all read it, and we will take into account everything that is in the statement.
Sizin aytib təfsili fikir berdiniz bizge yazma material, onun hamısını biz təfsili oqub çıxdıq, hem hamısını biz nemige alımız, etibara alımız.
It is essential that some part of it is given in evidence, and that is why you've been asked questions, and your answers have been extremely helpful.
Elbette bazı kısımlarda şu bazı bir ahvallarını biz nem kıldık, şu doğruluk sizden suallarını sorduk. Hem sizin bu sorgan suallarımızga bergen cevaplarınız nayeti bizge yardımlık buldu.
Before you leave us, if there is anything else you personally want to say in your own language or in English, then please do. Otherwise, we will bid you farewell.
Endi meşagiçe eğer sizge hoş deyiştim burun eğer halısınız sizin özünüzün qoşumça deydigan gaplarınızı meyli İngilizce sözlemsiz veya ki özünüzün tilde sözlemsiz eğer özünüzün qoşumça deydiganlarınız olsa desiniz boludu.
Mening faqat deydiganim men özümninki hikayesini azir kadar qancha qatimni deganini o'qimayman. Men bekçik elay dedim, ama men hem to'xtamayman chunki meni bu so'zlatgani turmadagi tatgan azobim o'lib ketgan 9 ayol ham o'lib ketgan o'g'limninki shuning qisasi ham hozir qadar Xitoylar nurg'un ishlar nimani qilyotdi men bilmayman. Men ota-onamni, bolalarimdan, yo'ldoshimdan hamma narsamdan ayrildim. Mening hayotimni hukm qilgan qilyapti bu Xitoy. Shuning sudniki bir adil qaror qilib, bir yaxshi natija chiqib bizlarning ko'nglimizga bo'lsin azroq bir malham bo'lishini umid qilaman.
I don't know how many times I have told my story to the world, many times, but whatever I said and whatever I do is to bring justice to the criminals who committed crime against that 9 dead women that I have witnessed, my passed away dead son, and what I have been through and my sufferings in the prison. And I hope that this tribunal can come up to a fair judgment and serve the justice for my suffering people. Thank you.
Thank you, Miracle Turson.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Mr. Sabi, the next witness?
The next witness,
by chance we're finished for the afternoon,
is Mr. Shohrat Ashur. But before that, I have to inform you that unfortunately we will not be able to hear Saira Gul later because she's unwell. So
yes, I saw that, and we'll possibly hear her tomorrow. Yes?
So we'll probably better just to ask her in writing. So I've sent her a request for answering my question.
Thank you. Now, I think the next the next and last witness of today. Is this, or is that it?
Yes.
And is this a witness whom it is appropriate to say has been the subject of an in-camera discussion, the contents of which will not be disclosed, the explanation sufficient to render there being no mystery about what's going on, being something that can be dealt with in the final judgment?
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. The witness is a correspondent for Radio Free Asia and is fluent in the Uyghur language. He reported, and his reports have helped expose many of the major incidents in the Uyghur region, very few of which, in fact, had been reported by the Chinese media themselves. Through his telephone interviews with Chinese officials, he has been able to gain further details about the re-education camps, in particular relating to the numbers of people detained in specific camps and the conditions inside those camps. In his interview with the police officer who worked as a camp guard at one of these re-education camps, the witness was able to get information from such Chinese officials about demographic profile of the detainees, daily routines, including learning, feeding, sleeping routines, the continual 24-hour surveillance of detainees in all areas of the camp, including the toilets, disciplinary techniques, particularly for those detainees who do not give up practicing their religious beliefs, the separation of family members in the camps, and processes for dealing with health issues arising in the camps. Mr. Hosur, I have 3 questions for you today. In one of your interviews with a police officer from Kuhar County relating to the deaths of at least 150 detainees in a Xinjiang internment camp called Number 1 Internment Camp, these deaths occurred over a period from June to December 2018. Do you know the cause or causes of those deaths?
Hujur efendim, sizinki bir akbarat dokladınızda Kuchar'daki bir sakçı xadim bilen sözleşken demenizde aytilgan. Onunda şuradaki birinci nomorluq lagerda 150 tutqunlarninki şurada ölüp ketganligi bayon qilingan. Yani o vaqa 2018 yılı 6. ayda. Sizce muşu ölüp ketganlarning ölüp ketgan sebebi nima ekanligi nima shuni bilamsiz? Ovozingiz yo'q. Sorry, there is no voice of him. I can't hear him. Ovozingiz yo'q. Endi chiqdi, endi boshlang.
Yani men saniga 150 degan sani.
Ovozingiz yo'q. Sorry, no volume. Endi chiqdi.
Sani aniq uchun 150 odamning o'lganligi, ammo sababi aniq emas. Sababini faqat qaraz qila oladi.
I don't know exact reason, what's the reason of death, but the number is clear. It is 150%, but I don't know exact reason, but I can guess.
Yes, and what would your guess be?
Nemo qandaq paraz qilsiz? Nemo sizning parazınız?
Birincisi endi o lagerlarda yemek içmek meselesindeki naçarlığı, bozukluğumuş qatarlıq, uyqudan mahrum qaldırış qatarlıq jazalarının bağlıqı şu sebepten salametlikte ig'ir naçarlış bo'layotganligidan xabarim bor. Shunga birinchi salomatlik nacharish kasal sababidan deb qarayman. Birincisi.
Number one, I think because of the health problem, because we knew that the food is very bad, and also there is also sleep deprivation in the camps, and that's why the people have, the older people face very bad health condition. I see that number one reason is a health condition.
İkincisi, kıyınkıstak.
The second reason is torture.
Kıyınkıstak düşündükse, hazırgıcı biz 50'ki yakın şu lagerda ölgen adamınki ahvalını enikildik. Şunun içindeki birisininki sebebini karasak, uyak resmi kıyınkıstak sürgen ve kıyınkıstakta ölgen.
There is
quite... Ahvalı karap durup, ikinci bir sebebini kıyınkıstakta tahmin kılmayın.
Sorry, interpreter, before you interpret, there is quite a lot of feedback coming from Mr. Hosur's connection.
That's true, that's right. Even it's very disturbing for me as well. It's a very disruptive kind of echo behind his voice, but I'm trying my best to just listen properly. So if it can be fixed, that would be really good for me too. Thank you. But I can translate his second reason, if you wish.
Just before you do that, it's possible he has this app open in two places, or he has a mobile and a computer or something that's causing the feedback.
Nemo, şundatkama siz ikki narsada açdingizmi nemingizni uchun? Mana bir shuning hozir ovozingiz yo'q. Shuni chiqib malqi. Endi bor ovozingiz.
Much better, thank you.
Much better, oh thank God. Much better. Okay, now I can start translating his second reason. Second reason is a torture. Why I would say torture? Because at least we have identified 50 detainees who were tortured, and among 50, one of them was dead just simply because of torture.
Anda agar ashni tushuntirish uchun zo'r deb qarasizlar tushuntirib bermab, bo'lmasa atlab kelsak bo'ldi.
If you think that it's necessary for me to explain further, I will do so. If not, I can move on.
Thank you. No, I think that those are the two main reasons, therefore, you would consider to account for those deaths. Thank you for that. So my second question now relates to your investigative work more generally. In this work, you have spoken to several Chinese officials, such as official Mehmet Ursun in one of the re-education camps. And these officials were generally involved in guarding the re-education camps. And if you could give us a sense of the kind of ranks of these officials to whom you have spoken, and how you could ascertain what their rank was.
Sizningki nima aniqlab nima qilgan tekshirish dokladlaringizda siz Xitoyninki hukumat xodimlari bilan so'zlashibsiz. O hukumat xodimlarining ichida Mehmet Tursun degan bir kishi bor ekan. Undan keyin mushu siz so'zlashgan hukumat xodimlarining ko'pinchisi shularning ichida jazo lagerlarida saqchi bo'lib yoki qo'g'dug'uchi bo'lib ishlaydiganlar bor ekan. Siz siz so'zlashgan hukumat xodimlariningki xizmat darajasi haqida bizga so'zlab bera olamsiz? Ularning xizmat hariyadagi o'rni darajasi haqida.
Ya'ni shu men bu yoqning da'vatini naq men ziyorat qilgan Mehmet Mehmet Tursun degan bir kishiniki lager saqchisiniki kimligini so'rab o'tirib, yani darajasini. Mehmet Tursun asli bir san'at o'maknik boshqa bir o'rinning xizmatchisi. Bu lagerga saqchi bo'lib 2017-yili lager boshlangan chog'da kirgan 11 oy vazifa o'tagan va shu bir qavatniki mas'ul bo'lgan. лагерь сақшыларынікі бір группа başlığı болған.
Okay. Yeah, yes, I understood, sir. You talking about Mehmet Seyit, Mehmet Tursun. That person was originally worked for the arts department, and he was moved to one of the camp to work in 2017, the beginning of the 2017, and he worked for 11 months, and he was responsible for one level of the camp. And he was responsible to managing one group who manages or just who can be responsible for one level of the camp.
Buna yukarı derecelik əməldar demeyimiz, ama asas katlamdaki vazife icra kılıp atkan o'rta derecelik bir əməldar digini buldu. Özden töven yana başka başlıklar bu vazifelerde.
I don't see that person as a high level official. But we can classify him as a middle level, and he has people who top of him, who manages him, and he has people the lower level of him that he would manage.
And if I could come in, because this wasn't the only interview with the police or Chinese officials that you have undertaken. So with respect more generally to other investigative work you have undertaken, would you generally be speaking to mid-level police or Chinese officials?
Sizniki bu Xitoy hukumat xodimlari bilan so'zlashgandagi vaqtda buning ichida soqchilar ham shundaqlar xodimlar, xizmatchi xodimlar bo'lgan. Endi sizniki umumyuzlik sizniki mustaqillik tekshirish dokladlaringizda so'zlashganlarning ichida ziyorat qilganlarning ichidagilarning ko'pinchisining hammasi o'rta darajalik xizmatchi xodimlarmi, hukumat xizmatchi xodimlarimi, soqchi bo'lsin va yoki xizmatchi xodimlar bo'lsin.
Shundaq deyishga bo'ldi. O'rta va tuvan darajalik, ya'ni oldingi hisobda vazifa bajarayotganlar desak bo'ladi.
Yes, we can say middle and the low level, but frontline workers.
Thank you. And before I move to my third and final question, just a quick note, how do you verify their rank?
Men yana bir savolga o'tishdan burun sizdan so'raydigan savolim, ularningki xizmat darajasini qanday qilib farq qildingiz, qanday qilib ularni aniqlay oldingiz?
O'zining gapidan ma'lum. O'zi deydi, men bu yerga birinchi ulab kirdim deydi, men bir qavatga mas'uldim. Bu qavat mening qo'l ostimda 12 odam bor deydi. Qo'l ostimda 12 odam bor deganlikning o'zi hech bo'lmadigan chora uning o'rta darajadagi bir soqchi ekanligini ko'rsatadi. O'zining gapidan ma'lum.
Yeah, I have identified his ranks from his accounts. For example, the policeman that I have interviewed said that he's responsible to the affairs in the one level, and there are 12 people under my management. From that, you can guess, and you can see, you can identify that that person is middle level.
That's very helpful, thank you. So my third and final question now is, on the basis of these various interviews or conversations you've had with different Chinese police or guards or officials, could you give us what you learned about the policing system or the guard system within these re-education camps?
Sizniki shu so'zlashgan, ya'ni ziyorat qilgan mayli Xitoyning soqchisi bo'lsin, yoki bo'lmasa xizmatchi xodim bo'lsin, yoki bexatarlik qo'g'dug'uchilar bo'lsin, mushulardagi so'zlashish jarayonidagi sizning o'zingizningki bilishingizcha shu yerdagi soqchi sistemining qandaqligini yoki shu yerdagi qo'g'dash sistemasi yoki soqchi sistemining qandaq deb his qildingiz?
Endi agar mayada deyilayotgani, agar shu lagerning sistemasini deyotgan bo'lsa, bunaqa javob bersam bo'ldi. Agar lagerning sistemasi qandaqligi savol aniq qo'ysin. Agar lagerning sistemasini qandaqligini bildingiz desa, hozir buni javob bersam bo'ldi. Shuni demak, shuni so'radim.
The question is, are we talking about the camp policing system? If it's camp policing system, yes, I can talk about it.
That's it. Yes, please.
To'g'ri.
Unda bo'lsa, shu mening birinchi bilganim, ya'ni shu Mehmet Tursun Seyit degan shu soqchi, shu o'rta darajalik soqchi amaldorning bilganim, birinchi bu o'ringa kelayotgan atalmış o'quvchilarning 5 yıl 46 kaydirilip mecbur ekiliyotganligini bildim. Birinci bu.
Yes, again, my interview with the official, which is Mehmet Saud, and according to him, the detainees, the so-called students who were brought into these intimate camps, the first of all they brought by putting black hood over their head, and that's how they were brought to the camp. Number one.
İkinci bilginim, şu yer okuyotgan atalmış okuvchilar yatıqıdan sınıfıga, ders anlaydigan sınıfıga saqchilarningki nazorat ostida tokkaltek tutgan yordamchi saqchi va avtomatik qurollarni tutgan rasmiy saqchilarning nazoratida yataqdan sınıfga kirilganligi. İkinci bilginim bu.
And second observation is that these so-called students at the camp, when they were brought into the classroom for so-called re-education, they were under watch or under guardians of the fully military army. Those military personnel were carrying electric sticks or fully, they have a weapon.
Üçüncü bilginim, bunun dersten çıkandan keyin, yataq kirgandan keyin yataqdimi ozod emasdiki, hatta o'zaro so'zlasholmaydiganligi, ixtiyoriy har qanday bir harakatining yo'qligi, shu darsdan sirt vaqtida, tamoq vaqtida tamoqni oldi keyinda qo'lini tizib qo'yib o'tirishga majbur bo'lganligi. Shu ziyoratdan bilgan uchinchi muhim xabarim bu.
And the third important information that I have learned from my conversation is those students are, the so-called students are not free even after the class as well. They were not allowed to talk, not allowed to communicate each other. Other than just the food time and other times, they were forced to sit by putting the hands onto the knees, and that's how they're supposed to sit.
Anda dördüncü bilginim, yani bu ziyaretin dördüncü bilginim, bunun obornidim nazaret kılındıqanlıqı, munchidim nazaret kılındıqanlıqı, uxlab atqan çağdım nazaret kılındıqanlıqı.
And the fourth discovery that I have learned from them is those detainees are monitored while they were in the toilet, in the shower, even while they were sleeping. They were all watched and monitored.
Eğer bunu yana tafsili kalırsa deprudaniye çıkıp munchida qandaq eğer başka sorudan sorulsa ötlep kelsek.
If you wish to know more in detail, yeah, there are lots of things to say I can tell you, but if not, I can move on.
Thank you for that. I will hand you over to the panel, and if they would like more information, I'm sure they will be able to ask. Thank you.
Ben başkalarına yürütgüdümdeydi. Başkalarının soruları bu sizden soraydı.
Could you tell us how you obtained A, the identity, and B, the telephone number of Mehmet Tursun, who you spoke to?
Siz aşı Mehmet Tursun degan kişinin telefon numarını, o kişinin ki kim bo'lganligini qanday egalladingiz?
Ben o telefonda bir baştan adet telefon qilamiz. Telefon qilib shu saqchi navbat bilan saqchixonaning xodimlari ko'rishgan chog'da o'zidan sen burun qanday kelding? Burun qayerdan ishlaganligini deb o'zidan so'radim. O'zini tanishtirish bilan bildim. Asosan o'zini o'zi ma'lum qildi. Ammo men saqchixonaga telefon qildim.
The first of all, I rang the police station. After ringing the police station, when I initiate the conversation, I asked from the person that I talked to, asked the name, asked the phone number, and asked the ranks, everything. In reality, I learned from them directly.
You would have the option, if you don't wish to give off your sources, to decline that. Thank you.
I don't think we need to deal with that now. We can deal with it in another way. Anything else, Mr. Vetch?
Eğer uçurunuzunki mənbeyini deyişini xalımısınız, sizinki aştaq haqqınız var demeydiğim.
Elbette. Ben hazır davat kaldırım değişik tegişlikleri.
Whatever I have been telling you right now is I can tell you and I am able to.
No, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming to give evidence. You've given us the advantage of a very detailed statement. I'm just going to check something with Mr. Savvy. Is this statement going to be posted onto the website at some stage or not, or don't you yet know?
It's already on the website.
It's on the website. So thank you very much. So we've got your full statement on the website already, and that statement constitutes the detailed evidence that you've been able to give, and it reflects what you've been able to contribute by bringing these various matters to public. Just a tiny detail from me, and it's on page 326 of our bundle. It's during information from the county police officer, and it's only this. It's the person speaking said that the distance from Kashgar to Opal is 14 kilometers. I've tried to find it, and it looks like it's 47 kilometers. Do you know if one way or the other whether it's 14 or 47?
Sizningki bütün tepsili uçurlarınızın hemmisi, yani belgen müşahitliğinizin hemmisi torbitide hem nesini köydük. Men hazır sizningki belgen şu şahitlik materialınızınki 327. bettiki sizin bir nahiyalik saqçı xadim bilen sözleşken şu nersiga qaravatman, şu qismiga. Onunda Qashqar bilan Opalning araligi 14 kilometr deyilgan. Mening qarshim bizningki bir uchurda 47 kilometr deyilgan. Şu bunun qaysi to'g'ri? 14 mi 47 mi?
Onu men bilmayman. Chiqib qolgan bir to'g'rilishi men uchun unchalar mo'yim uchur bo'lmaganligi uchun ustida izlanib ketmadim. Menga degan odam nima degan bo'lsa shuni yozdim. Balkim 14 bo'lishi mumkin, 47 bo'lishi mumkin. Men u uchurni bak mo'yimdab qaramaganligim uchun ustida izlanmadim.
I am not sure exact number in here, because since I didn't really consider that information is very important, so I didn't really dig into it, and I just wrote it down whatever the person that I have spoken to told me.
I understand, and thank you very much for providing all this detail. Your evidence is now concluded. Mr. Sabi, tomorrow morning.
See you tomorrow morning.
Do we have a full day for those either listening or watching here? Sorry?
Yeah, yes, sir. We'll have a full day.
Oh, you have another question?
No, I understood one of the panel members.
Oh, really? I'm sorry. No, I don't think so. No.
Sorry.
I don't have enough eyes in enough parts of my head. I'm sorry. But tomorrow, a full day.
Full day.
And in the afternoon, one expert whom we've heard a lot of reference to, Mr. Zenz.
Mr. Zenz would testify.
And also another expert coming tomorrow afternoon? Without naming necessarily?
Rukia, isn't it?
Rukia, yes. Rukia Tordesh.
Well, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, ladies and gentlemen.